You are watching UB Stories. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comment.
Yeah. You be in the building. Hey, vibe with Uncle Bino. Let's go. Now happy hour things, you know. Hang out with you, babe. It's our vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn. We're shining bright. Oh yeah. You be stories, life lessons time. On the Uncle Benno show, everything feels right. From the streets to the world, we talk real talk. Vibes on the beat make the whole place rock. Happy hour flow with smiles non-stop. Sip and chill with you, be the energy on top. You be stories, dropping them every day. Wisdom for life, the African way. From the grind to the glory, hear what we say. Tune in now, don't hang out with you, be. It's a vibe tonight. Hey, laugh and learn, we're shining bright. Oh yeah. Stories, life lessons time. Hey, on the Uncle Benno show, everything feels right. Join the sister circle. Oh, what a scene. CC Inca, honey baby, and I'll be so clean. Talk love, talk life, talk dreams supreme. Empowerment vibes like a royal queen team. Apollo Sunday school when the beat gets low. A moment of reflection, let the spirit flow. Men of God speaking wisdom, you should know. Faith and vibes on the Uncle Benno show. Hang out with you, be. Come catch that light. Oh yeah, you be stories, keep your heart so bright. Yeah. Join the sister circle, feel that fire. Oh yeah, Sunday school for your soul so right. UP nation, we rise together, love and vibe forever. Uncle Benno show, yeah, we outside.
Hallelujah. All right. Thank you, Jesus. What's up, everybody? You be in the building. Happy Sunday, guys. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. I want to believe you are all having an amazing Sunday evening. And for those in the UK and Nigeria, I think in the next 20 minutes, you guys going to be on Monday already. And to my pals, my friends, my brother, my sisters, my uncles and aunts in America, let me say, happy code. All right. Then be serious. Let me be serious. So it's been very, very cold over here. Right here in Texas, we have, I think yesterday, the weather was like 25 degrees. And if you are familiar with Texas weather, that is really, really very cold. For me, may God just help me. I just don't have any tolerance for cold. So I just folded up and just stay one side, mind my business, JJ. But anyway, I know we have to talk about this. It's been trending for the past 2 days now. I think, is it 2 days already? When Tonto Dikeh came out and said, glory be to the Almighty God, she has finally reconciled with her ex-husband. And her ex-husband name is Churchill, right? So we give God the glory. We give God the honor. This is what we're talking about. Yes, relationship is not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. But if two people discover they are no longer compatible, yes, it's okay for them to part ways. But when you have a child or children in the mix, the way you part ways, the way you fight, and everything, you got to put the kids into consideration. So I got to be honest with you right now. I wasn't really following Tonto Dikeh and Churchill's drama when it was hot. But I know many of you, my sisters and brothers, you are aware of their incidents. There are so many things that kept me away from their drama. First of all, as at the time they were having all these gazebos, I wasn't a content creator. And I happen to be one guy who really don't buy into monitoring other people's affairs. So I knew it was hot at that time when both of them brought their affairs to social media and they were dragging each other. Tonto dragged her husband. The husband also dragged her. And by the time I zoned out of the whole drama, it was at that point when Tonto Dikeh called her ex-husband, is it 3 minutes, man? Or something. He said, oh, Churchill, he's a 3 minutes man and all that. And I was just like, you know what? This is my bus stop. This is where I'm going to get off this movie train. And women do that a lot. So, sisters, this is a Basbo show because I'm a jargon. We're going to fight for this one. Why be say anytime when I get issue with man, when I go talk say, 2 minutes, man, 2 minute noodles, you that I'm just managing. Auntie, as soon as you say the man is a 2 minutes man, we already zone out of your issue because we know you are lying. You are capping at that point. If bro was a 2 minutes man, you won't stay in the first place. No woman, I say it now, no woman stays with a 2 minutes man. We know how now they check the barometer. At least the man must be doing average, on the average of 30 minutes. And I trust my brothers. Most of my brothers, they do 30 minutes. That is the barest minimum. Some of us, some of my brother goes like 2-3 hours safe. As soon as I get problem with us, no, because the man that I'm just managing is only doing 2 minutes. So when Tonto Dikeh say, my brother, they do 2 minutes, Nadia, I say, okay, Auntie Toto, this is where I'm living this conversation right now. No man is a 2 minutes man. Nobody. See, they don't sleep for UK. Now, where I define CC them, this, may they come prove, justify this case for me. No man is a 2 minutes man. On the average, especially we African brothers, minimum 45 minutes. 45 minutes of bangy, like CC said. If you say I'm lying, drop a one in the chat. May we start with that first. I'm putting a poll up right now. Since sisters will not let my brothers rest. Need your rest, Pakponi. I'm putting the poll now. The average performance of of any African man and Nigerian men in particular is 45 minutes. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Like I say, any sister can't tell us lie here today. Without my jalele. You don't say one, I don't they piss me off with that thing. I just say make I manage, man, no explode. But today we go fight. I'm a jar. What can I come here? Come vote. Yes. There you have it. Cast your vote. Ma go chat, go recognize my sisters then first. Because I know say me and I go fight last for this Tonto Dikeh matter. When I wear my glass, ma see you very well first. All right, everybody, you welcome. Yo, they are here. I knew it. The Wahala Troublemaker sisters are here. I see you, Sister Sue of the Most High. How you doing, my lovely sister? Auntie Oyi. Auntie Oyi, this jab, I'm starting with you, Auntie Oyi. Now you go first answer this question for me, man. Atoyi said, I'm chilling in my bedroom while my husband is breaking up ice and trying to clear out the driveway. Atoyi. Atoyi, you owe my uncle. You owe my uncle one Dom Pedro, man. Hey, Sissy, what's up, mommy? How you doing? See, the UB, is this a live? It's a live, Sissy. You are looking at me live and direct now. What do you mean, is this live? 30 minutes. Yes, Sissy. Average. No African brother do nothing less than 45 minutes. We're gonna stop till they put us under the bus all the time. What's up, my baby girl, Zeno? Hi, Zeno. Zeno, how you doing? Hey, Zeno, do me a favor, please. I've been trying to reach you, Seth, I forget. Zeno, please text me on this number. Just say hi, Uncle Ben, okay? Please text me on this number, Zeno. All right? Who's else in the building? Sissy say, we just had Sunday school, and this is the topic. I was under the duvet when Sunday school was going on. So don't link this one to Sunday school. Although this is related to Sunday school because we want to talk about forgiveness too. Okay? So, yes, immediately after Sissy, now you sabi, troublemaker. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cast these votes. I'm going somewhere with this conversation. As you can see from the top lane, the title of today's show is Tonto Dikeh and Churchill, Game of Thrones Reconciliation. In case y'all haven't noticed, this reconciliation announced by Tonto Dikeh, this is a Game of Thrones, and I will tell you why it's a Game of Thrones. By the time I dive into it now, you will know that I know what I'm talking about. So, but first, let us start this conversation here. My sisters, whenever they have problem with my uncle, my brothers, my African brothers, one of the shade they throw at us is, and I'm just managing him. He can't really do nothing. He's just a 2 minutes man. He's an Indomie. He can't really perform. So I put it to you guys now. This is a challenge. Cast your vote. Be honest. Remember, today is Sunday. I'm saying the minimum, the average performance of any African man, any African brother, and Nigerian men in particular, is 45 minutes. That is the average. It's small. Oh, we don't have strength. We don't stop until we cross 45 minutes minimum. Cast your vote. If you agree with me, drop a 1. If you disagree, drop a 2. Now that I can't even see the vote, so I know I'm saying the truth. So let's dive into what's going on with Tonto Dikeh. Sissy said that is true, but there is usually some truth there, about the Game of Thrones reconciliation, right? Okay, let me be serious anyway. So first off, congratulations to Tonto Dikeh, and I give God the glory. Even though there are questions and reservations around this reconciliation, we still can't deny the fact that Tonto did good by posting the picture of her ex-husband, and with that beautiful note she attached to it. She did great. I give her credit. Also, notably, Tonto Dikeh changed her son's name. Like I said, I wasn't following the matter a lot, but they follow small. And my ladies used to brief me in the backstage once in a while too. So I do understand that after Tonto Dikeh and her ex parted way, she changes her son's name to her own father's name. My sissy, you welcome, mama.
Hey, Yubi. Why does this thing come with my whole government name? I'm not understanding. Let me come out.
Okay. So Tonto Dikeh changed her son's name to her own father's name, and she also started calling herself King Tonto. Please take notes. You know how I like to tell stories. I'm telling this story because of the lessons I think we can extract from this situation. So first off, she changed her son's name. She removed the father's name and threw it to the trash. continued to try to drag the dad. Then the next thing, she changed her own social media handle to King Tonto. And that is where she lost me completely. Now, I have no issues or any problem with Tonto. But when a woman decided to add King to her name, King, what are you trying to prove? That is nasty. That is messy. That is like the height of trying to be masculine. Sissy, is it not masculine? You guys called it when a woman is trying to be a man.
Yeah, she was trying to be, but at the time, was she not stepping into the masculine role? She was taking care of her son single-handedly.
How is she stepping into masculine role? They're taking care of your children because the man is not there. Does that mean you are now masculine?
Of course it does, because you're doing the part that the man should be doing. So you're picking up those male responsibilities because the man is not there. I'm not saying it's right. I never really understood the need for her to be calling herself King Tonto, but I mean, it was not the persona. But I'm saying, I'm saying, doing all of that, it doesn't take away the fact that she was the one single-handedly raising her son at that time, and I think even up to now as well.
Understandable, I get that, but that still don't excuse her calling herself a king. Do you feel me?
Uncle Ben, I get you. I get you.
Okay, because guess what, Cece? Many of us, our mom took care of many children all by themselves in Africa, in Nigeria. Many parents, many mothers are the one who cater for their own kids, their own children.
Yeah, that's true.
And that does not make them say, hey, I am now a man. So the reason I'm highlighting this change of social media handle to King Toto is because a lot of ladies has been misled by how Tonto Dikeh conducted herself. Please,
yeah, that's true.
Okay, so viewers, please understand my point too. I appreciate what she did. I respect her. This is how I want a matured woman to move. But that does not excuse how she has moved in the past 10 years. So
before we get into that, Uncle Ben, I came in because I needed to correct your 45 minutes.
Take me to where you want to take me to. You are looking for trouble, Sissy.
Yes, I came in to correct that statement. It's false.
Sissy, I already see your younger sister now, Zino. Zino has been saying two.
Yeah, it's false. Please, I've read. Okay, let's just correct that before we get into Tonto's
There is
matter.
nothing to correct. Every woman here watching me now, they know it's true. The average black woman we do in bedroom is 45 minutes.
Uncle Ben, it's 5 to 7 minutes.
Sissy,
15 at the most. I don't think they only say maybe 15 to 20%, if not 25% of men can go over 30 minutes. Penetration is not possible.
Sissy,
45 minutes. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill the person?
No, because if we don't go that long, the woman will not respect us. Yeah.
I don't want no man to be on me for 45 minutes. Thank you.
Sissy, for somebody like you, I will even recommend to my mom he should be there like 2 hours because
no. God forbid. What am I doing? Are you starting a fire?
Sissy,
if you want somebody to get yeast infection, I'm not understanding.
No.
What is going on? 2 hours.
Look, let me tell you, ladies, right now, in case you don't know.
Many of 45 minutes, Uncle Ben.
Many of us men, we timed ourselves. Watch, if you see that your man coming into the bedroom, action is about to start. He had a watch on his wrist, or his phone is set aside in a way that he can see what's on the phone. Bro is timing himself, in case you don't know. So that is why I just want us to put this conversation to end. This shaming of men, once husband and wife they have issue, they'll go their separate way. The wife now come out and start saying, I'm just managing him. He can't even do nothing. He just do 2 minutes. He just a 2 minutes man. No.
Yeah, but most times you know that comes from somewhere. Women who are satisfied are not coming out to say this. Do you not? Can you agree to that? Though?
They will say it. I've seen them say it.
That's not true.
No.
I don't think so.
They say, you know why I know they used to say it? Because that's one of the way they can hit the man below the belt.
But if you know it's not true, it can't hit you below the belt.
Eh?
If you know that it's not true, it cannot hit you below the belt. You'll just be like, no, shut the hell up. Like, one of your friends should just come and test it then. You'll have that confidence. But if you're not really bold to be saying that, then it means that there's some bit of truth in what the person is saying.
Sissy, the problem is nobody will come and test it. And people will just be running with that. Because I remember vividly when Toto said Churchill was a 2 minutes man, a lot of women who are supporting Toto, they were dragging him. They said, no wonder he's compensating. No wonder he's buying her different gift, everything. Hey,
He wasn't buying her gifts though. She was buying the gifts with her own money. So
he's still
what
a
are we
gift.
saying? From who? From myself, yeah.
Sissy, nobody live with these people. Tonto claim it's her own money. I don't believe her. Ever since this guy went ahead and married another woman, has he not been taking care of that woman? Has he not been?
Because he got back on top now. But when he was with her, he wasn't on top at that time.
All right.
Anyways.
Okay.
But yes, it's not 45 minutes for most men. I think the average is for most men is 5 to 7. Not my man, but for most men.
Sissy, what do you mean 5 to 7? No man does 5 to 7
So
minutes.
if he says 2 minutes, then clearly he's just below average. But the average is 5 to 7.
Sissy, you're gonna make me do some. You will make
Uncle
me do.
Ben, you don't sleep with men. So your judgment is gonna be based on yourself. Fine, but even if you're doing 45 minutes, it's not the average for most men. There's more women that have experience with men, so we're telling you that majority of men are not going 45 minutes. So you need to take that on board.
Sissy, I'm telling you, we are going over 45 minutes.
How do you know? Are you sleeping with men to know? I'm not understanding. Because you need to tell me where you're getting your stats from. Are you sleeping with men?
I'm getting it from women. Women confess.
Which women? Where are the women? Women are telling you that their men are doing 45 minutes, 2 hours penetration. They're lying.
The women of nowadays, especially from 35 years old to 45, if you are doing nothing less than 30 to 45 minutes, these women, they will divorce your ass. So I know, Sissy.
Is that including foreplay? If you say foreplay, I will accept it can be 2 hours. Even 2 hours is long. If it's 45 minutes foreplay, rounding everything up together, fine. But penetration cannot be 45 minutes to 2 hours straight.
Let me explain this thing to you. Even in penetration, it takes 10 minutes to warm up in penetration.
For who?
For
the man?
Black men, generally.
No. Which black men? Uncle Ben, 10 minutes.
It takes 10 minutes to warm up.
Uncle Ben, leave me alone. I just left Sunday school, please. Are you using wind up toy for 10 minutes? Wow. Anyways, yes.
Don't let me tell you guys how our body works. Are you a man? Do you know how our body works?
Like I said, are you sleeping with men? Because I don't know how you will know that it takes men 10 minutes.
Nothing I know is that.
Maybe if you're using, I don't know, maybe if you're using your armpit or something, I don't know. If you're using your mouth, it's not taking 10 minutes. If you're using your hand, it's not taking 10 minutes. Come on.
I know one thing for sure. No woman is staying with a man who do 7 minutes. So that is where I get my data from.
No, Uncle Ben, women are staying with men like that because it's not just about the sex at the end of the day.
Okay. Huh? Okay, let's move on. You are not going to take me through this dog hole. This rabbit hole, you won't take me there, Sissy. I reject it. I hate myself from you. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Which kind of person be this lady said?
Oh, God.
All right, Sissy. Thank you for hanging out with me. let's quickly dissect this Tonto Dikeh scenario, okay? Let's do this. God bless you. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. And Sisi, in case you do not support me, if you are antagonizing me, this is what I will give you.
We are going to provide you with insecurity.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
You hear me? If you don't support my point, Sisi, I'm going to give you insecurity.
Go for bid. Back to sender.
All right.
Back to
All right.
sender.
So, Sisi, are you familiar with the Tonto Dikeh issue and Churchill? Hey, my baby girl in the building. Abby in the building. Sister, you are in the building. Oh, sorry, sister. I see you, my brother, Canary. What's up, bro? I see you so far. Name Deo. You're welcome anyway. Okay, so Sisi, are you familiar with their drama? You're not?
A little bit from back in the day, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what happened was that I asked my girls this morning, let me see what they were even my ladies, they broke it down for me, but the code was just too much. I couldn't read through everything. So I was just trying to skim all the way to the highlight of the whole drama. So for those who don't know, Tonto Dikeh and Churchill, they were married. I think the marriage lasted for about 2 years. Yeah. The marriage lasted for about 2 years, and after that, something just happened. I think Tonto Dikeh was accusing Churchill of cheating on her, and from there on, the hell was let loose. Abby in the building. I think Abby should be aware of this story. Abby, you know about how they got scattered, right? What's up, baby?
Honestly, I don't remember. Uncle Ben, where were you for Sunday school? You did not. I wish you posted to Uncle Patrick. You came for Sunday school, say hello. You only say hello, but you are coming on Sunday to talk about Kerewa.
I'm telling you, I said, Uncle
And
Ben,
then
why are you doing this?
When I talk about Kerewa, you are playing Christian music. The background, the music was Christian music.
What is the title of the music?
He doesn't want us to make heaven today.
It doesn't matter what the title of music. Our God is merciful.
It's the merciful God. That's the title of the music. Abby, what's your problem?
So why are you playing God? Our God is merciful talking about Kerewa?
Because I want God to have mercy on Sisi. I told Sisi that my brother, on the average, my brother, 45 minutes is our average. And
That's not the average.
Sisi was throwing us under the bus. So that's why I'm playing our God is
anybody? Anything more than 12 minutes, you are wasting my time.
I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
You are wasting my time. And you are headed nowhere. You're not anything after 15 minutes, you are not a determined man because you are working in vain.
No, Uncle Ben even said 2 hours. He even said some men can do 2 hours penetration. I'm like, are you okay? For where? With who?
Somebody will just be bored at the end of the day. What kind of thing is that? Please.
I wish my brothers are still awake to come and drag with you people. But because today is Sunday, I want to be holy. Tomorrow.
Want to be holy.
Lack of direction. That's what's doing that, man. Lack of direction and focus.
See, tomorrow we are having sport analysis tomorrow because I hear say they wire Arsenal today again, and I need to come and drag my brother Chucky. Tomorrow, immediately after our sport analysis, I will bring this topic back. But men go dead in the house. Make una come repeat when they talk. So, but anyway,
these topics for married people. I'm not married, so I don't engage in such topics.
Share this Tonto and Churchill or the Kerewa.
Kerewa topics. I don't know.
Stop, leave me alone, please.
Abby, do you know what I know about women? When women say, "Oh, me, I don't talk about this kind of topic."
They're the worst.
But no, see,
where I'm at in my life right now. If I cannot demarket myself like that, so I cannot talk about Kerewa public.
Oh, this guy is a business guy.
It's not a good idea.
Abby, magic, not let what I enter my brain. No, Abby, I'm not working with you.
You know the goal. You know the goal. Let us not demarket Abby. That's
okay. No, wahala. Abby is a virgin. Please, ladies and gentlemen, my baby girl is a virgin. Okay? And you know, virgin don't
That
discuss
was even worse. That was even worse the marketing.
Abby,
Okay.
remember all these sisters that are saying they are celibate now. So say now that I'm celibate, I saw one video one time. I wanted to come and play it. I said, no, sisters will kill me if I play that video here. There was one lady who went to Kevin Samuel and then she said she has been celibate for 2 years. Kevin Samuel, you know how bad his mouth can be. And Kevin Samuel said, what? After 2 grown baby has came out of there. But anyway, let's go to.
I actually missed that man's stupidity. I can't lie.
Let's go to Churchy's situation. No verse, my people. If I watch it for the first time, this is the real fam. This is how we play here. All right.
You are watching UB Stories. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comment.
All right, Sisi and Abby and my sisters and brothers in the chat, please thank you for watching. Now, let's dive into serious conversation here. Tonto Dikeh and Churchill. So the story is long, but I don't want to bother you with the stories. I just want to go straight to the lessons we can take away from this. First of all, I think Tonto Dikeh did an amazing job by at least leaving room for reconciliation, but I have my reservation. I think this is a strategy because, in case you don't know, Tonto Dikeh claims she has given her life to Christ.
Where did I claim?
This is my.
Uncle
This is,
Ben, why are you saying she claims?
Uncle Ben.
what is wrong with that?
She said she gave her life to Christ. Why are you saying she claims?
We are all claiming we give our life to Christ, Sisi. Let's call it what it is.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
that's very judgmental statement.
No. On a serious note, nobody knows what anybody is doing behind closed doors.
No, but you can't say she claims that she said she did.
When you're not angel Beno at the gates of heaven.
Why is everybody attacking me now? Even Zino say you are mean.
No, you can't say she claims because that's casting doubt on what she actually said. She said that she's given her life to Christ. That's what you need to have said. It was just funny that you said she claims.
Sisi, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Sisi, you claim to be a Christian.
What do you mean I claim? I am a Christian.
How do we verify you are a Christian? What is the proof that you're a Christian?
No, but saying that she claims means that she's
has come for you.
She's not really saying it.
What have I done now? What is wrong with my sisters then this evening? What is wrong with the sisters?
That's why I was laughing.
It's not to say
continue.
What strategy because someone cannot do something for the sake of God. Yes, now she claimed to be a Christian. We saw the video. Okay, watch this. Just watch this.
Sexual intercomes to the dream. Ever since I was a child. It healed me from masturbation too.
See? Thank you, Jesus. Oh, Father Lord, we thank you.
Uncle Ben, you know that Tonto is an actress.
Exactly.
What?
You know that Tonto is an actress, so sometimes actresses are very animated.
This is not just a testimony, but a thanksgiving to God.
Hey, Mudaro.
The devil tried to stop this testimony a couple of times. The devil tried to tell me that I was bigger than this, coming to church to say my testimony. The devil tried to tell me that I was supposed to protect my image. But I looked at myself and I told myself, what image? What image?
I'm just happy that she's doing her nails.
The God that gave me the image or the one that can take it away just like that? No, the devil was too small for me to not say this. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Thank you. Thank you, sweet Holy Spirit. All right!
Hallelujah!
My first testimony is about my salvation on NSPPD. God has been faithful
Abby,
to my life.
Abby, I like this comment where you are like now. Just we'll come back to it.
Yeah.
I'm flourishing. I'm
start the
growing.
comment.
God is beautiful
Yeah,
in my life all round.
Thank you, Mama.
Salvation has bettered a new revival in me. It's not my first time, but it's the last time.
Okay.
Because I'm intentional about God. Because God is intentional about me. I've seen a God that saw me.
What do you mean, Zeno? Zeno,
can't lie. I actually feel Tonto Dikeh.
When I say demonic, I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, an anger that fueled me, that destroyed my life. An anger that I would be on the bridge. You said, don't burn that bridge, Abi. There's a saying that, don't burn the bridge. I will be on that bridge. I will burn that bridge. And the car coming with water to that bridge, I will burn it. That's how demonic it was.
Why are people like this? Somebody said the Lulu.
Everybody had to
King Idris, why are you not?
today praying with NSPPD, and God took all of those away.
Wala deal.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
My testimony is a lot, so please just bear with me. I do not want to miss out anything, so I put points down. From the anger, I got a lot of peace. There's peace surrounding me everywhere I go. In everything. I've never known peace. I'm 40 years old, and I can tell you I do not know what peace is.
Remember what I told you, that once women hit 40, they will begin a change of strategy.
Really?
The latest the member of the 40 is actually with me.
Really? You didn't give me this memo on my birthday.
60. As soon as women hit 40, they will now see the full picture of their life. They'll now be like, Oma, where am I? What have I been doing?
I can understand that. Maybe she feels like that. I don't disagree with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that, saying that she can want to change her life. There's nothing wrong with that. She has had a very chaotic.
Whether or not she keeps up with this is a whole different thing. But at the moment, she might just feel. Uncle Ben, you have to remember that beginning of the year, I wasn't talking to you yesterday. I wasn't saying I'm sad. I don't know why I'm sad. Beginning of the year, sometimes you start reflecting. You want to have a good year, so maybe I'm not even saying it's in a bad way. I feel like it's okay to give her the benefit of the doubt because anyone can come to this point. It's now a matter of keeping up.
Yeah.
And continue to follow, in the steps of God and allow the Holy Spirit to continue to lead you. But I actually believe her. I believe that she's come to this point. I really do.
Whether she can keep it up is another story.
It's another thing.
Let's keep it
going. At the moment I believe that she has had an epiphany, or she's just been broken.
And she might just be tired of living the life that she's been living.
Exactly. And that's brokenness. That's okay. Yeah, that's broken in spirit. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm hearing from both of you, my sisters?
What are you?
I'm even scared.
Both of you unknowingly, you are agreeing with what I was saying about when a woman hits 40.
But I agreed with you.
Okay. Yes, now I agree. I say,
we agreed. It's a life. Listen, I know how I was feeling a few days before my 40th. I was already feeling like I was not happy. I'm not gonna lie and come here and say I was happy. I was jumping all over, excited for this new milestone. Yeah, I can be happy. Everybody can say, "Oh, the gift of life. You have this, you have that." But something in yourself, sometimes you just feel like, "Damn, like I'm 40. Like I've not done this. I've not done this. Maybe there were some decisions that I made. Have I got the opportunity to now change it?" So it's a natural thing of just getting older and having that realization. And I think a lot of people, when they get to certain milestone birthdays, it's just like, oh shit, you know what? I'm actually making headway on this planet, right? Some things that I'm doing, maybe I need to let those things go because I'm already 40. I can't keep continuing like this, being miserable, not being happy, maybe not having friends, not having a good relationship. Something has to change, and that change has to come from me. So yeah, she may stand there and be like, you know what, maybe now at 40 I'm ready to accept God into my life, or change what I'm doing to see if my life can just be that little bit more peaceful, that little bit more better. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a natural thing. Everybody does that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, but do you think that realization is part of why she decided to give her life to Christ now?
Of course. It's a natural thing. We're very religious as Africans anyway. And I feel like when people get to a certain stage in life, especially the older you get, the closer you get to God. That's what people usually say. The older you become, the closer you want to, because you never know when your time could be up. Do you understand? And you you're more conscious of, if I go tomorrow, have I really lived a good life? Have I made peace with certain things that I've been doing? And it just starts playing on your mind more. When you're younger, in your 20s, you just think, F it. Like, I'm going to live forever. But as you start getting older, 40, 50, 60, you can't keep on playing with that part of your life, especially if it's something that has been instilled in you, like as a community, as Africans anyway. We're very conscious of, if we die, at least we want to have, good standing, make it to heaven. And you want to put certain things that you're able to put right when you still have the opportunity to. So I think it's just an awareness at the stage in the life that she's at. When she was younger, fighting her husband 10 years ago, she was in her 30s. She can feel like, yeah, F it. Like, I can do what I want to do. I'm King Tonto, I'm this, I'm that. But how far has that got her? She's 40, she's on her own. She's still not married. She doesn't have any other children. I mean, it's about self-reflection a lot of the time. And I can see where somebody like her would get to that point and say, you know what, let me give my life to Christ. I just want a better season of this next stage of my life. I can see it.
Yeah. All right. Auntie Abby, can you read what Auntie Oyin shared?
Yeah, Anthony is saying, I won't lie. I remember the day I turned 40 a really long time ago, and I was miserable. Mine was because I didn't have any children and all my fertility efforts had failed. It was horrible.
Aww.
It can be crazy.
I mean, Anthony has a child now.
Yeah. Amen. Thank God.
Yeah, it's crazy. 40 is that number that usually reset people's brain. That is why we have this saying in Nigeria, a fool at 40 is a fool forever. If by 40, if at age 40, you cannot take inventory of your life and be honest with yourself and see where you have wronged people and where people have wronged you and what you have done right in the past, and at the same time, where people have really did terrible things to you, and come to a position or a place whereby you will say, you know what, I'm going to turn a new leaf. I'm going to do things differently. If you are not there at 40, I'm sorry, it's too late. It's just like, I talk to a lot of people, this match meeting show that even we have not started it, but people have been calling me, we'll be talking, we'll be sharing. And one thing I usually tell people is, when you hit certain age and you are still single, that's the time for you to stand in front of the mirror and look at yourself and take accountability. And that's the time for you to say, you know what, I'm going to change how I'm moving from now henceforth. So 40 is really that age that will reset your life. If you don't get it right by 40, just forget. I pray nobody should get older and being stupid in their 50, 55, 60, and it is what it is anyway. So also, when I turned 40, I was already in the US when I turned 40, and I actually look at my peers, those my age mates, people we move together, friends and everything, and I see those who have gone way past me and those who have gone past, and I wasn't satisfied with what I've achieved so far in my life. And that started making me to look inward, and then I say, you know what, maybe I got to change the way I'm moving. So even though we're talking about Tonto Dikeh, I just feel like sometimes when I listen to a lot of content creators, they just want to go with the cruise. But for me, when I look at a situation, I see lessons that people can learn from it. So that is lesson number one. Tonto Dikeh giving her life to Christ is part of growing older. Tonto Dikeh is a very beautiful woman. I remember in her peak when she was in the movie industry, and almost this lady fine. Jesus, if we talk the woman define, Tonto fine, die. And I see why she kind of derailed herself with the marriage to Churchill, because I see the same thing happen to a lot of sisters, beautiful sisters. The moment they get it wrong with the very man they felt like, he owed me with all the package, everything that I brought, I gave it to you and you messed me up. Some of them never recover from it. It will just kind of like derail them. I see that a lot with many sisters. And it happens to men too. When you see men at their 35 going to 40, they finally settle down for one lady, especially handsome men, 6-pack day, height day, money day. You know, women, they rush them, and then they feel like, oh, I'm better than all of these women. And finally, one lady eventually captured their heart. Now they marry this lady, do anything. But if they themselves, if they have not grown as a man, they can't manage the relationship. So when the marriage goes south, some of those men never ever recover. Some of them will just come to this conclusion that all women are wicked, they are toxic, they are this, they are that. So 40 is that age. So anyone who's listening to this, if you are approaching your 40, start taking inventory. If you are already 40, do your inventory. And if you are 1 year or two above 40, if you notice your life is still going toward the same trajectory, and you don't like that, you don't like how your life is being shaped, you still felt like something is missing, you felt you are inadequate, auntie, it's time to be honest with yourself. There are some hard truths that nobody can tell you but you. So you make changes. So that's it. So that is Tonto right there saying after she hit 40, she has a epiphany. CB, how do you pronounce it?
Epiphany. Uncle, where'd you get T from?
Epiphany. Epiphany. Right?
Oh, Ben, please, I have a special shout out to do. I'll give a special New Year shout out to Cool Mama.
The finest sister in the building.
I still cannot see her comments through my own page, so I had to do that special shout out.
Yeah, Cool Mama, you welcome my sister. All right, let's keep it moving real quick. Let's go. CCB,
can I read comments, please?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped.
Read comment.
And Tinku said the things I've done between 40 and 45 are like accelerated. Like I always feel like I don't have the time for shenanigans or holding back. I realized I held back a lot of things and it was a reset. And then Anthony is here telling us that she has a 5-year-old boy, like I said. And then this is a question I wish Uncle Dayo or Uncle Patrick were here to answer. And this person said, how many times does Christ allow you to give your life to him? That's an interesting comment. I'll start it and maybe we can come back to it.
Let me see if we can take a screenshot of that. If Uncle Patrick or Uncle Dayo is not here, I will just share it in the backstage. Or Abby, you can share in the backstage. Sure. This is an interesting question.
It's an interesting comment, you know. I wish they were here. I wish you guys would start this Sunday.
How many times does Christ allow you to give your life to me? I think as many times as possible.
Same.
I think
God is merciful and always ready to have you back to him anytime you're ready.
Because we will commit a sin one way or the other. For instance, if you give your life to Christ and you are still licking plates.
Oh, Uncle Ben, can you stop?
Uncle Ben now.
And actually, the correct answer is you give your life to Christ once, right? You give your life to Christ once, but you can like change and come back and fall out of your walk and come back again. But you only giving your life to Christ one time. I think that's the correct answer.
For real. Okay, let's take a listen to Tonto more.
I know the covenant I have made with my gut. I know the covenant that God has made with me, and I know that it's permanent. So I got peace from the altar. from this altar, God has restored things for me. Standing before you here is a girl who is a chimney. You know what a chimney is? Constant smoke. It just they do poof, 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 poof. That's what the devil did to me. I smoked since I was 13. I'll tell you this, parents. If you're a smoker or if you do something as a parent that is not right, keep it away from your children. Do not take it near your children, because the devil, as something as little as that habit that you do, the devil can use it to inhabit the lives of your children.
Now, if I can say something about this, seriously, maybe I will bring this topic back when many of our Christian brothers and sisters will be available to handle some of these things Toto is saying. Did you know, I don't see smoking and drinking as a sin. I think it's more or less, and yeah, I think it's all about your health. It's
No,
smoking
Uncle Ben,
is
that's not. You're thinking about it the wrong way. It's not
No.
a sin, but you have to think about the fact that too much of everything is a problem, because there's a whole concept of your body being the temple of the Lord. So at what point are you being careless? You know, I was sharing with a few people backstage, a few real fam, about asking for forgiveness because of the misuse of my talents. It's not because it's outrightly a sin, but even we know the parable of the talents. Sometimes God gives you a gift and then you ruin it with it. God, your body is a gift, your body is the temple. You now want to say you want to be smoking excessively, drinking excessively, you'll be falling down on the road. Do you understand? There's just, I think it's even a very logical thing.
Abby, that's not the one I'm saying. That is excessive. But you smoke, you drink, I don't see it as a sin. It's more or less, it has a lot to do with your well-being, your health. It's just that in Nigeria, we twist the whole concept of Christianity upside down. There are some parts of the world where their weather is extremely cold. Pastors smoke. Some of them drink. They just don't drink to stupor. Even Jesus Christ, our Lord himself, turned water to wine. So that particular one, I think it has more to do with health, and it is more or less a bad habit, but I don't think it has anything to do with you and your faith in God. That's just my take. But Uncle Daya, Uncle Patrick, Sister Sue, I think many of our people who have better knowledge of the Bible, they can break it down. That's just
But
my.
Uncle Ben, if your body is temple of the Lord, you're supposed to look after it. So we are
Yes,
saying the same thing.
Okay,
You're
should
supposed
you
to look
take
after it.
medication? Should you take medication? Should people take medication if they are sick?
Yes, of course. You're supposed to look after it.
What happens if you overdose on the medication?
Why are you overdosing on the medication? Follow what the doctors instructed.
That's the question. Do you believe
No, but
that?
I'm just saying that you're overthinking it. You're forgetting that regardless of whatever it is, we're not perfect. God knows we're not perfect, right? So even overthinking, overdosing, and all of that stuff, you're sick, you go to the hospital. There's an expectation, right? It doesn't mean you're not going to pray alongside. But I'm saying if you're if we're going with your own angle as well, your body is the temple of the Lord. You're meant to look after it.
Exactly.
So
Okay.
you're meant to look after it. So if you know that excessive smoking and drinking is a problem, you're not looking after your body appropriately. And that in itself, in my opinion, is a sin.
All right. I agree if you put it that way. So to the question that the brother or sister asked earlier about how many times does Christ allow you to give your life to him? Sisi said you can as many times as long as you have breath in you, and Kumama agree with that. Then Sister Natu, my own Sister Natu said 77 times 7 daily. Is that not the 77 times 7? Is that not the reference to how many times you should forgive? I think that has to do with forgiveness, not dedicating oneself to Christ too.
I just looked it up and it says, like I said, because I've heard this before in I don't know, I think in a church thing. When you accept Christ into your life, to say I accept Christ into my life, right? You can only do that once, right? You can only do it one time. So once you've done it that one time, that is it. Your salvation, Christ has already given you that salvation, right?
Okay.
You only do that one time. So anytime you fall down, you stop your walk with Christ, you need to recommit your life. You say, oh, you know what? I wasn't doing my walk with God. I wasn't reading. Let me take my faith seriously. You're just rededicating yourself. You're not coming to say
repentance now.
Yeah, you're not coming back to say, oh, Lord, take me again, give me my salvation. Your salvation was never taken away from you. That's what I need people to understand.
Okay.
Once you say that and Christ gives you that salvation, you have that covering already. If you choose not to do the walk and you fall along the way, you can still come back and say, you know what, I want to try again. You get that, and it's just called rededicating yourself, recommitting yourself to your walk. But you don't need to come back to God and say, oh, can you please give me, I want to walk with you again. You've already got that covering. So that's why I say it's only one time. You dedicate your life to Christ one time, but any other time you fall along the way, you just rededicate your life and get back on the horse and you try again. That's all.
Okay, that's what Antioyi is saying. Antioyi, yes, once you give your life to Christ once, and then she also said, but you can rededicate. So I think you are saying this. Zeno said, I think there is a difference between surrender due to salvation and repentance. And then Zeno said, once you give your life to Christ, that's it. However, we are called to work out our salvation. You see, that's why I say I can never be a pastor. I'm a jargon, not from other and some people who don't exchange blue. Zeno said it can be a sin if you make it an idol. Your dependence on it is the issue. Absolutely.
Is that alcohol?
Yeah, I think so. He said you're right when you said she claimed. I think she claimed, but my sister is the same. I cannot talk like that. So City said, smoking is a sin and drinking isn't a sin. But drink not in moderation is a sin. Absolutely. I mean, if I go to the school now, I be there when I just twist my belly for a year. Zeno said, if drinking and smoking becomes your first response to no, then it's a sin. Right. Okay. Now let's move on to another aspect of this Tonto Dikeh.
Uncle Ben, can I ask you a question? Do you think that if you're dependent on something, on anything, do you think that you're making that thing your idol?
I don't think along that line in terms of idol, but it just means that you become addicted to it and you cherish it. It's almost as if you can't function without it. So it's not an idol, but it's a problem because it's disrupting how the person's life should have functioned normally. That's just how I see it. I think anything that has to do with idol is something you pray to in order to have some kind of comfort or get some things done. So, but what do I know? That's why I don't participate in Sunday school. Man, I no go teach what I know. Okay. All right. Let's quickly move on with Tonto Dikeh situation.
You are watching UB Stories. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comment.
All right. Welcome back. I want to play a video here. Take a listen.
Tonto Dikeh's is it confession video, testimony video that she did in the church, that she is no longer a smoker. She has been smoking since the age of 13 years old, and she doesn't masturbate anymore. She has stopped masturbation. The video is actually very long. Now, after watching this video, I'm now thinking, could she be the problem with her ex-husband and all that? Because judging with what she's saying here, I feel like maybe she was the problem, with her ex-husband, Churchill. Thank God for her life now. That means she was actually very, very problematic. Yes, that means she was very, very problematic. And hopefully she will allow her husband to even see her ex-husband, rather, Churchill, to see that son. And since she is, she's not a changed person now, I just hope she will be changed, like truly changed for her now, to allow her husband, ex-husband, Churchill, to see her son, because they have a son together. because we've been hearing different kind of stories and all that, different stories that she didn't allow her ex-husband to see their son, and the court has granted the access for the man to be able to see the son allegedly, but she denied the access. There's so many stories like that. Since our marriage ended with Churchill, I've not seen any kind of drama about this man or scandal about this man on social media whatsoever. It's been peaceful, and I heard about this man is very peaceful and all that. I don't know, but I just hope now that she's a new person, she's a better person now, that she can work things out with her ex-husband, for the sake of that child. And I noticed one thing: ever since Tonto Dikeh left her ex-husband Churchill, she has been unable to keep a man, and I feel like that was her old life. I guess she was going through a lot during her old life. Now she's living a new life now. And I wait though, but then again, what about her friendship with Doris Ogala? Because I've been seeing Doris Ogala now, crying on social media about her husband jilted her, one pastor jilted her or something. Oh, it is well. I just feel that the Dikeh will do better now, the new person now, she's a changed person now, settle things with your ex-husband, for the sake of their child. I wish her all the best to, all things are passed away, all things have become new in her life. Tonto Dikeh. Child, come on. It's plenty.
I really sorry for the girl that will marry this boy. This guy go now be the senior gossip merchant of Nigeria, but he made some sense. I was looking at his comments when people view this video and what they are saying. So here are some of the comments. Let me see if everybody can see it. Okay, so these are some of the comments. It was to move money. Okay, if you know more, I'll read them from here. So somebody said, "Hey, because of viewing, you are talking about this, boss. I think this is not the time to throw some shade. Instead of rejoicing at her being born again, you are talking about the past." Another person say, "Wait till bring her ex matter come." Someone say, "Saying something and end up saying nothing." And then someone say, "What you are doing is not right. She remains human, please." Another one say, "God forbid, why will you bring up her husband matter or whatever she did in the past?" Another one saying, "Why does it look like a throwback of her?" Somebody say, this one is confession video, not testimony video. Now, let us briefly have this conversation, my people. I'm of the opinion that your past is part of your life, whether you like it or not. To people who are observing whatever you do in the past, even though no matter how you change, now some may look beyond your past, but a lot of people may just stuck with it, and sometimes it's hard to separate your past from your present. However, the better way to kind of erase your past, even though you can never erase it, is for you to turn a new leaf and live a better life that when people can now key into to say, yes, truly this person have changed. Because from the comment of Tosin, people are of the opinion that, hey, she said she has become a new person, just let it go. Listen, it not be today people go do some stupid shit, some nonsensical stuff that they shouldn't have done in the first place. And in a place like Nigeria, if you easily want to get away with all kind of bad behavior, all you got to do is go to a church, confess, and say, I give my life to Christ. I am a new person. Trust me, the vast majority of Nigerians, they will look past that's your crazy past. They will just, but here's the thing. For people like myself, who I'm not referencing anybody, I am still evaluating you in the light of your past. If once you just make some detour that it still has semblance of your past, I just be like, okay, Ashe, I've seen what I want to see. So Sisi and Abi, does repentance Tonto Dikeh is saying, I'm not a new person, I'm not evangelist, I'm a pastor. Pastor Jerry Eze or Demi. Now she speaks in tongue every day now with camera on. Shiro bobo, rabba. She did one where she actually, maybe she was on bed. The way she positioned herself, crazy guys. Now waiting there behind her, now they look. But that's by the way. Now, do you think Tonto Dikeh's repentance really embrace all she has done in the past? That's my question, Sisi and Abby. And then Abby, please highlight comment too, so we can review it. But that's my question. Who want to go first? Does her past really stay in the past now that she has said, I'm a new being?
I said smoking because my dad was a smoker.
All right, let's go.
I'm here.
Yeah, they are thinking about it hard. I know the question is hard, right?
It's not hard. I was just waiting for Sisi to go.
Okay, Sisi, over to you, mommy.
Can her past stay in the past? We won't know until she is put in a similar situation, right? I think it's difficult to change. It's not impossible, but it's difficult to change a certain type of behavior you've had, especially when you're a mature person. Okay, if you've lived your life a certain way and done things a certain way for 40 years, it's not after 41, 1 year, you tell me you will change that behavior. It's not possible, right? But if she's conscious and it's something that she really wants to do, now that she's praying, she's asking God to maybe help her change some of those behaviors. Maybe she's doing counseling. She's really putting in the work to try and be a better person. Then absolutely, your past doesn't have to shape your future. But it will be difficult if you're not putting in or getting the support to try and make yourself a better person.
All right. All right. Shout out to my brother, man of prestige. How you doing, Baba? How about you? What do you think, Abby?
Yes, your past is a part of you. I mean, let's even use simple concepts like let's just say politics, for instance, right? Where naturally the politician comes out now and says he's running, or someone comes out to say he's running for office and this is his manifesto. There's a chance that you're going to dig into his past, what he did, who he married, when he did this, when he did that, right? That just goes to show that your past is most likely always going to follow you. People are always going to remember you, right? But at the end of the day, my opinion on this is that if you're making a change and you're moving forward, that should be the list of your problems. But this is how life is. People are always going to remember, Uncle Ben, this saying of sometimes when you say something terrible to someone, you might not even remember. So you might see them 2 weeks later or in a couple months or even a year, and you're smile with them and you're wondering why they're not happy with you, because the person that you hurt with your words or whatever, it sticks. They don't forget. You may move on, but they won't, right? So I feel like it's similar as well, where sometimes you've done really, because I'm not going to lie, Uncle Ben, I have memories of Tonto as a great actress, but I have more memories of her just acting a fool, allegedly. That honestly, and these are the issues as well with human beings, where a lot of times your negative attributes or the negative things that you do tend to override the positive things, which is why we need to be careful as people. But that's kind of why I think that if people turn a new leaf, they should be given the opportunity to, to enjoy that. But your past may haunt you.
Absolutely. All right. Before we read the comments and go to the next aspect of the show, MOP in the building.
Uncle Benio, Cesar, and Abby. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
I was watching.
Happy Sunday.
I was listening to OP, Auntie B, and Brother Bio at Auntie B show today. But the kind of cool way we get here, I can't even type. I just turn the TV on, just the watch and there. And I'm like, this topic get Auntie B. We don't go from story where we want here to real estate analysis. And you guys actually nailed it. That was really good.
I know.
I see you already covered this Tonto Dikeh saga, but for me, we were just examining some aspects of this reconciliation. So the question
I covered it briefly. I get a chance to talk more here. I don't get a chance to talk more on Man of Prestige. So
why?
Just because I have quite a few stories to cover at any point in time, so there's only so much time I can spend on any one story.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yeah.
MOP. Now
Yes,
that
sir.
she said her past is in the past, do you think people can actually separate her past from who she is right now, or what she will do from now henceforth can actually influence how people perceived her?
Oh, yes, of course, of course. We can only, first of all, we don't know that for a fact, but yes, it's possible. There are a couple of things I think about when I like Tonto a lot as an actress. She's one of those actors that I thought was, quite natural. She did over finesse sometimes, but, I just like her, she's cool. But she also has to give us the right to comment on our life. She's a public figure, so we have the right to have opinions, right? The thing is with Tonto is that she seems like somebody who flew from one extreme to the other. On one day, she's going all out, cursing everybody out, smoking weed, smoking everything she can that we get to see, and then suddenly she will flip to the extreme other end and start speaking in tongues. She's done that quite a few times on in the public eye, so that tells me that it's the same person on either side of the extreme. It tells me it's the same person essentially. It's just that I see when I see that I see a personality type. I see an addictive personality of sort. I don't have the exact words to really say what I'm trying to say, but the point is I see that same person. It doesn't matter what side of the polar opposite they're on, right? They just tend to go to the extreme of everything. But the reality is that human beings are extremely forgiving, provided there's new things to talk about with you, right? So if you create new things for people to talk about, people can tell your story, but your legacy is not necessarily what happened in the past. Things happen. Like we've seen people gone, forgotten, and come back. An example of them will be, people come back all the time. Is the point I'm trying to make. This one doesn't really align all the way, but you see, like Olamide, people forget that Olamide first of all blew up. Olamide, the singer, the rapper, he blew up and then disappeared for a few years before he became the Olamide that we all celebrate today.
Yeah.
That can happen, but we also have some of the greatest figure in history of mankind also. We tend to talk about the greatest part of their legacy, not necessarily what atrocities they might have committed or, I'll give you an example, quick example before we move on. Fella that we all celebrate today, right? That everybody has been defending for the past 3 weeks. Nobody want their kids to go into the shrine when we were growing up in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reality. Nobody wanted their kids to be associated. The closest anybody could get to Fela is when your father and your mother were probably playing his record in the house on Friday morning. A zombie or zombie. That's the closest. If they hear that you're going anywhere close that lifestyle, there's a problem. But today, nobody talks about that anymore, right? People talk about the best part of his legacy, that he's some of the greatest persons that came out of Nigeria because he was fighting for the people in the midst of all of that, right? So I think, yes, her past can easily become her past as long as she continues to create new good experiences that people can celebrate. I don't think that is church stuff, though. She needs to kind of figure that out. Because that only lasts for so long, remember? If you do extreme, that only lasts for so long. But if she can find her way back to her gift, from what we can see, we know Tonto to be an actress. All that politics stuff, I don't think that's really who she is, Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, man of press.
You can hear me clearly. I don't know what's going on with my voice, so suddenly I don't know what's going on. Did that sound weird?
No, I can hear
okay.
you.
Okay.
A little bit louder, but it's better.
Okay, louder. Okay, the mic is probably too loud. Okay.
Yeah, but it's better. Way better. All right, thanks, Baba.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
let's do some comment real quick before we move on to the next one. Shout out to my lovely sister Ice in the building. Abby, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, go on, Mama.
Okay.
Mujib says maybe she's broke, so Dikeh needs Churchill back. Forget giving life to Christ. She's broke.
This is
Ben,
weak.
you believe this?
This is wickedness. Oh. Move on. Let's go.
Engagement is saying the Lulu. And she is saying it's self and life reflection, sir. And Sion is saying, I know she may just have picked and is seeking something else. Where do you read this? How many times has she given her life to Christ? We read this already. And Tinkus is saying she has since calmed down, but it's her nature. However, she's wiser and can do better at controlling that energy. Her nature is wild. With the way she spoke and moved, she was definitely problematic. Zeno is saying idol. An idol is something created that people look to for meaning, security, power, or identity instead of God. Sisi is saying, who didn't know Tonto was problematic? Zeno is saying, in Christ, your past is forgotten, but humans don't forget. So you have to embrace the whole story and do better. Hopefully, better memories replace the past for people. Period. And Chingy is saying, absolutely not. It does for God, but the consequences remain. Swells is saying, if she truly repented and gave her life to obeying God, 2 Corinthians 5:17, therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. All things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new. Onoja is saying, I think repentance or rededication in public is good, but the changes is a process growth, not rededicating today and start speaking in tongues and the likes on social media. And Nono is saying, that church thing is BS to me, but yourself as a human.
All right.
No, just saying. Sorry, I think there's a few more.
All right, let's go.
Saying my dad was not even a fan, so the most we got was driving by the music store. Back then, music stores would blast music so loud into the streets. Good old days. And I'm not saying Tonto is a lover girl. All those gragra was a cover up. Me, I said is that if new reconciliation that born again was wash. If no, okay, sorry. I said it's that if no reconciliation, that born again was wash. Good step.
Yeah. All right. Now, I'm sorry to say this. Like I said, I give Tonto her flowers. I salute her courage, but I still struggle to believe that all this Mommy Gio is a strategy. I'm sorry. I still have that feeling it's a strategy. And I'm saying that because I think we have somebody in the building, but I'm saying that because he's not moving like somebody who truly wasn't trying to use Christianity to cover out some shit. Let me show you something here. What you're seeing on my screen right now, that is a Tonto Dikeh TikTok page. She has 1.8 million followers, but that is not what is interesting to me. My interest here is she pinned 3 videos. Of all the 3 videos she pinned, guess who is number 3? I don't know if you can see my screen. Number 3. These are the 3 pin video. Guess who is number 3 there? Anybody? Sisi, you want to
see? Is it Paned? Sorry. Okay, continue.
No. There are 3 pin videos. Who the 3rd pin video? Anybody see it? You know who is number 3 video?
Yes, now we can see now, senior man.
Okay. So, so my thing is, if truly you give your life to Christ, I'm not trying to judge or anything, but I'm a podcaster. I have to just tell you what I feel. If truly you give your life to Christ, one of the person you want to get rid of so fast is that number 3 person you pinned there, especially for somebody who is in Nigeria. You are claiming you've given your life to Christ in Nigeria. The last person you want anybody to even see you associated with is the number 3 person there. And Sissy, do you
Why,
oppose me?
Uncle Ben? Explain to us why.
You
I thought
cannot.
they were not even friends anymore.
You cannot be a Christian and have any association with Bobrisky.
Why?
I'm sorry. You can't. What are you asking me? Why, Abby?
No, Uncle Beno, you have to tell us why now.
Why? Why? Because you cannot be you cannot be. Why?
No, don't tell Uncle Beno. Uncle Beno will tell us. Tell us why, Uncle Beno.
Does Christianity permit Sodom and Gomorrah practice?
Does Christianity permit judgments?
Yes.
First of all, no. What is Sodom and Gomorrah practice?
Uncle Ben, let's not. This conversation is going to be long. Please, let's not.
No. It's not long. I'm pointing some things. You see, this is why I said, if you know how much I tried not to bring myself to discuss Christianity on this platform, you won't understand. Anytime you see me do any Christian reaction show, I just can't help it anymore. I try to stay the heck away. I don't like hypocrisy. It's disgusting to me. I don't like when people claim I'm a Christian and on the other hand, hey, you know this go. Sleeping anybody who is a Christian and tells you, nothing wrong with Bob. Just immediately you said that, I'm distancing myself from you. It means you don't even know what it means to be a Christian. And that's why
no, Uncle Beno, everybody has something that's wrong with them. Can you be specific on this one? This senior man we're looking at, what is wrong with him? What are you saying exactly? Well, if you can...
MOP, anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about now, the person is just pretending. I don't have to open my mouth to say all of that. This is public platform.
So if you don't get it, forget about it.
I know what you're saying, but I just feel like
forget about it. No, if
I
you
know
don't.
what you mean, Uncle Ben. I can't even pretend, but I just feel like it's not.
Okay, Abby, tell us what he means, since you know what he means.
Oh, no, I'm not going to do that, because you too, you know what he means.
I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. The only thing I know is that something is wrong with everybody. So now there's something specific you and Uncle Beno are talking about today, and you need to say it.
I know you say that she doesn't know. That is so unfair. We all know what Uncle Ben is talking about, but my own thing is that you can't say that and in the same breath pass judgment, like equal amounts of sin.
Okay, Abby, let me help you. Passing judgment on what exactly?
On Bobrisky's sexuality and what he stands for.
Oh, his sexuality and what he stands for, his lifestyle.
Yeah, obviously, yes. That's what
No, that wasn't obvious to me. I just
it was obvious, everybody, man of prestige. Don't stress me, sir.
Okay, but he's just a human being. Why can't she be friends with him? What's wrong with that?
That's why I'm saying that I get what Uncle Ben is saying generally based off of like Christians and all. But I just always need us to remember as Christians that we can't just continue to be judgmental. We tend to be judgmental, forgetting that in itself is even a sin.
All right.
That in itself is a sin.
Yeah, I think we have someone in the studio. The person dropped.
Sorry,
please.
but maybe
it turns out Uncle Ben. Sorry,
hold on, CC is saying something, and somebody just joined me.
Quickly, so turns out that the TikTok you're looking at apparently is even fake. Like Tonto Dikeh had this whole video of her saying that it's fake. Just saying, it's not her TikTok account.
I was gonna say because Tonto Dikeh and Bobrisky fell out a long time ago. They don't even speak.
Yeah, it's not a TikTok account, so this is not even relevant. But I get the point of the conversation.
All right.
But at the same time, even if she was still gonna befriend or I don't know, still following Bobrisky or whatever, but I thought part of at least being a Christian is you also need to win souls, right? So who better to keep around you? It's not like you're going around, you're making friends, but maybe through this new epiphany, this new change, this new walk that she's on, she wants to influence him or her to change their way of life. That's also a part of being a Christian too. The fact that if all the Christians just stay together, then who are you influencing and who are you bringing to Christ?
People who think just like them. That's what they want to bring to Christ.
No, but you can't bring them to Christ. You're already with Christ.
I know.
If we're all already, me, you, and Abby, we're already born again. We're going to the same church. We're praying the same. Who are we going to bring into the circle? If it's not somebody that's an outsider, it would have to be somebody like Uncle Ben, right? that hasn't given his life to Christ, maybe he's still out, he's still doing things that are of the world. If the three of us are only having our Christian meetings together, we're not influencing each other, really. You're not really bringing anybody new into the fold. As a Christian, that's what you should be doing. You should win souls for God, for Christ as well. You're not just keeping it within your circle and saying, oh, well, we're the Christians, we're standing in this corner, we're going to look down on everybody else. What you're doing is wrong. So maybe even though we're saying this is a fake account, but I'm still saying that as a Christian, part of your Christian walk should also be influencing those that you feel need Christ in their life. And you cannot do that if you're segregated and you're in one corner, you don't have any association with these people. It doesn't make sense, because the same Christ that you're trying to emulate, Christ was out there touching lepers, being with prostitutes, walking with these people on his daily. He was not sat with his Christian friends and just looking down on other people saying, oh, well, they're not Christians, those people are like, no, he was in there with them so that they can see the Christ in him and change their ways and follow him. So I don't really see it's not like you're supporting the person's lifestyle, but maybe the proximity to you and maybe them seeing that you've changed, the way that you used to behave, this new person that you are, it will influence this person to start looking at their life differently and make the change as well. So I don't really see anything wrong with it. It's not like she would be going to the club with him, dancing with him. She could be just saying, listen, you know what? I used to think like this type of lifestyle that you're living, do you know what? Not in a judgmental way, but look, there's better for you. God wants more for you. Maybe follow me to church. Let me send you some Bible, whatever it is. But you're not going to do that if you have no proximity with these people that you think are not Christian enough or whatever. That's just my take.
I agree with Cece, but Uncle Beno said nope. Once you have the appearance of senior man, it's a wrap. We're not taking you to heaven. Uncle Beno, you're back?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. Yeah, but you said nope, you don't agree with Cece, right?
No, I'm not disagreeing with Cece. I'm just, everybody have their opinion. In my opinion, you can't be a Christian and you are a friend to a gigi or a man that is sleeping with another man, and you say you are a Christian. You have to show me your Bible where that is acceptable.
But then, Uncle Ben, can I say something? As if we're saying that God accepts all of us, right? Are you saying that God does not accept ageges?
God does not. The Bible, the Christian that I was taught that
I'm saying, does God
accept agege or not?
As in, is that even though that person is still sinning, is that person still a child of God?
He's not a child of God.
Really? then you're reading your Bible wrong, Uncle Ben.
What makes the person? No,
the child is still like a child. It's still like your child. Your child can do something to offend you. Us parents, right? Our child can tomorrow murder somebody. That child, you're not gonna stop loving that child. That child will not stop being your child. That's what you need to understand. You can hate the sin. You don't hate the child. Those are two different things. And that's the same way. No, Uncle Ben, sorry. And that is the same way that God loves all of us. We are all made in his image. If we say that we are made in God's image, then I'm sorry. Ageges are made in his image, right? If we say that God created everything and things that are happening now, he knew that there will be these people that are ageges or whatever, right? It does not mean that he hates them, but he hates the sin that is in them. Those are two different things.
Cece, to me,
those are two different things.
I will answer you, but let me allow this person in the studio to
go
speak.
On.
Come back. I see Ben Buse. Hello, how are you doing? Can you hear me? Please unmute. Ben Buse. Can you hear me? You are muted. Hello. Hello. This person is muted though. Anyway, Ben Buse, if you are back in the studio, just say something so I know you are here, and then I can bring you on. All right. Okay, Cece, we don't have to like go back and forth with this, but me, I'm just saying, for those who might feel like, okay, why are you saying this? Listen, If Tonto Dikeh has not been out there preaching, go to her pages. You will see her preaching, speaking in tongues. Haven't you seen it? If she has not been preaching, saying, I have my own ministry, God has ordained me, I won't have problem with her. If she had just said, oh, I want to testify, I rededicate my life to Christ, all the old things I used to do, I don't do them no more. Excellent. But I can't stand how we call ourselves Christian, we see somebody who's claiming to be a preacher, who's probably expecting crowds of people to come and listen to them. And they are doing things that are not right. And we are saying, no, let them be me. Oh, I'm not part of that Christianity. Oh. That's my point. So that's why I said, if truly what she got going on is the fact that she's rededicating her life, she's turning a new leaf, then I wouldn't see her using a big platform like Pastor Jerry is a platform to come back. I wouldn't see it as a problem. But if she's still moving the way she's moving in the past, all of this is a strategy. That's just my take. Bill, I see you are back. Can you hear me now? Then Bill.
Yes, I'm here. How are you, everybody?
Is that Bill from New York?
Bill's from New York. Yes, that's me.
Cool.
How's everybody?
You change your name. When I see Ben Bills, it's like you are just trying to pull my leg. You added Ben to your name.
No, that's my name. That's Ben. That's my name. That's my name.
Brother.
CC,
welcome,
happy
Ben.
belated birthday. How you doing, man of
thank you so
prestige?
much.
Welcome, Ben.
Happy
How are
belated
you,
birthday.
sir?
I'm okay.
All right.
CC, I'm so sorry I couldn't attend your birthday. Sorry about that, okay?
Wait, there was a party somewhere? What happened? What did I miss?
No. I think they did an online party, you know?
Oh, Sisi, happy birthday. I missed that too.
Thank you.
Happy belated, yeah, you know? So that's how it is. But in reference to this Tonto Dikeh, I'm so happy for her, you know, in general, you know? And since she can reconcile with him, it can show people there that people can come back together, you know? I know it took 10 years, but eventually she came back to her man, you know, and which is a positive thing, you know, because we all like man of prestige, you, Uncle Ben, everybody, you always promote good relationships, positive relationships. So I think that's a plus. You know what I mean? Mm. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Now, I'm glad you are in the studio. We're gonna continue the conversation. I wanna turn things up. Let me turn it up a little bit. It's about to get hot here now. So the title of today's show is Game of Thrones, Tonto Dikeh and Churchill, and Game of Thrones reconciliation. So let me walk you guys through why it is a Game of Thrones.
You are watching UB Stories. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comment.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Let me quickly walk you through why I think this is all a Game of Thrones. I can see a lot of Nigerians, they are happy for Tonto Dikeh. They've been praising her. Tonto. Yeah, I'm happy for you. She did it. And I'm like, well, Nigeria will always be Nigeria. I'm also happy for her. I give God the glory that she said, okay, I'm settling all this battle with my ex. But the truth of the matter is this. And please don't come for me. When I know say I will talk my mind. The truth of the matter is this. I am not happy for Tonto. I'm not happy for Churchill because it all appears like they are playing a game. The only person I'm sincerely happy for in all of this is Tonto's son. The fact that the boy can easily talk to his dad now. And the dad can now easily hang around the boy. That boy is he not 10 years old now? I think that boy is 9 or 10 years old now. So for me, the only winner in all of this is the boy. As far as I can tell, Tonto, Churchill, and Mary Mura, what do they call that Churchill wife? Rosie Mura or something. The three of them are playing a very, very dangerous game right now. It's just my feeling. This video will be here, and hopefully later in future we can come back to it. So when I examined the whole situation, because this morning, even though while I was under the duvet say I no go out, I still sent instruction to my ladies. So I called Bflex, Tosin, and Simbi, and I'm like, what do you ladies think is going on with the total situation? Trust my ladies. And they were like, boss is really okay, he's good, at least she has done a little leave, we're happy. And I'm like, you guys don't suspect anything. Then as soon as I said that, I see my girls, they started kind of like looking deeply into it. And I remember yesterday, Tosin shared something in our operation group. It was the post from Rosimua. Abi, how did they call that Churchill? Why is it Rosimua or Rosimula? Abi,
I have no idea, Uncle Ben. I think it's Mue. I don't know Mue.
Bikini. That name sounds like a German name of something, but anyway,
Mura.
Don't come for me. Say I know pronounce that well. Mura, right? I'll just call her Rose. Make I call her the way MOP they call sister.
Wala. Uncle Ben, no, kill shit.
I they try to do my monologue. Anytime I won't call the guy name, I just had the user strength they call her. I'll call her Rose. So basically, 2 days ago, I remember Tosin shared what Rose posted, and not up to 1 hour that Tonto posted this information, this news that she has reconciled with her partner. Within 1 hour, Rose now posts a couple of pictures of herself and say Queens of Queens. So this morning when I asked my lady, and my ladies were like, they don't really say anything wrong. Then I'm like, so you don't think nothing is wrong? Out of the blues, Tonto Dikeh is now very super nice, cool and chill with Churchill. And in her write-up, in all of this, she do not acknowledge Rose. Even if it is a one-liner to say, I also want to appreciate my ex-husband wife for her understanding and maturity. I give God nothing, no reference. Remember, Rose and Toto, at one time, they almost got into it. Anybody remember? If you are following this case. One time.
They spent a lot of time going at each other.
Thank God. Thank God. You see, my brain still they work. I think say when you pass 40, you go to lose some brain cells. Thank God.
Sorry, did you say that him and the ex-wife, they're separated now? I mean, the wife that he left Tonto for or whatever.
No. They are not separated. They are still together.
Okay. Okay.
The wife, Rose and Churchill, they are still together. But the way Tonto is moving about this and how within 1 hour of Tonto making the announcement that they are reconciling, Rose shared a picture of herself, many pictures, and said, hey, I'm still the Queens of Queens. So,
okay. And what does that mean exactly, Rose?
No, that means a lot. Because I think, because there was a time Rose and Tonto, they were at it. As Tonto was dragging Churchill, one time, Churchill was using Rose to show, say, look, I find it better. Then that triggered Tonto. Then Tonto went after Rose. Then Rose came after Tonto. Now, this reconciliation, I read everything she shared. There was nowhere she acknowledged the current wife. And the lesson I want to bring out of that is that...
But why should she?
Yes, she should.
But why should she?
The
woman who was sleeping with her husband at the time, that was confirmed, because not long after, she got with him after saying, oh, he's my big brother. He's my big brother. So you sleep with your brother?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to address the woman. They're not friends. Her only reconciliation, if she wants to reconcile, is with the father of her child, so that they can have an amicable and a sensible co-parent relationship. Who he's married to that's not really her business or concern at this moment. I'm sorry, they're not on good terms. That woman was sleeping with her husband when she was still married to him. There's nothing that they need to say together. He wants to have a relationship with his child, and she wants to facilitate that. It has nothing to do with his wife. I'm sorry. What's she looking for? And for her to even come out with that very petty, oh, I'm Queen of Queens. Who's fighting you, Queen of Queens? You still want to name your son the same name that Tonto named her son. The woman has got problems. She doesn't need to have any relationship with her.
Okay. Now you don't see the problem, Sissy.
There's no problem. To me, there's no problem. Because if he wants a relationship with his child, he can have his relationship with his son. It doesn't have to involve his wife.
Sissy.
For what reason?
Well, but you still not getting my point. And thank God, Auntie Yinka, Man of Prestige, they are still here with Abby. They will chime in now. How do you say you've given your life to Christ? You are a new being. You now have your own ministry, and you are praying and kabashing every day. And then suddenly you realize that people have, after the video I started with, this video, after this video that I started with, made it to social media. Even when we had our conversation here, one of the things we emphasize is that there is no way she gonna be genuine with this her newfound love for God if she
Uncle
does not.
Ben, it doesn't mean that just because somebody said they gave their life to Christ, that everybody under the sun that offended them, you just forgive them just like that. I'm sorry, it's a work in progress.
No,
she's already taken the step in forgiving and trying to let bygones be bygones to build a relationship with her ex-husband. Let her focus on that first. Let her work on that forgiveness first, right? Before she now starts adding more people to the forgiveness line. She's not ready. Maybe she doesn't want to yet, and it's absolutely fine. Somebody who's offended you has done a lot of things, who's broken your, maybe in her eyes, broken your marriage, made your son be without his father today. You accept, because I've come to Christ, I should welcome you with the fact that I want to forgive you does not mean we need to have a relationship. Maybe she's forgiven her in her heart, because clearly she doesn't need to come out and say, I forgive Rosie, and do what? Jump on stage and give her a hug. They don't have any relationship, but it may just be a peace within herself. Like, you know what? This woman, I'm not even entertaining her. I'm not even beefing her. I'm not going to go backwards and forwards. That is the forgiveness enough. There are a lot of people in my life who have offended me. I have forgiven them. Do I want to be around them? Will I speak to them? Will I be in their close proximity? Absolutely not. That does not mean that I've not forgiven them. It just means that I'm choosing to distance myself from people that don't mean me well or don't have my best interests at heart. I've forgiven you. We don't have a problem, but you don't get the right to be in my circle and in my presence.
Okay.
That's all.
Sissy, I got your point. Before I move on, I will just allow Sister Yinka to chime in because she's in the studio. Okay.
Forgiveness is doing kumbaya with people that we don't. I don't get it.
Sister Yinka, we are getting echo from you, Mao.
You are?
Okay, now it's... I can hear you.
You need your earphones, Sister Yinka.
No, I don't have my headphones. I'm not using that.
Is it not Man of Prestige?
No, I'm muted.
The echo is coming from Yinka, but what I would do, I would just allow her speak. Nobody should talk, so the echo will be out. Okay, Sister Yinka, over to you.
Better now. I think I had YouTube on in the background or something. I just closed down the screen, so maybe it's better. I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. But the still really bad.
I don't know why.
Just go ahead.
Okay, yes. So I just wanted to say that I completely agree 100% with Sissy. Like, regardless, remember that when she gave her testimony, what actually caused that testimony to happen was her child. Was the prayer of a child per her testimony. So, of course, the only reason why she has forgiven her husband and has reconciled is, let's be honest, because of the child, the prayer of a child. But that doesn't have anything to do with the ex, because, that doesn't have anything to do with the other woman, because that was not the prayer point.
She may have forgiven her. I want to believe that, if she's really doing this walk like she should, I pray that God will give her the grace to actually forgive Rosie too. But that does not mean that they have to have any kind of communication. They don't even ever have to speak. And that's the truth. As long as, there's a way that she can address her ex, in regards to their child, if they have shared custody or whatever, she never wants to have a word with her. She does not have to. And that does not make her less of someone who's reconciled or who has forgiven. Because they're just some people, you've forgiven them because unforgiveness takes a lot of space in your heart to not forgive. But you don't even have to speak to that person and you still have the peace that surpasses all understanding. And that's just it. So yes, I do agree with Cece that, though she said, she says she's reconciled, I pray that everything works out for her. And I'm really, really happy for that child, because in all of this, I really don't care about, their relationship with, Tonto and her ex. Nah, it's okay. People have issues. But that child not having his dad in his life all these years and that happening now, that's the good news in all of this. And I pray that it sticks. Yeah.
Auntie Yinka,
I agree.
I have big issue now, serious issue. Women have started doing the same thing they are doing. How can you reconcile with your ex and then the wife that is with the ex, the place where your son will still go and spend time, you say you are still mad at the woman. You can't reconcile with her. And you are claiming.
Uncle Ben, I didn't say that she was mad now. I just told you that she's forgiven. She may have, I want to believe that she's forgiven her truly. But that does not mean that she has to speak to her or actually give her some kind of talk where she's actually apologizing to her online. Does she have to apologize to her online for you to have the peace that she's forgiven her? No. If she says she's forgiven her in her heart, I hope that she does, because unforgiveness is another part that she will have to deal with. But if she says that if she has forgiven her, she does not have to speak to her. If she doesn't want to have any interaction with her ever, she should not be held accountable. She should not be held to say, okay, you now become a bad person because you're not speaking to this person, or as long as they're not disrespectful to one another. You respect me, I respect you, but please, when we see each other, just go your way, let me go my way. It doesn't mean because she's with her ex that she automatically gets the grace as well, where they're having the communication. They may eventually speak, but right now may not just be the time.
Abby. Gen Z, I need to hear you, I beg. Abby. Maybe Abby will agree with me. Abby.
Uncle Ben, you need to stop calling me Gen Z. You're demarketing me.
Okay, Gen Millennia.
Don't say Abby. Don't have to add my generation to it, do you?
I have to, because your generation give me perspective. Abby, the question is this. How can a woman reconcile with her ex and she had issue with both her ex and the current wife of the ex? She now exonerated her ex, but still kind of in battle with the current wife of the ex, because Rose posted, Rose is still claiming I am the queen of queens. And Tonto is claiming to be a mommy Gio now. If she wasn't a mommy Gio, if she's not leading a ministry, if she's not taking all this prayer thing online, I wouldn't have problem with her. But she's claiming to be a pastor, and you can't reconcile with somebody who married your husband. Even if she snatched the man from you, you are the one that careless in the first place.
Hey!
Wow. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming now? Why are you screaming?
Unmuted at the same time. The way they are muted at the same time. Okay, so Uncle Ben, let me tell you something, right? I feel like you're reaching saying that she has a problem with the woman. The woman could just be a non-issue to her, as in, I don't see you, I don't hear you, I don't care about you. Also, you have to remember motive here, right? I think the motive from everything that she has said is reuniting her son. She kept talking about that, right? When she spoke about it, that she's very happy for her son to finally be, close to his dad, blah, 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 blah. You're assuming that, and it's baby steps, Uncle Ben. First of all, she has a lot to be upset about. Rosie should also be apologizing to her. She's the one that was sleeping with her husband while they were married. She's the one that imagine doing that and not even being meek. On top of that, you now feel the need to be shading me. I mean, first of all, you're a little girl to me. When I was Tonto Dikeh, who were you? Nobody knows you. Nobody knows you. Okay, Ben. So no, I do not agree with you. You little girl that thinks you come on social media to shade me. I do not know you. And you're beneath me. So actually, Rose is the one that needs to actually offer Tonto an apology.
How?
Period. Because she's the one that was sleeping with her husband.
No. Abby, we're not gonna do that.
Yes,
The husband.
But you're making it seem like she doesn't have to do anything. The woman could just be a non-issue. She doesn't care about her. The motive here, Uncle Ben, though is that her son is reunited with the father. That's what matters. You're making it seem like she's trying to now start going to their house to eat rice or go there to visit them or something. No, I think here what she's celebrating, or the whole point of all of this, is a good co-parenting relationship. That's the whole point. The wife now, it is now Churchill's job to try and bring them together as the next step to make co-parenting even easier, not Tonto's place. It's not in Tonto's place, Uncle Ben, especially how everything has happened. It's not in Tonto's place.
Abby, first, let me just do one quick pushback before Zeno step into this conversation, and then MOP will come in. One quick pushback. When you said Rose is the one sleeping with her husband, I disagree with that. Her husband is the one sleeping with Rose. Her husband is the one who is married to her.
I'm telling you, her camera is on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So her husband is the one sleeping with Rose. It's not Rose sleeping with her husband.
Uncle Ben, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Abby, sorry. Abby,
we're
I'm
not
so
doing
sorry.
this, except you want to say that it is
Abby,
not.
I'm so sorry. Can I say something? Just this part. You say it's the man that's sleeping with Rose, right?
Yes.
Uncle Ben, were you not the one that said single girls and side chicks outside are going to sleep with married men when they know that they are married? That is the women that should go to jail. Why are you not changing your mouth now?
No, just me trying to look for trouble. The person who should be held accountable is the husband. The point I'm just trying to make is this. Why is it that it's so easy for women to forgive their ex who cheated on them, but they can't forgive the woman he cheated with? Why?
Because as a woman, you should know better.
It's not even that. You see, Uncle Ben,
as a woman, you should know better. I'm sorry.
I don't even think so. I think that there's a motive here. The child is more important than all of these things, Uncle Ben.
Exactly.
Listen, also, Uncle Ben,
like
I don't like when people are disingenuous about connections, right?
Exactly.
If I love somebody, I love a man, right? I don't know this girl. To me, you're my enemy for coming to break what I have. I love a man, so there's a higher chance of me having a soft spot to forgive him. Why would I forgive somebody I don't know? I don't know you. I don't care about you. Why are we trying to be so self-righteous in that regard? Why don't you forgive the woman? Do I know the woman before? Do I know her before? Why would I forgive her?
But the woman now
I've dealt with before, the man I've once loved, the man I might have a soft spot for. What's my business with the little woman that's came past my husband?
And Uncle Ben, do you know the way that it works? It's even if, for example, if I'm in the situation, thank God I'm not. I have a good co-parenting relationship with my ex, right? But right now, my ex is not in a relationship. However, I'm in a relationship, right? So at some point, my son will be around my partner, but we have an understanding. He knows I'm not a mad person. He knows the person that I'll bring in my life he will not even have the opportunity to harm our son, right? That understanding is for both of us. You cannot introduce our child to anybody you're dating on a flimsy level. If it becomes a marriage, okay, maybe there's an exception, right? There'll have to be a relationship. However,
why would you be determining that? Why would you be telling the man who to introduce his son to?
Excuse me, I'm not telling him. It's an understanding that we both have. Even with me, I'm not dating a man that maybe I'm sleeping with. I'm introducing him to my child. Hello, it's this. We have the same understanding for each other. I'm saying, if I now had a mad ex that went and slept with my best friend, and my best friend is now his wife, and I've now come and I've had an epiphany, and I say, you know what? Let bygones be bygones. Have a relationship with your son. That does not mean that me and your wife were going to be cool. We will, but me and you, we're going to have an understanding that I will allow my son to be around your wife. Should there be one single hair out of place on my son's head, me and you, we're gonna have a problem.
Then you are
so
not.
When my son is with you in your house with your wife, you need to make sure that my son is left how he came to your house and is returned the same way. Or me and you are going to have a problem because I don't like your wife does not like me. But this is who you're married to, right? But we're going to have that understanding. And if you return my son with one piece of hair off his head, me and your wife are going to have a problem if you don't sort it. So I feel like so we don't have these kind of problems, you deal with your son in a neutral place. Your wife doesn't have to be involved, right? It's not everybody that can be mature like that. Your wife does not need to be involved for now, whilst we're still trying to get ourselves back on track. There's no reason for his wife to be involved at this moment. They're still only getting back together to try and see what this can even be, if it can even be anything.
Okay,
and it's
no, I
now. Responsibility to get them together, if anything. It's his responsibility, not hers.
Exactly.
Zeno is in the building. Zeno, if you are coming to fight me, may you kukuma they go to bed now. Are you coming to fight me or you are coming to come and support my point, my dear?
Solidarity for the girls. I'm sorry.
The floor is yours.
I just came to ask a question. I always have questions. But anyway, you were the one complaining just now that her repentance was too drastic. It went from one end to another. You don't believe her. So if she comes out and tells you that she has forgiven the woman on top, will you not still come back and say it's fake, that the woman that slept with your husband and lied to you, you forgave her, that one is fake as well?
No, I will respect her more.
Oh, Uncle Ben.
Yeah, seriously, I will respect
Uncle
her more.
This Sunday.
I'm being honest. It's because she did not acknowledge the wife in any part of everything she shared. That's why I just feel like this is a game of thrones.
What?
Thank you. As what? What relationship does she have with the wife?
Somebody that
Maybe I'm
just
confused.
Someone that wants to be her so bad.
It doesn't matter. That was in the past.
Any woman that sleeps with your husband and stays with him after wants to be you so bad.
Her spiritual maturity has not reached that level. Maybe it will be the next. She'll be on the next page of for people she needs to forgive.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Their priorities.
Allow
when
people
you give
to
your life
baby
to Christ, you have priorities. Maybe she's not matured enough to deal with that just yet. Maybe it hurts her a lot more than we're taking on. When she gets to that stage, she'll forgive her.
If she's not ready to do that, then why is she rushing to announce that she and Churchill has
because
reconciled?
her son is her priority. Her son has gotten his father back.
Okay.
Mind you, remember that Rosie was even her junior colleague. The audacity of that, no, the forgiveness is long.
And even when she was complaining about the relationship, she was complaining to Rosie. And Rosie was telling her, don't worry, it's okay.
She needs to hold that grudge forever.
We all be MOP.
Remember that Rosie was her little assistant. I just remember the circumstance. Uncle Ben, she cannot forgive her. I refuse. It's not
okay. No. I don't hear. MOP.
Baba. Yes, sir.
Natu is here. May we give Sister Natu chance because of my voice. Then you go come. Before you talk MOP, you go help me play Obiri. I need to hear them.
I don't laugh. I don't really have Yakata here since, but go ahead.
Sister Natu, over to you, my lovely sister.
You the first people enter studio when they're not ready.
What have you done now, Sister Natu? What have I done, man?
You like to find trouble. All right. Timnan, say hi to everyone. Say hi, uncles and aunties.
Hi, baby. Hi, boy.
Hi, mini Natus.
Hi, boys. Let me tell you, they are growing so fast and it's scary. The other one today, I put him to bed and he changed his position like 4 times.
Welcome.
I got in my feelings. I'm like, I was not ready for this.
Uncle Beno, check your DM on Instagram real quick. Go ahead, Natu.
Okay, so Uncle B, I don't know why you are insisting why she has to apologize to the wife or she needs to forgive the wife.
Because
Uncle Ben, don't forget. But if she has forgiven that the person, she doesn't have to come online to tell us. The person that she has business with is Churchill. What business does she have with the woman? That woman went ahead, first of all, was keeping her husband under her nose. She gave her son, Tonto's son's name, the same thing. You be the same thing. What kind of level of witchcraft is that? That's like the highest level of witchcraft. So if I go ahead and forgive you, I don't have to come online and say, okay, I've forgiven you, Rosie, or whatever. If I have, my son is going to go to that house and be under her roof anyway. So if I don't forgive her, how can my child go there and be free? She had to forgive her for her son to be able to have a relationship with his father. Let's just be honest with that. So the fact that I will acknowledge that one line for what? Uncle Ben, I will send you something I saw online today. Somebody came to harass somebody online because she was sleeping with the person's husband, and now she's saying that the woman that, oh, you're supposed to apologize to me because of how you bullied me online. You know what the woman did to her? She said, let's just say the lady's name is Mary. She said, Mary, I forgive you for sleeping with your boss. That's the woman's husband, no? For lying that your boss. No, I'm serious. So that's what happened in Tonto's case. Uncle Ben, if you go to the Bible, you are trying to castigate Tonto. Go back to the Bible. If you want to be Christian, gone. Let's go back to the story of Saul. How God arrested him and his name became Paul. What was his job? What was he doing? Wasn't he persecuting Christians? Once God arrested him, what happened to him? He changed his name to Paul. So it's a gradual process. You have to give Tonto that grace. Uncle Ben, it took her a lot to be able to get to this stage, to be able to talk about it. We have to give her her flowers, honestly speaking. I feel like her coming out online to say all of these things is her holding herself accountable so that she'll be able to like keep herself in check. Do you understand what I'm saying? If she didn't say it to anybody, she can derail easily and be like, well, nobody even knew that I'm born again or I'm doing this or I'm forgiving Churchill. So if I decide not to talk to him, if I decide not to keep up to what I was doing, nobody knows. But I feel like her coming online to say all of these things is to keep herself accountable too. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because she knows that if you derail tomorrow, people will come and say, after you came online and said this, that, now you're doing this. So I feel like it's a way of putting herself in check by herself. So we have to give her credit. Honestly speaking, I have to give her flowers. But you, I think, coming for her saying that you feel like it's a strategy, Uncle Ben, please leave women that are above 40 alone, please. Even if it's strategy, stop coming online to cast us. Okay, we agree strategy, leave us alone. What is it? What is it? We can't breathe. We cannot drink water and drum cup again. You be calm down, please.
Not to, because when women hit 40, now that time they go begin use snake wisdom. They do
leave us. We'll use snake wisdom, snail wisdom, crocodile wisdom, all of it we'll use it. Just leave us alone.
It's not true. It's not true. Before I let you go, make I ask you one thing. Now you need to tell me the truth. Do you agree with me that Tonto mission is to come back and break that marriage and take her husband back?
Why? What will she achieve from it?
Show me with bet.
What will she achieve from it? No, with Uncle Ben, let me tell you something that you need to understand also women with, especially people that we've gotten married to or have a relationship with and we're broken with and we'll let them go. You see, those kind of, when a lady is progressing and becoming a posh babe, she used to go to like Bend Down Select and get clothes before she moved to boutique and be getting new clothes. We have moved from Bend Down Select. If somebody have carried the Bend Down Select, that we're past that level. So if we are bringing you down, we're not going to achieve anything. The essence of education is for her son. Uncle Ben, she breaks the marriage for what will she achieve? That means that if she breaks that marriage, the whole Christianity thing that she's doing is fake. You have to understand that.
Sister Natsu, would you agree with me that Tonto being in her 40s now, she find herself to sleep every day, knowing fully well that
no, she doesn't cry herself to sleep.
She is.
No, she doesn't.
Ben, why
she does not.
Why are you so problematic like this?
No, let me tell you why she does not cry herself to sleep. Sissy spoke to you. Sissy spoke. I've been listening to this show from the beginning. Don't think because I've been busy with the voice. Sissy says something. Sometimes you give yourself a reality check. You don't have to sit down and cry about it. It's just like, okay, where am I heading with my life? All the trouble that I've made so far till now, what have I achieved? Okay, God, I need you because I want to work with God now. I don't want to, all the things I tried to do by myself, I didn't make any achievement. So now I want to do it with God. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, Uncle Ben. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. And she must not be doing that because she wants to have a man in her life. People have different purposes in life. It's not every woman supposed to get married. It's not every woman supposed to have a child. Know that and know peace.
I disagree.
So some women have calling. Tabitha in the Bible had a calling. Tabitha in the Bible was never married. You think that if Tabitha in the Bible was married, she would have been able to achieve the things that she has achieved? No. There are lots of the women in the Bible that were not married that have achieved a lot. Ah, you know that. Probably God is calling her for something, or she wants to give her life a purpose, a meaning out of what she has been known before. There's nothing wrong with that. She doesn't need to cry herself to sleep. You think it's everybody that wants the man to Uncle Ben, so women don't want to be answerable to anybody. Let me just tell you that.
Natu, sure you know, for a young girl like Rose, snatch a lady, a high class, a high society woman like Tonto at that time where Rose snatched her husband, you know that was a very big slap on her face. Like with all your beauty, all your success, all the mouth where you they make one fresh.
It's a big slap, but Tonto don't advance to boxing ring now. So that one was a slap. You don't pass. You know they understand. Okay. There are some things that we just occupy. There are some things that you just gotta let go, and you have to make peace with yourself with it. But you are trying to force us to agree with you. We will not agree with you this night. Except you want to go and shovel ice outside this night. We will not agree with you.
I know they come up from my house until this ice come out anyway. But thank you.
So you see, so we're not agreeing with you. No, Tonto is fine. Uncle Ben, leave Tonto alone.
Sister, now to make MOP help me talk to you, my sister. I'm gonna understand where
MOP will not be on your side, though. Don't deceive yourself. No, it doesn't shock you.
Uncle Beno, you guess no?
We guys, even worse past no.
It was so that sound worse. All right. You know, Uncle Beno, if you can help me narrow it down to a yes or no question. A lot has been said, you know. But if you can help me narrow it down to yes or no, and then I can explain my answer.
Remember, you are a man of God, though.
Okay, if you say so.
I just remind you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, now give me the question. What's the question that we're trying to get answered here?
MOP, first off, what we're dragging right now that my sisters are disagreeing with is I'm of the opinion that if Tonto just give her life to Christ and just say, you know what, I forgive everybody who have wronged me in the past. Moving on, I want to reconcile with my ex-husband so that my son and her father can bond. I wouldn't have problem with her not acknowledging Rose. But because she's a woman who is now on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook preaching to fellow women, and she want to show herself as a positive example, that is why she took to social media to announce that she has reconciled with her husband in the first place. So I'm struggling, trying to understand why you are preaching the gospel, you can forgive your ex that slept with another woman, you can forgive him, make it public. But in your statement, you cannot even drop one line to say, I also appreciate my ex-husband wife for being understanding, and I want everybody to know we are all okay. That's my take. And the sister that say, she's supposed to forgive the husband, but she shouldn't forgive the wife. I'm struggling with that. That's it, MOP.
Okay, first of all, I don't think I honestly feel like, I don't know, just from what we're seeing, I always like to put a disclaimer. I don't think Tonto ever respected this guy. Ever. I said never, ever. In fact, there was a time that Tonto actually had to lie that this guy is Obasanjo's son when they were getting together.
Imagine.
You know, the beginning of their marriage and the relationship was, let's not forget that it was really nasty. As soon as they couldn't keep it together anymore, Tonto went bonkers on this guy. Completely, like crazy, like wild, like in the public eye everywhere, you know, and dragged. In fact, it's all because of that she named herself King Tonto. So let's not forget that I sent another one to your box that we can review after this commentary, right? So let's not forget that Tonto is still the same person. It doesn't mean she can change. That's not what I'm saying here. She can change, but that change requires a lot of work, and it requires a lot of reflection. It requires a lot of recalibration of how she operates. You know, Tonto is very extreme in the way she handles things. If you look at even this video we're looking at right here, it wasn't too long after this video that everything scattered. Let's be very clear. And you can almost tell that this guy is just there. Like he's just there. Tonto was big at this time. Tonto Dikeh was Tonto Dikeh at this time when this happened. But she was painting a certain picture that she had always painted in her head. She orchestrated the whole thing. It's not like they were never really together, but it's almost like they were never really together. So if she's saying, I'm saying all that to say, if she's saying today we're reconciling, I think we should first of all thank God. I think that's as far as it's going to get. Okay, and especially if it's true that young lady, what's her name again, Rose Moa or something like that, right? If she was entangled up with this guy while they were still kind of like going back and forth,
yes.
Yes,
where you want call Rose, they call her Queen Rose.
Queen of Queens, Rose.
Women who don't appreciate their husband, they should always know that there is one pretty girl somewhere. Well, I don't want trouble. Go on, Emma.
So I really strongly feel like that. If she's saying we want to reconcile because of our child right now, they've lost a lot of time. They lost the development years of that boy. Literally. Okay. Right now, the level of parenting they're gonna have to do with just guiding him now, because that boy already knows himself, and they just need to guide him into adulthood, right? So they probably need to focus on that. I don't think Tonto is required to make up with that girl. I don't think it's necessary. As a matter of fact, there's gonna need to be some level of boundaries in what they have to cook now, because it's a very sensitive area. They can easily fall back into the past issues if they don't have proper boundaries around how they communicate back and forth. And if that girl say "pim" right now, Tonto is probably just going to go completely crazy, throw everybody else under the bus, including Pastor Jerieze, and say, you know what, that shit did not work. Right? Like delete all that shit. Right? She could go back into that. So asking her to now start forgiving somebody who seemingly have actually offended her, I think that's a stretch. I don't think that's going to happen. And now the angle that you're taking it from, Uncle Beno, I'm not getting the joke. This is not funny. I'm not getting the joke. What's funny is that you find it funny. That's what's funny, actually. I don't
get it.
What I'm telling you is that this is not funny. Tonto is serious about every fight that she fights. That's what makes it difficult. You see how she's smiling right now? Only that boy knows. Okay? Tonto was very, very angry, and she made it clear. And she showed it. And she's just showing the flip extreme end of it right now. So, no, I don't think so. I think the other thing I wanted to speak to is the first way you started. I'll be very quick with that. Uncle Beno, leave me out of religion matters. Okay? I think senior man is a human being, and he or she deserve friends. And I think it's wild to say that they can't be friends. I think you don't even know to tell Tonto before she discard people. I think Tonto already discarded senior man a long time ago. The same way she discarded, I don't know if you know that she was also friends with Doris Ogala. They're not talking now together at the same time. So again, just let Tonto do it layer by layer. Leave her alone. Let her step by step. Dear. You understand?
Okay, MOP, maybe I should make myself clear with that a little bit. All right. Now, I am not going all out to say I am fighting or kind of judging whatever Tonto is doing. I am just saying the whole thing looks like a Game of Thrones for me. If you have ever watched Game of Thrones, you will know that there are too many deceptions going on in Game of Thrones. Deception, pretension, people trying to say one thing and do something else. That is
sorry, Uncle Beno, I have questions around that for you. Okay. Now, if you can elaborate a little bit more on the game that they're playing here, and what will be the motive? What is she trying to accomplish that she doesn't already have?
Okay. I have the feeling, I don't know if you have been around people who are vindictive before, if you've been around people who are
Yes. I think she's one of them. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you think so, right? Okay.
Yes, I do think that. Yeah.
Happy you actually recognize that. One thing I know about vindictive people, they don't forgive, they don't forget, but they are master pretenders. I know them. I've been around a couple of them, and I don't advise. In fact, I would rather advise people to figure out any of your friend or people you associate with that are very, very vindictive, so that anytime you do something to them and they feel really hurt, if they come back and tell, yeah, I've forgiven you, I move on and lie. They just wanted to draw you closer so that you won't see them when they are coming. Then when they want to hit you this time, they will hit you so bad. So that's where I'm coming from, MOP. The way Tonto Dikeh went about this thing, it's not clear. And for me, when people live some lifestyle that they think they can sustain, they have preached that lifestyle, they have advised thousands and millions of people about that lifestyle, and people are beginning to believe them based on the lifestyle they've chosen. And then out of the blue, they do a 360 degree. And the next thing you see them in the church. All my red flag alert will be doing bang, 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 bang. Because you know why? In Nigeria, I'm telling you, you can literally you can loot the entire treasury in Nigeria. If you want Nigeria to move past it, just go church. Make them put camera for everybody. Just the road for ground. Don't you see Wicked, see all of them, all the governor, everybody? Don't you see them at church? That is how they want Nigeria so far. So to me, as soon as I see her pop out with preaching, I said something here before. When you see anybody that turn on camera as a Christian, that turn on camera, knowing fully well that people are watching all over the world, and all of a sudden the person go, that MF is acting. The only time it's acceptable for me, if you are having a crusade, praise and worship is going on, and people can tell that the Spirit of God is moving, I believe you. But once you turn on your camera and you say you are praying, and then it becomes me, Ben. Forget, you are just acting. So the way she just turned up out of the blue and started kabash, preaching, then the next thing, she showed up with Pastor Jerry Eze. Then I'm beginning to look like, this look like a strategy. And then the very day the video I started with, even Pastor Jerry, when Pastor Jerry was going to pray for her or something, Pastor Jerry himself did not see it coming. It's like everything was orchestrated, and Tonto Bihui, Pastor Jerry cannot deny her on that stage. I am not saying she doesn't know God, though. I just feel like all these things look like a woman who think and look around her and realize that, people are not really taking me serious. I'm not really pulling weight. Everybody, I just move on. I'm not even, let me figure a way to come back into the limelight. That is the way I'm saying it. Then, now that she came out and say, me and my ex, we reconcile, we post it, then I'm started wondering, this is not how you move. If you forgive somebody, you cannot forgive your ex-husband that actually betrayed your trust, sleeping with a woman under your roof. You forgive so easily, and then you don't have the heart to forgive the wife that wronged you. So that's where I'm coming from, MOP. That's when I look at the whole thing, when I wanted to just...
I see.
I just feel like these people are playing Game of Thrones. Because wait to MOP. Just wait to... Because later, I discovered that this guy also responded. Where is he now? Churchill also responded right here.
Yes.
You saw his write-up, right?
Yes. He responded, yep.
Yeah, Churchill, this is Churchill here. He also responded. And what caught my attention in everything Churchill wrote here is, I am grateful for the journey we've been on and the growth we've experienced, and I look forward to a future filled with collaboration, respect, and peace, trusting God to guide me. Collaboration, respect, and peace. Trusting God to guide me. I am grateful to have my son back in my life. Thank you to the amazing mother of my son. To the amazing mother of my son.
Very smart guy. Very smart guy.
For doing a good job. That amazing mother of my son, he sent a message. The collaboration, respect, and peace. Send another message. So I read through the whole thing. And
No. What's the message now, Kube? No. What's the message that sent?
The message is that Churchill still feel like this lady is coming with something. Churchill don't fully trust her.
You don't think Tonto was an amazing mother of his son?
She's an amazing mother, a great mother, I hear. But that message tells me this is coming from a man who don't trust what this lady is bringing on right now. Something tells me Tonto is probably pushing this down his neck too. There are some men that actually don't even want to have anything to do with you when you give them too much booze. And the only way you can go to force them to do your bidding is put them on blast on social media. So the man will have no choice to follow. So that lack of recognition of Churchill's wife tells me these folks are playing Game of Thrones, because Rosie herself, under 1 hour that she posted that shit, Rosie posted I'm the Queen of Queens. That's it, MOP. Any other thing?
Okay, Rosie already posted that before Tonto announced yesterday. Rosie's post came from 3 days ago.
Because Rosie knew what is going on. Rosie knew everything that's about to happen.
Okay, so you're changing your mind.
New. What do you make of I'm the Queen of Queens? What does it tell you, MOP?
Women do that all the time. They call themselves all kind of they edify themselves all the time on their social media posts. So I'm not sure exactly what it means, to be honest.
Anyway,
but let me say this. You have some interesting analysis there. You know, this is just what you are detecting from what you're looking at, right? You could be right, you could be right, and if you're right, you'll be a great prophet, But the only thing I can speak to is how Tonto had conducted herself in the past. She seems like a girl who knows what she wants, and if she has to, whatever she has to do to acquire what she wants, she's going to do that, including manipulating anybody in their path, including telling the story how she wants to tell it. And if you want to fall in line, which is what I think Olakunle Churchill did, he was a guy who knew what he was heading for. I think he wanted to become popular. Now, I don't know this for sure, right? And he got popular from that whole saga, and before you knew it, everything scattered, right? And they now have a son in the middle of all that. I think ultimately, I just want to applaud them for taking this first step, because it takes that first step to move forward. I have my doubts in terms of if this girl was actually sleeping with him where they were under the roof. Of course, anything is possible, right? But I have my doubts in terms of if that's what actually. I don't think that was the biggest of their issues. I think they just never really aligned. I think they were together. They were not supposed to be together in the first place. And it's been 10 years, So, and it is what it is. In love and war, all is fair. So she's the wife now. But I think it's unfair to be asking Tonto to have to now forgive by force, by fire. I don't think their world is that entangled outside of just having to co-parent. I don't think it's necessary. Yep.
Okay, I agree with you, MOP. All right, anybody want to add anything, or I should go to the comment? Because I say people don't fight me for the comment now. I am just saying what I think.
Uncle Ben, I've been defending you inside of the comment. They've been dragging you. I've been defending you.
Yeah, say people drag me all the time now, and I enjoy it. If I no go that route, I will have conversation. Even the people that are dragging me that disagree with me, they know at the back of their mind that this thing, it doesn't look real. Let's call it what it is. Some of them knew. Look, the post that Tonto shared on her page with Churchill picture, that was the post that has the highest comments since Tonto on the internet. Right now, it has had over 25,000, I think 24 or 25,000 comments on that one. You say,
okay.
Congratulations. Well,
I think people are congratulating them because of the boy. of the boy. Think about it, Uncle Beno. Marriages, connections, relationships are scattering every other day, right? So I think it was just refreshing to see that coming from a Tonto Dikeh for that matter. Because people see Tonto Dikeh as like no nonsense person. If she want to scatter anything, she will scatter it. So people are pleasantly surprised. I think that's what that is. I think Tonto is an absolute superstar. Nobody should ever take that away from her. No matter it is that we're talking about, she's a superstar. If she talks, everybody is listening at any point in time, regardless. But she's also very scoin type of person. People like them also, they're special. If you recall, she was actually signed to the band. In fact, recent times there might be some rumor broiling about their relationship. Looks like it didn't really pan out well when they were signed to each other, trying to do music. Tonto was a musician, remember that? Was trying to be a musician. So Tonto has come a long way. I think we should celebrate this with her and just root for her and hope that everything works out well for her. Her track record in terms of flipping back and forth is not good. So the odds are against her. She needs to work hard.
All right. Thank you very much. Abby and Sisi, are you ladies still here or you are sleeping already, UK people? But anyway, Abby.
Uncle Ben, how can I help you?
So you don't be, how can you help me now?
It sounds like Abby is tired. Like all this analysis, like why do we have to analyze this for?
It's 2 a.m. and Uncle Ben is shouting.
Oh.
I'm not shouting now. But me loud. Why people say I shout all the time? But me loud.
You're not shouting, your voice is loud. Are you one of those people? I'm not shouting, my voice is just loud.
Yeah, my voice is just loud. I'm not shouting. I'm not shouting. Bye.
Is that why Sisi went quiet too? Is it 2 a.m. on our end too?
Sisi don't sleep. She go walk tomorrow.
Interesting.
This is evidence of 40. And then the next evidence, which I'm going to bring forward, is that her, the dancing low. I'm going to bring that video from her party. I want to see if she can actually go down low. If the knees still work, great. I hope she can't hear me.
Of course, I will tell her. This is evidence of 40. Evidence of 40 is sometimes you can be listening to people and you just slept off. You just sleep, just forget their wahala. Anyway. Frankly speaking, I have nothing against Tonto Dikeh. I'm just a content creator. So
really,
yeah, I just have to explore every angle and see if people can at least chime in and figure out if what I'm saying resonated with them or not. I don't know Churchill, I don't know Tonto, I don't know Rose, but when I look at their situation, I just feel like people can actually learn one or two things from this situation. But at the same time, I am still shocked and surprised, Abby, especially your gender. How can your gender forgive their ex, but they can't forgive the woman their ex cheated with? That side no clear. Then, two, how come all this lady that at one time they would have preached single life, preach I don't need a man, preach men are useless, suddenly they will now begin to realize that men is actually the prize. And then we're like, Abby, are men the prize or men are not the prize?
Never ever.
Why are you laughing, Abby?
Men are the prize because of what? Because Uncle Ben, why do you just assume that? Because
wait till Abby, you don't think men are the prize? What are you talking about?
How can men be the prize?
No, I'm asking you don't think men are the prize?
Of course not. Man of MOP.
How do you no, I'm asking you straight up. How do you math that up in your head? What do you mean men are not the prize? What do you plan to accomplish?
Why would men just come and say they are the prize based off of what?
Wait, are men to you? I'm not talking about me now. Men are not the prize to me because I'm a man. To you, are men the prize or not?
No.
So who is the prize?
Me.
Me.
Okay. Good luck.
Abby.
I'm the prize. Uncle Ben.
Good luck, Abby.
Men are the prize, Bawo. Since when did we start having this conversation about men being the prize?
Uncle Ben, you have another topic for Tuesday. Okay.
Which topic is that one?
Let's not fight.
Abby will come and explain to us how she is the prize.
Exactly. Abby, let me explain this to you.
Oh my God.
You know the phrase "men are the prize" is a viewpoint in dating culture, right? I've been so now they talk.
And it's a very silly viewpoint. Uncle Ben, you know what's mad is that there's actually an epidemic of lonely men right now. Yes. There's an epidemic of lonely men. You guys don't have good friendships. You guys don't have good brotherhood. At least we survive even without relationship, because we tend to have better sisterhood, better friendships. You cannot even tell man of prestige. Tell man of prestige you love him. Tell man of prestige you love him.
Abby.
So love you.
Tell MOP I love you, bro.
I love you, Uncle Beno. What's up?
How you doing?
Of course.
Because I said this, my point is that there's an epidemic of men being.
Wait, Abby, your test just failed right on the spot. What do you mean?
Yeah, because you wanted me to fail. That's why.
You need to acknowledge that first of all.
No, that's why you did, because you wanted me to fail. That's why you did it. In fact, I'm going to keep doing this every episode now.
So you never heard people say "I love you, bro" before "I love you, bro"? You never heard that before?
I'm telling you that you guys are wired very weird, in the sense that you hardly have like true brotherhood most of the time. So don't make it seem like there's something special. No, Uncle Ben, there's an epidemic of men being lonely. So that statement is actually false, because women still find a way to get by. You guys, the most that's going to happen is that you'll just be jumping from woman to woman if all fails. That's
one day I will tell you Abby, I will tell you my story. I have nothing outside of my wife. What I have is brotherhood. Like, it's wild. My story is wild when it comes to brotherhood. I'll tell you more about it. You know, wild in a good way, of course. Pause. Because you were just talking to support between brothers, right? And how deep it can go in terms of supporting each other.
See, man of you can be the 10%.
Okay, you're right. I did say my story. You're right.
On an average, women have more community.
No, I think what you women have is just loud. It's not necessarily real.
No. See, MOP, we see it every single
You guys find each other as friends when you're ready to go on girls trip.
That's not true. We see it even with society, with where women come through for even men. We see it in planning. We see it in so many things. That's the same reason why everybody's mad. Men are mad. Men like Uncle Ben are mad that there's 50 Mother's Days in the year. Things like that. We see it in society daily. We see it with the young child on the bus. We see it with the blind man. Like, we see it. Women are just grounded in society. It's not even a diss. No, it's not even a diss. Women are more grounded in society and community. It's not even a diss, right? You see, Abby, complete the sentence. Lonely men with erectile dysfunction. Let me spell it out. There's an epidemic of, but you don't want to talk about it, Uncle Ben. I think you should do a show. You see that show?
Jesus Christ.
Ice
is just looking for trouble, on Tuesday. What you need to do is actually focus on men and why there's an epidemic of loneliness, and why there's why there's a lot of D, and why
who tells you men?
Abby, send me that study in my DM. Send me that study that you're talking about. There's no studies. You're just saying it. You said there's an epidemic.
I'll send it to you. We know now.
Okay. Send it to me so we can dissect it. But I do think when it comes to, you said what?
I can't even write dissertation for you.
No, I need research, and I need to know who the
dissertation will have now. Of course, that's how dissertation works.
Okay, yeah, you better cite some real stuff. But anyway, what I'm saying is this: the women on the surface looks like they support each other, but very quickly we find out that, I'm generalizing, that's not true. But when you see brothers supporting themselves, whenever they do, it's not some fluffy stuff. It's not stuff that can break apart just because we disagree yesterday, right?
What? Give me one example.
If me and Okubeno disagree right now, it doesn't tamper with anything we have going on that we used to support each other. When it comes to women,
give me an example of something that men do together.
If I have a project, right? No, it's usually something tangible like project. We don't typically like do boys trip or anything like that.
no, Uncle. Like,
What?
making it seem like we
What?
don't do tangible things, but we're out here collaborating all the time. So tell
Okay.
me one thing that is tangible that men do that creates that community that is so amazing that better than women.
I mean, even business. I'm telling you, business. You want me to be specific? What type of business?
Like the best collaborators. What are you, Uncle?
No. Don't push me into a corner. What I'm saying here is very simple. Okay, I'm going to generalize. Okay, I'm going to generalize. Allow me for a second. I even hate doing it, to be honest with you. But the reality from what I've seen, I'm generalizing from what I've seen, is that yes, women can seem to support each other, particularly when it comes to if they fall into a ditch or something like that, or they're going through emotional matters and stuff like that, and they're very loud about it, right? But when men support each other, right, it's not something that we need to be loud about. It's stuff that goes deeper than just our agreement or disagreement in conversations and stuff like that. So I'm actually being specific enough when it comes to either business, even when it comes to advising each other on in terms of our, maybe let's say somebody's going through let's say somebody's going through marital issue or something like that. We just tend to hold each other a little bit more accountable, though.
Like leave your wife. Many girls they're outside. That kind of
No, those are weirdos. I know weirdos like that, but I'm not talking about those people. We know weirdos like that, but I'm talking about when there's an actual real support going on. It's like, why don't you look at it this way? You two, your own is too much, right? We're able to say things like that as men. We might not say it to your face. The other day, some people were trying to get me to, oh, you need to hold men accountable in public. I said, no, I don't need to hold men accountable in public. That doesn't do us any good. I need to hold them accountable, period. In addition to the fact that life will hold them accountable.
That in itself is actually very problematic because
what's problematic?
That is problematic where men actually support men even blindly. We see this happen all the time.
I didn't say blindly. What do you mean blindly?
Because you just say you don't have to hold a man accountable in public. But
in public, yes.
Yes, you do.
What do you mean? Give me an example. Give me an example of what a man would do publicly. You want me to hold him accountable right there and there in front of everybody?
Grape.
That's not my friend. What are you talking about, Abby? That would not be my friend.
No. MOP. We see this happen all the time. That's what I'm saying. This is a very.
If a man is a rapist, he's going to jail. Period. There's no holding accountable in that.
MOP, we see this happen all the time on social media where the right thing to do, because you see Uncle Ben was able to say that, Tonto Dikeh should disassociate herself from Bobrisky. Sorry, I'm making noise. We've seen that situation, but we've had so many situations, MOP, where people have not disassociated themselves from their friends when it's been proven. And they need support them.
No, listen, if that's their friend, that's their friend. That's who they are, okay? You're your friends. Okay, so if somebody is, I'll give you an example, right? If you're arguing with another man on the public platform, Abby, right, and then he ends up calling you names, calling you out of your names, right, because it went completely left, right? You're now saying, Ola, why don't you come and hold him accountable? You watch him. How do you guys say it? You watch him talking down on a woman, calling her Olosho, and you're watching, whereas you're the one debating him. Those are the examples of where I'm not going to be holding him accountable. You know what you were doing, where you were engaging that conversation, because but it's a conversation. It's a conversation.
Well, men are actually notorious for that, and I think
Abby, you be my sister. You know what I can tell you, you be my sister. I say, Abby, do not engage in such conversations, because if you do, I may not come to your safety like that. Okay, if he calls you out of your name, I can say, hey, you don't have to call each other. If I'm moderating, it's a debate. You understand what I'm saying? If I'm not moderating, I'm staying out of it. If that's my friend, right, then there's a good chance I will do the same thing to you. That's probably not my friend, but I'm just saying to you, if my friend would do something like that, you probably should look at me weird that I would do something like that too. But what I'm telling you is that men, let's go back to the topic that we were talking, our subtopics more, right? What I'm saying is that when men support each other, it might not look like it's always, but when it happens, it's deeply rooted, and it's usually, I don't mean to say women don't support themselves in a tangible way. I'm just saying whenever they do, it tends to be louder. That's what I'm saying. It tends to be more about what it looks like. It might be like, oh yes, forget him. We don't do forget her. Men don't do forget her. We generally don't do forget her about you, especially if we're talking about your wife at home. Most likely we're going to hold you accountable. Like, what is wrong with you? That's your wife. Okay, she said what and what?
Somehow the same men are aware of all of their friends' side chicks. Oh, okay, sure.
No. If a man is aware of his
Uncle, you call
Hmm.
a man now to your man's friend to ask where he is. He with you? The man will say yes. Meanwhile, he's in the house with you.
No, that's an over exaggerated examples. If I would lie about my friend being with me, I'm also a cheater. That's what that means. That means he lies for me as well.
Not necessarily. We've had topics on this channel where it didn't be admitted. Not necessarily, because the is you want to stay. You actually.
So why would he trust to call me that I would lie for him?
Because you, I mean, nobody wants to be responsible for the crashing of anybody's marriage now.
No, but I didn't know. He would just call me, just tell me, just be my, what do you guys call it? Just be my, can you just tell my wife that I'm with you? That's a lullaby. That's a lifestyle. You can't fake lifestyles. That person live that lifestyle, and they tend to be friends, at least close friends. I'm not talking about just, I have a lot of friends that may hit different lifestyle, but we might not talk to each other for straight 2 years, but we pick it up from where we stop, right? I'm not talking about that kind of friend. I'm talking about somebody that I talk to every other day. If I'm broke, I call him and say, hey, can you swap me over there? Can you get me 20K over there? If that kind of friend, if I would lie to his wife about a lifestyle issue, you need to take that as the truth. I might just be in that same lifestyle.
Again, obviously we're generalizing. That's part of the conversation.
All right.
There's always, we do know that some of these things happen on a spectrum. It happens more on one side. That's
no, one last thing, Uncle Beno. I think that rhetoric, that narrative you just gave, you all need to be very careful with that. It's overflogged in the social media social media space.
I don't think so. We're talking about real life conversations.
Wait now, a lot of men. My point is that it's overflogged in the sense that a lot of men don't fall in that category. That's what I'm trying to say.
What's really mad about this conversation is that it's not even a diss at men, in the sense that I think we've also established that it's not even exactly men's fault. It's just kind of the way you guys have been brought up, in a sense, especially like in our own society, being Nigerian, where, I mean, you're a man, just get on with it, kind of thing. So I'm not even saying that it's the worst thing in the world, but let's just accept that we're very different, where, community.
That's what I don't want you to accept, Abby. I don't want you to normalize that.
I'm not even saying it. I'm not even saying like, oh, men are so terrible for that. But let's just be accepted.
No, you're normalizing it, Abby. Don't do that.
I'm not normalizing it, because I'm the first person to say that. I'm the first person that fights about why won't men wear pink. I'm out here planning a wedding, and the man is wearing pink agbada. Uncle Ben is going to be foaming in his mouth. Like, no, so I'm not about that life when it comes to men.
Uncle Ben, no, to blast 3 bullets. Okay, I'm done.
I'm not about men and the norms. No, not at all. But all I'm saying is that we have to also be conscious of our reality. And that's a reality. It's not a diss men. It's just the reality of men. Women have more community because we're grounded in it. We're forced to. We don't have a choice.
Now, Mama.
Okay, Abby.
Yes,
Abby.
We agree to disagree today, Abby.
Abby.
Yes, sir.
Abby, I beg. I just have one question. Abby, I just have one question. What have I done to you that you included me in your conversation? Say, Uncle Beno is put me in the mouth.
Because of pink agbada, can you imagine?
Abby, what have I done
to you? Uncle Ben hates men wearing pink.
Oh God!
Why would you introduce pink to your wedding in the first place?
My bride and my groom, they are wearing pink, and my groom is wearing a pink.
Emi reader Antonyiku's comment.
Which one? I mean, generalize. Even women do that too. It's on both sides. Yeah, I already addressed it.
Women do it most. They do it most.
No, men do it more.
Anyway,
the average woman is ashamed that she's cheating on her husband.
Can you imagine me inside of gender war? Kobosi, could it sound good?
See, MOP, the average woman is ashamed that she's cheating on her husband. She will hide it from herself. Let's be honest. Men is the norm for them.
You see the instigator comment.
Which of my friends?
I see Zeno.
Go.
From where?
Okay, Abby, when you know verse, all I know be say men we are the prize. And anybody will know. Anybody will not agree with that. Just answer this question for me: who is held responsible for provision? Who is held responsible for protection? Who do people held
In
accountable
2026.
for leadership?
Did you say it's 2026?
Is it 1999 questions or 2026 questions?
No, it's not a 99 question. It's actually a 2045 question.
I beg.
Abi, simple question. I need answer. Who
Is this
does
a 1999 question? Which protection are you protecting? What are you protecting? Which
Abi will call the police. Let me guess. Abi will call the police.
Please,
this is a simple yes or no. Abi,
please, I'm in Swansea. I cannot shout. Uncle Ben, you are stressing me. I can't shout.
Abi, please just
Uncle Ben,
hear
I'm
me
not at
out.
home. I'm in a hotel and I cannot shout. So
You know
Uncle
what?
Ben,
Answer. You won't run. You cannot run away. In fact, we are asking everybody watching now, ladies.
Uncle
Everybody,
Ben, my question
answer
is.
this question.
They say the answer. Isa is don't answer. Isa said who is held more responsible for provision is Vicky James.
Thank
I tell you, see, Isis is looking for trouble. Isis is not going to borrow.
That's the exception now. That's obviously the exception of the rule.
It's not the exception.
Okay,
Uncle Ola, on paper,
Abby, let me clear this up for you, Abby.
On paper, that's what we say, but it's no longer the reality.
Abby, let me try one more shot. Allow me to try this one time. Abby, let me try this one time, okay? We didn't say who actually does it. I'm saying who is held responsible for it. Those are two different things.
But that's a facade, though. Like,
no, answer the question first now. Who is held responsible? If you come into a family and their financial life is scatter, even if it's the woman that has been doing it behind the scenes, who is held more responsible for provision and protection within a family structure?
Simple question. Now, Abby and my sister, they take us all over the world.
I cannot answer that question.
Who is going to be shamed publicly for that, Abby? You can answer that question.
The man.
Thank you. That's all.
But you forget that there's too many situations of the woman. No, wait. But you forget that there's too many situations of the woman covering the man.
I just said that. I said not the actual reality. A lot of time women will cover their butt. But who is held responsible publicly for that?
Who is held responsible publicly for lack of children in the family?
Women, yes.
Okay.
In our traditional setting.
Everybody has their cross to bear.
But you're doing whataboutism. That wasn't the question.
No, because two can play the game.
Abby, just hold on small. For the first time I asked you a question, you don't give me answer. Okay, the instigator is here. You know, my baby.
Hi, Zeno. Give me your answer. I want to hear it.
Uncle Ben, I think what's going on is that I've not said I'm a feminist this year. I think that's why you've forgotten who I am.
Oh, you're a feminist? You're a feminist? Okay, good. Cover yourself.
Bad girl. Bad girl. Okay, Zeno, over to you. Zeno, who is held accountable for provision?
Whoever's name is on the list or the contract.
We're not saying providing. We're not saying provision of your lease or your household. We're saying provision. Period.
I said contract. Whatever it is that you're paying for, somebody's name is there. So, me personally, my landlord doesn't call me and say, "Who's the man in your life to come and pay your rent?" It's my name that is there, so it's me that pays my bill.
Zeno, we are talking about in relationship now.
Yeah, marriage, family structure.
It's depending on how the both of you agree. It's whoever's name is on the contract. If my agreement to my husband is I pay the mortgage and you pay the car bill, it's whatever one that is up that they will ask.
But I'm asking, if a marriage breaks down and finance is one of the
it's the same person. Zeno and Abby is the same person.
And finance is one of the problem. Who do you think people will look up to for failing in his responsibility to provide?
They can look at both of us because they can say I'm the one that came to finish their son's money. He has a reckless wife, so the wife has finished the money.
Okay. Who is responsible for protection?
God.
The police.
God and the police.
Imagine. How now?
Who should provide?
Because at the end of the day, it's God who's for protection.
Who should provide leadership in the marriage?
Both of you.
The Holy Spirit.
Holy Spirit. God bless you, bestie.
MOP, you see, when I tell you, say I get issue with Gen Z, you are seeing them now. You see
You
them?
should answer honestly now.
Okay.
Uncle Beno, continue.
Zeno, here's another question for you, my baby girl.
Okay.
Will you marry a man who made less than 6 figures, you know?
I will if he has potentials and I can see the vision.
What if he doesn't have potential?
If he doesn't have potential, then he won't be on my list.
MOP, I told you,
It's
Zina,
not about the
I told
money.
you, Zina, are not the same people. Are not the same people. You refuse.
There is the same person. You are exactly like that. Get out.
Why not?
So wait, Uncle Beno, don't move too fast. You're moving too fast now. Okay, so if he doesn't have potential, it's not on your list. Why is it not on your list again?
Because I'm extremely.
Okay.
Because I'm
Uncle
because
Ben,
I'm personally extremely ambitious.
These people are about to turn me to Kevin Samuel overnight. I'm done.
You asked me a question. Let me answer.
Okay,
you yourself that asked this question. Would you advise it? Why are you asking a question? Will you advise woman to get married to a
You're also a relationship
counselor?
Bum. Imagine people that they say God said don't be unequally yoked. I have to be yoked to somebody that's equally.
You guys just asked about 50 questions without waiting for the answer, but continue.
No, you were the one that asked me a question. I'm trying to answer.
Zeno, when you answer, you expect us to get clarification from
Zeno, you're not ready for marriage.
You're not understanding. Uncle Ola asked me a question. You didn't allow me answer. You were asking Bill to come and join conversation.
No, the reason I want to bring Bills in is because it seems Bills has better understanding of Gen Z. Maybe my own brain know the functional way because I'm sure
everybody else has better understanding of Gen Z.
The Gen Z that we are trying to protect, you are now telling us that men should not be held accountable for provision, protection, and leadership no more. So I'm trying to process it.
I did not say any of those words, so.
So to be clear, I wouldn't advise you ladies to get with somebody that doesn't have potential, but that wasn't the original question.
No,
there was a context. No, the question was who is responsible for provision. That was the original question. And when you now say somebody that doesn't make 6 figure and doesn't have the potential will not be on your list, I'm curious why they can be on your list. Exactly. If you can provide, if you as a lady can provide.
But that's why I was trying to answer, but you guys didn't allow me answer.
Yeah, answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
I personally know myself, right? I'm extremely ambitious, so I know I'm headed somewhere. If I feel like I constantly have to pull you, it's going to become like I'm literally killing your vibes and emasculating you because I'll keep going and I might not care about you, but you personally, you might care too much or might not be able to handle it and then it will be my fault. But when I was always that person, that's why I won't even put myself in that situation because I know it just would not work out.
MOP, did you cover Christy Sarah and Desmond Scott?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I think happened in their marriage, just saying.
Was she making more money?
Absolutely.
He wasn't building himself while she was building herself.
Oh, he went out to build himself for sure. He went out to build.
He's trying to build himself. Well, now he's trying to build himself with channel and stuff, but they shifted their whole lives towards her own success. And of course, it can cause an issue. It can cause an issue. So that's what
I be making her wait because I don't introduce something else into this conversation now, and I want to get it straight. Okay. I don't follow those two people when I talk. I didn't
follow them too. I just answered the question people were asking.
But hold on, Abby. Let me quickly
chop it up.
Watching UB Stories. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comment.
Okay.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. So, Abby, help me make this thing make sense. I saw that Desmond something. I think somebody asked in the backstage at the time, and they were like, "Oh, UB, are you going to cover these guys?" And I'm like, "Look, I really don't follow many of these our Black American celebrities like that because at the end of the day, if you want to be realistic with their situation, Black Americans will come after you. So I usually stay the heck away from their matter." But notwithstanding, I checked it out one time. Then I saw that maybe they were probably married for 15 years or something.
I think it was 13, 11.
11 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
11 years.
For
Yeah.
11
So,
years.
Yes. Been together since
so
they were
I
14.
learned that they were married for 11 years, and then I think they are also creating couples content.
Uncle Ben,
That's,
sorry, they got together when they were 14. That's very important. They started
Oh
dating.
yeah. That would do it. That's too early.
okay, if
But
they got together when they were 14, then why is everybody shocked that they are cheating or fighting or anything now? Why is everybody shocked?
because they were popular, they were couple goals.
No, they are not couples go. When people get married or they get together at 14, they don't know shit. They weren't supposed to be together at 14 in the first place.
No, but they eventually got married, Uncle Beno.
Uncle
Okay,
Ben.
but where are they now? Are they not in the Kotopoto? Like you used
Uncle
to
Ben,
say,
you're
in the
Uncle Ben, you're
Kotopoto.
shouting.
Is-
Uncle Ben, it's 2:38
Oh,
p.m. in the UK. You're shouting.
okay, all right. So, Abby, bring us up to speed with a little bit of these people
Okay, so
context.
Kirsty Sarah and Desmond Scott ran a YouTube channel called The Scots, right? And they got together as boyfriend and girlfriend when Christy was 14 and Desmond was 15. Married for 11 years, have 2 boys. Anyway, initially it was all fun and games. They were doing like couples content, everything was okay. Then all of a sudden, about 3-4 years ago, the content kind of shifted and it featured Christy more and it featured Desmond. So Christy started to incorporate hair, makeup, fashion content, travel content. I also noticed as a follower that Christy started to travel a lot to Europe, other parts of the world with her friends and not with Desmond. Desmond almost became like the babysitter in a sense. Now, Desmond is a trained chef, like proper trained chef, not just all these IG social media chef. He went to culinary school. Desmond would tell us how, oh, he wants to cook. They were building a house. Oh, he's building this house. He's building this high-tech kitchen. Can't wait to cook. But Desmond, I found that Desmond was only cooking for his wife and his sons and not actually, proper chef stuff. I think it was once when her, the musician, and Alicia Keys came to visit them, and that was the only other time that he cooked. Besides that, those times, he just cooks for his family. So for me, from my point of view, I just saw it as a family that were kind of like focused on Sarah. And now let's take this a little bit off the grid with social media, right? Women tend to make more money off social media across the board most of the time, right? Especially because when you combine all of the platforms, Instagram, TikTok, and that's why every time you see a couple that do social media together, the woman tends to be more successful on social media by herself. If you go and check all the platforms, it's the same. Beyonce, Jay-Z, you check it, right? The women tend to get more followers. And I think it's because women tend to have more interesting content across the board. So women can get into makeup, women can get into motherhood. So Pampers and all of these companies can get you to do motherhood content, right? Women can do hair. I think there's so much more women have to offer in that space. So I think that kind of tends to be obvious with these couples. So I think that from a money standpoint, they figured that it was a better plan, and maybe childcare as well came into play as well, where we kind of need childcare anyway. Somebody's going to have to do it. But from my perspective, I just saw a woman who was moving. The next thing she's on runways, the next thing she's here with Valentino, with Dior, with Chanel, with Louis Vuitton, and it's just like, okay, what is Scott doing? Nothing, just being a dad. All of a sudden, we hear that Scott's this younger woman. We
Sorry,
even saw
Abby.
him a couple weeks ago kissing the woman passionately. And I'm just here like, okay, what is going on? And I was analyzing it with my friend, not on social media, just on a phone call. And I realized that this man, with all due respect, I do not agree with cheating. I do think that if you think an option is to cheat, just leave with your dignity. However, I'm not going to lie. Now that Scott is back, Desmond is back with his content, I can see someone that is more at peace. I think that a lot of their content was exaggerated as well. I don't think
Abby, no verse. Before you round up, you said
Yeah.
something that I love. You said now that Desmond is back, you can see someone that is at peace.
I can, and I'm being very honest about that because
No,
I
I
watched
like
them.
that. That's why I
Also,
emphasize it.
I also wanted to say that because you have to also remember that things don't happen in real time the way we think. And I'm even saying this from the perspective of someone who has quite a number of celebrities as friends. So things that happened 6 months ago, it seems like a month ago to us. Because I also watched Christy, or should I say the Scots channel, go from the Scots
to Christy Sarah. So she took over the YouTube channel. I started to post more of her travel and fashion content, right? And then I also watched Desmond start his own culinary chef, whatever, cooking channel as well. So I kind of noticed that shift. So I wonder if it had to do with the fact that they said that they've been working through some issues anyway. And of course, Uncle Ben, like you pointed out, if people start dating at 14, chances are they're kind of, if you don't grow together, you will grow apart. And that's what I'm saying here, where they did not grow together because Scott was not building himself, but Christy was building herself. And now maybe it didn't even seem that way because maybe Scott was doing more in the home front, like looking after the kids. But it's unfortunate because looking after the kids is, while it's amazing, it's not, it might not be, what's the word? It might not be an accomplishment. Do you understand? He had to do something for himself. That's what I observed personally, that he put his life on hold for his family. And maybe, again, this is speculation. Maybe he now starts to feel emasculated. Maybe he now starts to feel small. And then now, remember, I told you that Christy started to travel a lot, meaning she was not available, right? You'll find Christy hanging out with a lot of celebrities. She now starts to become borderline, what's the word? Borderline celebrity influencer. I know that borderline that is just you're almost a celebrity, but a very popular influencer. That's what Christy became. And then Scott wasn't doing any of this. He wasn't going out to events anymore with her. Mind you, if you follow them for a long time, Scott used to be her +1 for these events. Scott stopped being her +1. So meaning he wasn't even building his own contacts within the industry.
Abby, the way you were sounding, it sounds like you are blaming the guy already for everything.
No, I'm blaming the woman, Uncle Ben. Come on now. Everything I've said, I'm blaming the guy. I'm blaming.
It sounded like she was blaming the woman to me.
Exactly, Uncle Ben. Come on. There's no way you will listen to me and say I'm blaming the man. What I'm blaming the man for. See, Uncle Ben, do you know what?
You're blaming the man for how they grew apart, but you're also slightly saying it looks like, I think somebody said Danica Bills said in the chat that maybe, because I've seen that somewhere too, that he might have been emasculated. I think you alluded to that as well. Yeah, maybe she was bringing all this money in and it was no longer her interest. Some people were also saying, had this to your response. There's something I saw about, she was quite childish in the way she conducted herself.
MOP, these are the issues, right? And I always say this, there's a reason why, for me, I always say that my preference with a man is a man who doesn't care for social media presence. And the reason why I'm saying this is because outside of my friendships that are formed with people that are in this situation where it's often hard to balance it, there comes a time when if you're, and I say this with all love, right? Because I know a lot of us here are content creators. There comes a time when if your bread and butter is social media and you haven't found a way to monetize it, you know how you have the likes of, for instance, let me use someone that I know properly, Patricia Bright, right? Who has found a way to monetize and get into like property or real estate. If you haven't found a way to break out of social media where if you don't post for 3 weeks, you'll be okay. It can become a problem where you start to seek constant validation from your content. What that means now is that you kind of are doing everything for clicks. It means there's a lot of rage baiting. And I think what Christy particularly did with her content was rage baiting. All of those nonsense she would do, she would wear very exaggerated clothes.
So was she thirst trapping?
No, it's not thirst trapping. It's called rage baiting. So you know that if you come out...
rage baiting. Okay, rage baiting. Okay.
Yes. I bought this dress for $20,000 and everyone's like, it's a trash bag dress made by Off-White. You know what that's going to do to the audience. And then Scott will lay on the floor. That is hysterical laughter. That is, so they knew that whenever they did that stuff, do you understand? So I wouldn't say childish. I would say more that was the content that they did because that was
what they did. Okay.
But sometimes, and the thing is, because you're a content creator, you will know what I'm saying here, man of message, where there's so many times the camera goes off, right? And there's a very deep sigh. I used to be a content creator, so I get it where you're not, because it's a job now, you have deliverables, right? I used to do lots of ads back in it. You have deliverables, you're not in the mood. So it means that you're basically faking it. That's what social media is about.
And you can tell, we can read through the screen.
I'm going to work later today. If I'm tired, I'm tired, but I have to smile and get work done. So that is the same thing as social media. I'm not even saying it like it's a bad. Sorry?
I say, can we all contribute to the conversation now? I just have questions because I don't know them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Okubeno.
An MOP, I really know them.
No, she was teaching me about them. I don't know much about them. They came on my radar because they were trending.
I be these people well.
She knows them.
Flex also know them too. That's why I'm even.
Uncle Ben, don't worry, we know them. It's a Gen Z thing.
I mean, this used to be my job. I mean, I used to be an influencer, so it is what it is.
Okay, now let's bring
Uncle Beno, a major question that came on my radar that made me cover it was this, Uncle Beno, which is how fast is too fast to move on? Because the next thing, few days later, there's videos of him everywhere slapping down some girl in a club setting somewhere, making out with some girl. So people are asking how soon is too soon to move on. That's what I covered. So go ahead.
Let me put it on this
MOP, I'm not going to lie. I don't think it happened in real time. We heard about it in December. It's been happening long before.
I figured. Yeah, I figured.
The girl that he was kissing also came out and said, one, she didn't know him, but after she blew up because everybody started sending her death threats and everything, she went to go look him up and they talked. Their divorce was already finalized. She even got pictures of it and everything.
Zeno,
yes,
you are sending her death threat for what?
For going to kiss Desmond that quick because everybody was thinking.
Because people love Christy.
Yeah.
That is the
way it played out, Uncle Ben. The way it played out, it just seemed like everybody was on Chris's side because he was the one that cheated, right? So it was like, what the heck? Why would you do that? We thought you were a couple goals and all of that. So it was the initial shock. We hadn't gotten over the shock, and then the next thing you see is him kissing somebody that passionately. So it was like, why are you rubbing this in her face, kind of thing. We didn't.
You know what's crazy? That has since shifted, and I actually quite like it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Uncle Beno asked questions. Gen Zs, hold on. Uncle Beno asked questions.
I'm waiting for them to land because their energy, you can't keep up. And especially when it is subject I don't know much about. I know they pass my boundary.
In Jesus' name.
But here is my question, please. Let's have this conversation now. Like I said, I literally stay away from African content. There's no disrespect. I just feel like my viewpoint, since we're not from the same background, they can't understand it, and I don't want somebody coming after me and saying,
You just want to bring Igbokoda into it.
You say?
You just want to bring Igbokoda into it.
Yoruba tradition.
No, that's a city. City is Igbokoda.
I just want to bring my coconut head into it. That's all. So because they won't understand, I stay away from their issue. So anytime, even in our real fan, where people say, "Oh, do you guys see what's going on?" I just take if I be and them the sister, if they can handle it, it's fine.
Uncle Beno, I can't tell that you're staying away from these topics, but continue.
No, I stay away. Even right now, my other channel, the one with 48,000 subscribers, B-Flex is the one working on the channel now. We started posting there, so it's just straight American content. For me, where I want to start, you can't just give your straight up opinion and they won't be offended. So now, if I want to come into this Christy and Desmond situation now, with the little background I've gotten from Abby so far, first of all, for me, when two people, a boy and a girl, they started dating from the age of 14. By 10 years into that relationship, if it is not well managed, one of them is already lying to the other.
Facts. High likelihood, yes.
Secondly, when you have a 14-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl, 10 years later, who do you think will be more matured between a 14-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl?
The girl.
Abby and Zeno.
The girl.
Obviously.
The girl, right? Oh,
yes.
I'm loving this conversation. MOP, you agree too, right? So, the point I'm making...
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so the point I'm making is that if you look at this guy, this Desmond and this Christy now, the Desmond seem to be bigger, more matured, handsome, and all of that. The Christy seems to have smaller frame and all of that. But the reality of the truth of the whole thing is that American boys generally, this is why I stay away from their shit. I don't want trouble. 80% of American raised boys they know they get sense. They will be smart. They will be smart. They will make money. They will excel in profession. But when it comes to real life matters like relationship and things like that, they know they get sense. 80% of them know they get sense. That's what I've discovered. When it comes to relationship, American raised boys don't know how to manage relationship. They do good when they are starting out. You know, they are in college, they are for boomer, everything. They do good. But 5 years into that relationship, if they are still together with that woman will have more sense than them. And that woman, because of the society that we are in, that woman will find a way to dominate them. My observation, I'm not saying it's general. So from what Abby is telling me right now, I can already see that it's the same pattern. The girl already dominated him. Now, here is the problem. Anytime I want to talk about how I feel like some men move, and I not go one here, so I go back up a little bit. You can't keep a man in the house for too long. Why you go out every day and you think that man won't have problem? It's not done. If you both are not going out together, after a while, the man will naturally begin to suspect you. It's just my take. These are just my own opinion. But before I move on, I see we have Bill in the building. Bill, what's up, man? You know about this story?
What's going on? I don't know about them.
You don't know about Desmond and Christy?
No, I don't know about them at all. I'm just hearing about it. But from what Abby was saying, he was very feminine, and she was behaving very masculine. You know, from my own opinion. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what it is. But to piggyback on you, what you're saying, some Americans, we have sense. Remember, I was born in America, so remember that. So we do have sense. So not every American has sense. So please, Uncle Beno, don't say that.
I said 80% of boys born and raised in America. I'm not saying everybody. 80% from what I've observed, they know they get wisdom. I said they were smart, intelligent, professionally they are doing an amazing job. But when it comes to relationship, their brain know they function well. And if you bring a woman, in their case now, a 14-year-old girl and a 14-year-old boy, 10 years, that woman's brain is already functioning at the level of a 40-year-old woman. Why him? Who is the man? His brain will still be functioning at the level of a 24, 25, 20. If he's functioning at 25, 7, he's good. So that's the problem.
No, but generally, me and you know that women mature faster than men.
I was about to say that's true across the board, Uncle Beno.
Yeah, women, all throughout the board. If a woman is 25, I'm just giving you an example. If a woman is 25, she's 30 in the brain.
Okay, so a man who
I think to that point,
faster than men. Men, it takes us time to mature.
Yeah, to that point, right? It's possible that this guy is just coming into finding himself.
Yeah.
Whereas Christy has been doing it for a while, you know. And then and then this is happening right now. Yeah.
For MOP,
remember they're not even 30 years.
And I don't want to say it.
Sorry, they're not even 30. You know. I don't know if everyone knows that they're not 30.
How old is he?
Okay.
Do the math now. 14 plus 11.
Okay, so 20. About
wow, 25.
Yeah.
They actually got married at 14.
So still.
No.
They got married at 19. But they met in middle school.
They're not 30.
So they are now 30 now, right?
Yeah, they're now up to.
They're 26 and 27.
They're 20 something.
Yeah. Okay, he's just finding himself. He's just trying to find himself.
Yeah. But women are much more mature than men. Women are much more mature than men. They mature faster than us, you know. So maybe she's on her. She's there, man. She's.
All of that can add to what.
Desmond is 31.
Okay, so she's still above him mentally. She's already
Mentally,
5 or
That
6
yeah.
one
years
is
ahead of
sorry.
him.
That one is
Can
32
I,
Yes.
and Christy is 30.
can I still
Okay,
say
so she's
this?
35 in the brain.
Can I still say this?
Yes. Yes,
Here
boss.
in America, a 40 years old man brain, when it comes to relationship and marriage, 80% of American men, their brain function at the level of a 27 years old when it comes to marriage and relationship. A 40 years old. Anybody want to disprove that?
There's nothing to disprove. You're just giving an opinion.
You're giving your opinion, but remember, you can't have a great house. You can't build a proper house without the right foundation. So it depends on your foundation. What information was given to you to for a good relationship? You understand?
You know why I'm saying that?
Just like
Do you know
how yesterday you were talking to me yesterday, you were giving me good advice. You
Okay,
understand?
do you know
So
why
that
I
is
said
foundation. Yes.
do you know why I say that?
Sorry.
MOP and Bill. If anybody doesn't see it right now, then you got to be careful when you want to discuss America relationship. If you really want to understand it, I'm just coming from what I've seen over my few years of staying in this country. Many men in this American men raised here in this America, 80%.
Uncle Bello, let's go with that logic. Bill said he was born here. I was born here too. Most of my life I've been here too. Okay, let's go with your logic. Okay. So
now,
go ahead. You were saying something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add more context.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Now, you see that 80% that I'm talking about, the ones that are a little bit smart, or maybe they have some level of wisdom, they are typically the one that their parents are not originally born and raised in America. Their parents either come from the Caribbean or maybe Asia or maybe Africa. But you see those ones that their parent, their mother, everybody, they are born here, they were raised here, 80% of them, when they are 40 years old, as far as issues concerning marriage and relationship is concerned, their brain function at the level of a 27 years old boy. Why? The example, even Yakpayaski. Look at Club Sheshe. What's that guy's name? How he move. Look at many of them. At what age do you see them divorce? How many of them do you see keep a relationship that they can really manage it tightly? Especially the men.
Uncle Beno. Don't get me started with this. Oh my God. I listen to a lot of our brothers, African brothers on TikTok, quite a bit.
Okay.
Some of them are 66 years old, Baba. And some of the things that they say, you know, I'm not doing whataboutism. What I'm saying here is that what you are saying is, first of all, it's not true across the board. I see where you're going with that. They do have some issues. But we need to be a little bit more detailed and not necessarily generalize, right? If you say 40 thinks like 27, to say what? Because I think 40 years old modern men also think like 27 amongst our Nigerian people too. I think that way too. So what are you saying when you say that, particularly Uncle Beno?
I am not talking about African relationship right now.
No, I'm talking about Americans. I'm asking you, what are you saying about the Americans when you say that?
You took it back to Africa. It's creating confusion because some people we hear now, they won't understand what I'm explaining.
What I'm saying is that point so far is true across the board for me. So, but what were you saying particularly to them? Maybe I can finally pick out the point.
What I'm saying in a nutshell is, for women who are listening and men who are listening, here in America, when you see their relationship, how they started matter, their ages matter, what they do, where they've been, everything matters. Remember, vast majority of these men right here in America, they don't have a father role model. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right. No, you have one point right there. Yeah,
Okay.
you're right.
Secondly, vast majority of these boys and girls right here in America, they are growing in a society where they believe more in divorce, marital breakups, than unity. They are growing in a society where they do not embrace sacrifice in relationship or tolerance. The vast majority of them have very low level of tolerating each other. So I don't know if I'm making sense to you. That's just what I wanted to emphasize. Because the Desmond and Christie, the way people are going about it, I was just I think when I stumbled on the story, what just came to mind was, why is this an issue? Why are you expecting a relationship between a Black American boy and a woman who both started at age 14? Why are you expecting them to work things out? They stayed together for 11 years. They should be given an award.
So Uncle Beno, I hear you. So now, with that being said, but that the main factor you're extracting from that is the fact that they're 14. That's the main thing I'm taking out of what you said. Do you think that same thing would be true if this was persons from another nationality entirely? The fact that they married young, 14, or got together early.
Don't let us bring another nationality, because that will change the narrative. Let's focus on...
It's a question I'm asking. So you're saying if we change the personality, the story changes. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. This is not about change the personality, because if you are saying change the personality, we are, in fact...
No, I said nationality. You're saying if we change the nationalities, it will change.
No. That's
wait. Man of boy. I think what Uncle Ben is trying to say does a little bit. He's trying to say a lot of the 40-year-old men. Okay, you and I, we come from 2-parent households. Most of us, right? Some of the newer generations, they don't come from 2-parent households. That's what Uncle Ben is trying to say now. So that relationship, having a relationship, they don't understand what a relationship is. Maybe they're from a single mother home or a single father home. Do you understand what I'm saying now? So now you're not going to understand what a relationship might mean, because you can't see that. It's not in front of you. Do you get what I'm saying now? I think that's what he's trying to say on that aspect.
Okay, all right.
If I'm wrong, let me step.
No, it's not. I'm actually trying to get what the point is. I'm not.
Yeah. That was one of the points.
You didn't get my point.
No, I got the point. I'm trying to connect it to the. I'm trying to connect it to Christy and Desmond. Yes.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I understand what you mean. But he's trying to say from that aspect. He's giving you like little a viewpoint. He's saying that because a lot of the men that think like 40-year-old, 40-year-olds that
right. So I got that. So I'm waiting for
the home. Yeah.
So I'm waiting for something like, okay, well, this guy is from a single parent household, so that probably created an issue. Or this girl is from that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for that connection.
I'm not putting that connection on this one. Whether you are from a single parenthood or double parenthood, it doesn't matter. Relationship is a different ball game entirely. The only thing is that if you are from maybe a 2-parent home, you might probably say, okay, maybe you watch your father, how he treats your mom or something. But there are still people who are from single parenthood that really know how to handle relationship. What I'm saying generally is that when it comes to relationship in places like America, men are generally men age don't correlate with their level of maturity. That's what I'm saying generally.
I hear you.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you, Uncle Ben.
So
that men don't mature faster than women.
Yeah,
you understand?
So you're saying the same thing. You're saying the same thing.
So what I'm just trying to point out is, when you see American relationship crashing out or something, the first thing I look at is the age. The age tells me where the man stands. The age also tells me how the girl will move. I said something here one time, like, if you pay attention to your children, as a parent, there is something you have to correct as fast as possible. Once you notice that your child, your son, your daughter cannot maintain friendship, it's not relationship now. Just friendship. Today, you see that they say, oh, my friend is Janisha and LaQuisha. 2 months later, or even some of them, even after 3 weeks or 4 weeks, you just hear things like, I don't roll with you. I'm not friend of LaQuisha anymore. I'm now friend with Latoya and Jerisha. Problem is coming. It's
of course, because their social skills is not good.
Yeah, it's
a lot of them here. They don't have good social skills.
Yeah, but you as a parent, that is when you are supposed to start paying attention. So you start managing how they can maintain friendship both boys and girl. When you notice it with your children, wahala don't they come? And that is why it's so easy for them to be in a relationship today, tomorrow, yeah, I don't like it, I don't roll with him, yeah, they've moved. That's all I'm saying. I don't know much about Desmond Tutu. All I know is that people expressing surprise, being shocked, y'all made me feel like, is this new? What are you expecting? And now that Abby explained it, the whole
Uncle
thing.
Ben, I'm not going to lie. I feel like we're actually focused on the wrong thing when it comes to extracting lessons. I
Okay.
spoke about so much where I even spoke about what happens when the man stays at home, looks after the children, right? And then the woman, while the woman is building her career, why was he not building his career as a chef at the same time? These are the issues. Does the man start to feel small? Does he start to feel not validated? And then could that be a possible reason why he's gone outside to look at the little girl that validates him? Because remember that Christy is the bigger star. She doesn't see him as a star. A girl that is not on Christy's level will see him as a star and look up to him. Does that mean that he now feels validated? Like, oh, I'm a man. There's women out here that respect me, look up to me, love me. And then my wife is here making boss moves. These are the things that I really thought that will pick on, not all these American things, because these are things that actually happen in real life. I've said before on this platform that I have an auntie who was going to chase her whole general practitioner dream, and her husband, even if he's much older and had an established business, decided that okay, is the better idea here is for me to do all of the children stuff while you go and chase that dream. Yes, it's slightly different dynamics because he had money, but my point is these things happen even in African homes where sometimes the onus falls on the man to look after the children, even if it's temporary because of whatever the woman is doing at the time. So the point here is balance. I feel like these are the distractions. Like, what is the balance where both of you are building? Because Uncle Ben, regardless of age, this thing can happen now. Even me now at my age now, I can now say I'm getting married to somebody and we just don't grow together. I can grow faster than him in my career. He can grow faster. Then I start to feel a bit funny. Because that, you know, we say this all the time as well, even with women that stay home for a little bit to look after kids. You start to feel a bit funny and there's some sort of resentment that could come in because, wait, I've held on for our family. You're doing better. And then now you feel like you're being treated like crap, when that might not even really be the case because you're just in a very weird bubble where you haven't accomplished much. And when you look around you, all you feel like you accomplished is children and husband. And that is not enough for you, especially if you started out your life as a career woman. These are real issues. I don't think it has anything to do with the American, Nigerian, or the age that you get married. At any age, if you guys are not having serious conversations about growing together, one person can start to have resentment because they feel like they've sacrificed more than the other, and they are now stagnant or left in this weird bubble. These are real issues.
But Abby, let me interject. Sometimes it has to do with society, you know. I'm just saying that at times.
No, you're right, Bill.
You know what I'm. Yeah. Because sometimes the guy may be looking for work. He might not get work in that his field, but women can always get work at any time. If
Bill,
me and you go for a job interview.
Let me say this. Sorry, let me say this, right? You're right. Yeah. You're no problem. You're right. Okay, you're right. There are so many variables to what we're talking about here, which is why we have to be careful. Which is why you have to narrow down to what is important when we're talking about this stuff. Because if we try to address everything, everybody's right. It could be a mother. It could be an African American mother. It could be how Indians behave. It could be any of this stuff, stereotypes based type of opinions. No one is wrong about that. But one thing we need to focus on is what do we see as a pattern that is common across the board. If we're talking about lessons, right? We need to zone in on what those things are. What I've seen being a coach is what Abby is talking about. When people grow apart, once we identify that first, then we can start to dig in deeper to why people grow apart and how can people mitigate that. Because no condition is permanent. That can happen at any point in the middle of life. Maybe you've done 3 years, 4 years together successfully as a couple, and then before you know it, somebody hits success. By the way, wives do get jealous of their husband too. If he seems to be free and he's going and coming, but she has to deal with the baby all the time, she might start resenting that slowly, and before you know it, it becomes an issue. And even men, of course, it's worse because men in general, social construct, are not expected to be at home. And it can subtly bite into what is going on with that relationship. Before you know it, they don't even know why they feel awkward. They're no longer friends anymore. They can't even pinpoint it, right? This has nothing to do with any of the stereotypes. It's true across the board, as long as there's two human beings who are trying to do life together. So from what IB described earlier on, if this guy, well, we already mentioned something that's true across the board. Men do tend to grow into themselves much later than a woman. A woman who is 14, 15, 16, 17 years old is already talking to grown men in their DM. They don't have to deal with feeling needed, right? A man is trying to just talk to a lady and he's not getting attention until he starts to grow full facial hair or whatever, he start to look a little bit more manly. Eventually, by the time he's like 27, 28, start getting some attention finally, right? He might not know how to handle that, not to give him an excuse, but he might not know how to handle that when he compares that to the kind of attention he gets at home from a girl he's known since 14. That is something that's true across the board. So how can these people, how could they have mitigated it? Because all of us will wish that if they were such a good couple, they should be able to last a lifetime, especially if they have kids, right? But they couldn't make it past that. So what happened there outside of any stereotype? Because, by the way, even in Nigeria, right, as Nigerians, we have stereotype from state to state, from town to town, right? How many of those things do we want to start digging at? I don't see the benefit personally in doing that, even though they can be true. You see what I'm saying? So, yes, it's true that a lot of people here, particularly African Americans, they have maybe I think they said 1 out of 4 people come out of a single parent household. That's a factor, but in this case, I probably wouldn't bring that into this unless we're talking about a general. But in this particular story, this story. They lasted 11 years. There was something that was there that was good, but somehow they couldn't get past that. That's something we should pay attention to because we're dealing with that across the board. It's an epidemic across the board. I have friends, Nigerians, those raised in Nigeria, those that went through, those that did every tradition, and the only thing they end up doing, right, bro, is that they end up resenting each other and calling each other names and saying, oh yeah, it's because you have been following all these people, right? But those are, and when you say you be following those people, right? We have men and women that we agree with them because it's a stereotype. These women are no longer listening. But nobody is getting into the detail of what you and I can learn to prevent this from happening to us outside of character assassination of our wife or our husbands.
Or husbands.
Exactly.
You're right. You're 100% right. But
yeah, go ahead.
No. You were saying so. No, you were saying because
I'm saying I'm employing everybody to look beyond surface stuff, right?
Yes, of course, it's the right.
Bring it down to individuals because everybody have their own story, no matter how much it looks like. This person, what happened here? The closest to that in this story is that yes, this girl has been traveling around and doing her own thing and stuff like that. And this guy, it looked like they grew apart to me. And Abby is right that the time we're probably not connected to the actual timeline. But for him to be in a club publicly and be slobbing down some random public girl, that tells a lot. It sounds like a man who is finding himself. He's going to lose his way first before.
Also, MOP, did you see how quickly he's come on his YouTube channel and cooking? Meanwhile, Christy has taken a break. So
she's back.
So it's almost like there's also a desperation to build. And that's why I'm saying it seems that because obviously he has nothing now. These people are social media content creators. Maybe they have investments here and there. They do have a business as well that they own together, but who knows what is going to happen.
Where did Christy disappear to?
She's not on YouTube, but
she's taking a break, basically.
Instagram and TikTok posting, but she's posting the kind of stuff that women post when they're getting divorced, like she just cut her hair.
Oh, like motivational stuff.
And not really motivational, but she just cut her hair, so she came to post it.
That's motivational. Cutting your hair is motivational.
But you know the kind of content I'm talking about. But
I know.
Like she's not doing proper work. The way
like liberation kind of situation.
Do you think she's heartbroken? Is she more heartbroken than him?
She's
I don't
heartbroken.
even think that that's. I'm even saying. Maybe. I mean, she's a woman. Women tend to be more fragile with things like this. Men tend to compartmentalize. Not that they don't feel the hurt, but I think men know how to redirect the hurt or hurt a different way, right? So I think that's what's happening. But most especially, I think Desmond is more desperate to build the
But also,
because I don't think he has much.
to
Guys,
Desmond's
I think
credit,
someone wants to chime in now. Huh?
Zeno.
to Desmond's
Zeno, what's
credit,
up?
he actually came out and apologized and took accountability for what
That was not an apology, and that was not accountability. I did tell, I did tell Christy that it's not working anymore. I'm not happy. So
no, not that
because
one.
I told
Not that
her
one.
that I can't
Not
cheat.
that one. Not that
Which
one.
other one? That's the one. That's the one
There
apology.
was another one where one I can't remember his name now, but one musician came up and was like kind of hyping him, and he on a post that he did on his new page, and he explained that I understand that I was wrong, all of this, blah blah blah. Let's just move on. I'm so sorry. Everybody's opinion and whatever are valid. It wasn't I'm not talking about.
I did think that the official statement was a little weird. I did think that.
None of that, even that
weird.
second one we are talking
He came
about
up with
was
another
also
one.
very weird because that was more content than anything else, He's this is the same thing with what India did with Dami, right? My opinion on opinion. No, it's the same thing.
Who is India and Dami? What to
India
be
and
me?
Dami are a British couple. See, it's the same thing where they've done the same thing. Where my opinion, if you cheat and you're a public figure, do not apologize. Why are you apologizing to me? You apologize to your fans. Why? Because you want them. Don't. My opinion is don't apologize.
No. But the apology is because they're public figure.
I'm sorry. To me, it is BS. It is BS, especially because you have a couple of options. You're either going to go and get the what's the word, the services of people that PR people that actually know how to do it. But for you to come out and say, I did tell Christy that I'm no longer happy. And
that was a side shot at her.
And then the other one is basically a PR stunt because they call you, and then the next thing you're posting content on social media, which again I've acknowledged that I'm not even mad at.
He said I wanted to separate, and I had conversations with Christy. So yes, because she didn't let me go, I found myself inside of Ekbekus by mistake.
And then the one that was him basically rebuilding his social media. That does not make sense. It's not somebody now. Come on. And most especially, like I said, I'm not even mad at him for being back on YouTube because where else is he going to get money from? She's hijacked their 4 million. She's hijacked their 5 million subscriber channel.
But that's meaningless. The brand is going to follow them regardless of the number of subscribers.
No, it's not. It's not MOP. Remember Dara? Do you remember Dara Taylor?
Dara Taylor. No, I'm not familiar with it.
What's his name? The boy's name. The boy, his career is done. He is not. See, we see this all.
Yeah, but that's because they're not working. It's not because of the subscriber.
No. MOP. He tried. They tried to rebrand, so he tried to go back to his original love, right? See, MOP is like you and Auntie Lola now. You have your thing together, but you have your individual thing as well. So sometimes it happens like that where Christy, unfortunately, has already started building outside of him with fashion, right? Remember that they did not start out as a fashion. She didn't start as a fashion content creator. She started out as a family content creator.
Okay, so let's talk about that real quick, right? So let's say.
Wait, man, appreciate. Can I tell Abby something? Abby, right? Like what you're trying to say now, right? Getting back to the woman working hard and the man working at the same time. In 2026, or at least from this past few years, there's an epidemic of house husbands. Okay.
Why is that?
Listen, no one wants to work. I'm a millennial. Okay, millennial, and you, Abby, you're Gen Z, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So your values are traditional. You know that, right? Because some Gen Z boys, they don't want to work. They're not trying to hear about working. They're fine with the woman going out there, going to get it, and they chill at the house. But with me, if I'm chilling at home, I gotta have my business running at home. You understand? So I can be able to come.
You gotta be busy.
I gotta be busy too.
So I want to ask you the question. Let me ask you this question, Bill. Right? Let me ask you this question.
Yeah, I got you.
What would you suggest to a person, right? Your wife is starting to take on some new deals, right? It just started to come out of nowhere. It's seemingly all organic. You couldn't even really blame her for it, right? But she's taking on those deals, and you now have to like take on the new role, right? But it's bringing in a lot of money. Like, what would you advise to men like that? Because I'll tell you what, this is the potential of what's about to happen. It's similar to what you just said. You're about to start feeling some type of way without knowing exactly how you're feeling and not knowing what to do with your feelings, because she's bringing a lot of money, and she's probably coming from a standpoint, it's our money, but you would like to make your own money as a man, right? What would you advise to our brothers who will go through something like this if your wife just hits like this big opportunity like this?
If the wife comes with the opportunity, you sit down with her, you talk about it. Say, look, this is what we're going to plan. You have to plan it out with your wife. Since you have been a team, right? Correct, MOP?
Yeah.
You just gotta sit down.
Do you wait for her to bring that to you, or you actually approach her? Or because some men will feel some level of pride, like, no, I want her to come to me with that. I don't want to, I don't want to seem like I'm being pushy, right?
Can I ask you a question from your expertise?
I gotta move. I gotta make the move because we have to talk. Because now everything is about.
So what does that sound like if you were initiating that talk with your wife?
It will sound very mature. I said, "Oh look, honey, I want us to discuss about how everything is going to be from now on. Honey, how is everything going to be, so on and so forth." And you discuss it like a real couple,
Okay.
Yeah, not
like
having that pride.
paper.
No, this is how I do. I do that.
You can't.
I will do that. Right.
Yeah, but
This girl, I can do it.
The woman is not agreeing because she wants that job, but she wants that opportunity. And you're like,
no, she can get the job. No, she can get. Listen,
she can get the job.
Let me tell you something. Yeah, she can get the job, but we have to sit down and discuss. We have to discuss. We're a team. If she wants to go and get the job without talking to me, then we got a problem. Do you understand?
Then, let me give you.
Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. That it looks good on paper. Let me give you this example, which I've given before with my family, where I said,
"You're gonna give me a bar question?" Like,
no, it's not.
Let's hear it. Let's have it. Go ahead, Abby.
Abby, bring it.
Things are usually that reasonable and sweet, and that is you just. I mean, it doesn't really work like that. Okay, let's say you've already advanced in your career anyway, but not at the same level. Both people are not at the same level. You've advanced, and then the woman has this opportunity, like my auntie that decided that, I'm going to go be a general practitioner. And then the husband is like, okay, fine. That means I would hold down the household for 3 years, right? But that might not be the situation because the man might not be ready for that move as well. And then there's an argument because the woman is like, it's my turn. I've had 2 children. It's my turn. Like, people are not, conversations don't go that straightforward. And which is why the question I wanted to even ask Onkola was pretty much along the lines of, because I know that there was one relationship where we made a pact where we said we had to hold each other accountable when it came to a couple of things across the board. That would be fitness, so how we look, how we eat, things like that. And that would also be ambition as well. Because especially for women, it's very easy. I have a friend who had a baby like a year ago. Now the next struggle now is getting back into that space of going back to work. She doesn't know how to do it. She even called the other day crying, Abby, I don't know how to get back into this whole career bag, blah, blah, blah. Mind you, she's not been someone that has been super motivated anyway. So imagine now having the extra stress of a child. If you're not already a very extra ambitious, extra motivated person, it even gets harder. So again, my point is there's so many things that work against you, whether it's man, woman. I've used a woman because I'm a woman, so I don't know what else to use as an example. Sometimes things are not that straightforward. Do you know what I mean? So again, you can make a pact with your partner and say, listen, we always have to look good for each other. So gym or fitness is non-negotiable. One, okay, cool. We have to hold each other accountable. Okay, we have to hold each other accountable for ambition as well. I have to make sure that you can't be a bum, because that's what I'm saying, where if you're not a self-motivated person, if there's things, whether it's postpartum depression or whatever else that holds you back, or whatever midlife crisis, what does your partner do to push you and be like, Chrissy, you're kind of slacking that department that we talk about that we're never going to let go of. Scott, do you want to get into this whole? Do you want to have a restaurant? What that's what I see here. I don't see a couple that sat down to speak about their dreams across the board.
So what would be the question, Abby? What would be the
The
question?
question is:
The question,
are
yeah.
couples supposed to hold each other accountable so that they both do well simultaneously?
Yes, yes. So it depends. Oftentimes, when people say accountability, right? What I really hear, right, is criticism and contempt, right? In terms of how it actually plays out, right? They're not very nice. They're not very aware, or even take it upon themselves to be attentive to how they're holding accountable lands on the other side. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you're completely disconnected from that, let's say you made a pact. You made a pact in the moment where there was a spirit that was vibing at that moment in time, right? But when it's time to actually hold that person accountable, what they are receiving from you is actually the leading force, right? That would be the controlling force, right? Even though you're like, but we said we were going to hold each other accountable, right? And then before you know it, you're inside of an argument, right? And then it looks illogical because what we said was this. Why are you changing that, right? And then you spend the next 20 minutes arguing about why there was a change. And then she's trying to say, but that's not what I'm saying. And then you're like, what are you saying then? And then it's like, if you can't figure it out, then what the hell are we here for? Right? So it becomes really, really messy. My thing is that united front, the objective is always unity, right? And what we call unity is a moving target, right? So it can move. You might say this is what it was yesterday. If it moved tomorrow, that is, and you don't expect it, that means your expectations were not managed, right? If you understand, you're with a human being, right? And they might feel different tomorrow for various different reasons, right? But they're not crazy. They're just being a human being. It's just that when yours happen, you're not paying attention to it, right? Because it's you, right? When you drift, you don't notice that you drift because it's you. It's just you living, right? So if I always tell people when it comes to expectations, you want to give your partner the freedom to express their expectation indefinitely, free card for the rest of our lives. You have the freedom to express your expectations to me. And then when it comes to your expectations, you want to manage it. Now, you might say, but what about, why should I have to manage myself? No, it's actually both people should do that. It creates this cycle. It creates harmony, right? So in the case of the example that you're giving, if we said we're going to hold each other, I'll give my example. Actually, that's my story, actually. My wife tends to be the one who holds me more accountable when it comes to going to the gym. Okay? I'm a little bit more comfortable, right? So, I can go without going to the gym for like straight 2 weeks, I used to be a little bit of a gym rat, but, life changed, but now she's like, oh no, we're going to the gym. And you know what I did? I gave her freedom to determine when we go to the gym or not, right? And there's nothing that is that strict in my life that I can't move around on a quick morning. When we're going to the gym at 9 o'clock after the babies are gone to school, I'll move it around. It's all flexible. If it's occasional things that I can't move around, I say, babe, not today because of this thing. And she instantly understands, right? So whatever it is we're talking about needs to be like that. It needs to be fluid in nature, but at the same time, accountable. And some people cannot comprehend both of them in their head. It's either this or that, right? We set this and it must be that way. And that's where the problem comes in. You need to understand that people feel differently at different times of the day or different times of the year, and just allow some room for that. And if you feel like that person is drifting too much, because that does happen, right? Some people are just too comfortable. You just have to say, babe, do you remember this? Okay, can we do like this today? Okay, all right, I'll let that slide, but can we do that tomorrow? Can we please get on this tomorrow? Right? Just applying some little bit of grace here and there. 3 step forward, I always call it 2 step backward. 3 step forward, 2 step backward. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm listening. You called me, right?
No, not you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 3 step forward, 2 step backwards. 3 step forward, 2 step backward. You just have to give some room for grace, because that's a big point of leverage in all of it. Because when it comes to madness, all of us can be mad, right? And we're not always able to say, to admit that I'm mad, because we know as individuals, I know that I'm right? So, and guess what? The other person feels exactly that same way. But if you
question, MOP.
yeah.
Wait. I'll be 1 second, okay? MOP.
Yeah.
I'm about to leave. All right, I'm about to leave right now. So let me give Abby a short answer, okay? Abby, listen. I've signed on to be your husband, correct? There's no going back, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm not the type of person to like if I get into a relationship, I start complaining about the person all around. I know what I signed up for. So in my personality, I believe in loyalty. Okay? So I've signed on. So if there's an issue that we're going to have, we have to discuss that, okay? So don't look at it like it's too hard. For some people it'll be hard. Some people will be very easy. Okay? That's all I got to tell you. All right?
Okay.
Right.
Good night, boss. You want to still listen? Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
God bless you. Yes. Yes.
1 minute. You see, the every angle you look at this from, whatever your personality is a double-edged sword. There's a downside to it. You know, just being open-minded like that, for me personally, goes a long way. Do you understand what I'm saying? So everybody have their personality. There's always somebody who tends to say, that's just me, right? Well, why do you do like that? It's just me. Like, you're like, just me, right? They will put their hands forward like this. Like, why, like, what do you want me to do? It's just me, right? But the reality is that just a little bit of self-awareness around that's just me, right? That just me thing, right? We're dealing with another human being at the end of the day. They might be having a different experience from what you perceive, right? And just being open-minded around that goes a long way. That's how I see it. Sometimes it might even seem like it's unfair, and you're the only one that's always doing that, and she tends to be just do whatever anyhow, right? Trust me, if you look deep enough, well, at the very minimum, you're there for a value. There's a value you're getting from being with this lady, or vice versa, right? And doing the inventory of that goes a long way, and say, why am I even here? Because if it's that bad, I should just easily exit, right? But I'm here for a reason, and though it might feel difficult sometimes, you know. So the example you gave was actually me, right? I came from a home where if there's an issue, let's talk it out. Like communication, right? Like, didn't you say communication? Why can't we just communicate? In fact, I learned that you should never go to bed with issues. You should iron it out. Baba, that thing backfired though. Okay. Yeah.
No. But MOP, you know why I'm telling that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, boss. We can hear you.
I'm hearing you, boss. Yeah.
It's no longer the UB show, Uncle Ben. You can go to bed.
No, it's the Abby and Zeno show.
Now, because I'm lost already.
I still have a question.
Let me conclude that real quick. Give me 30 seconds. Let me conclude that in 30 seconds, right? What I had to do is basically realize that heaven is not going to fall out of the sky that night. It is okay to go to bed. Everybody is calm, and we can still talk about it later on. But when I started to do that, guess what? She felt the energy. Guess what she wanted to do suddenly? She wanted to talk it out because she realized that wasn't me. That something might be wrong somewhere. So just allowing a little bit of room. Whenever we have a stance, just keep an open mind regardless of the stance. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yep.
No, but man, boy, you know what I saw. In general, what I see a lot, right? And it's not you. It's some guys, right? They'll get into a relationship and start complaining. You knew what you were getting into, what you were getting into. So stop complaining. I want to give you an example. If your woman is a stripper, I'm just giving you an example.
God.
And you marry her, you've signed on to that.
That sounds like Kanye West.
Yeah, Kanye West. Yeah, he did it. You know, Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, I mean
I
that
don't
was
know, bro.
obvious. I mean that was obvious
That's
from day
obvious.
one.
Yeah, of course he doesn't understand. You know, and it ended up bad, right? Okay, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be complaining
So
about
your
what
own is
happened
deal with
before.
it. Your own is deal with. Sometimes our brothers just need
My own is
someone
deal with
to.
it.
They just need someone to hear them out. That's all. It's not necessarily that we solve their
Uh,
problem. You know.
the gym or God is my healing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can just yeah, I can talk it out to with a therapist.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So those are the three outlets.
My
That's
brother, are you
good.
not looking for ultimate happiness in marriage? Because it's looking like the
Can,
compromises are
hold
unnecessary.
on, no,
I
hold
don't
on,
know.
no.
Uncle
Who,
Ben.
who
Looking
actually
like
wants
Let's
unnecessary.
welcome back Uncle Beno.
Oh
Uncle
no no no
Beno.
no! But
I am
what did
listening to
Abby
you
say now?
guys.
Hmm.
I just
I
want
feel
to
like your
hear what.
compromises are too much for something that is meant to be last a life, a long life, the whole life. I'll be a lifetime.
I didn't call it
For me?
compromise.
No, no, no. Not you, MOP. The way
Oh,
you
okay.
say I'll just deal with it, I'll just deal with this. Like, do you
Oh
really
yeah, yeah. That
Who?
would
like
break.
you
Who,
either
Bill?
like this person or you don't? Like, just don't manage. I don't know. I don't believe that anyone should manage.
No, Abby. I'm just saying that when you sign on to something, you sign onto it. That's as a millennial guy, I believe that that's part of the loyalty that you've signed up for it. So you're an ambitious woman. You're this. You're that. You're that. You're that. You're that. This before I got into marriage with you, I have to know all these qualities. Okay, and things
Hmm.
might come up.
But
Yeah. So
you won't
I'm
ever
saying.
completely know a person until you live with them, and even with that, people still change.
Let me
That's why
say,
you have courtship. You don't go into a relationship
no,
so
no,
fast into it.
Bill. The drift. Remember, I mentioned drift. They're inevitable,
Hmm.
and they will
Hmm.
shock your system.
Hmm.
They're inevitable. They're inevitable.
Hmm.
Yeah, they will shock your system. You should talk about stuff before you go into marriage. But you're going to talk about the
Hmm.
stuff you know. That's not the stuff you don't know how that's to be.
Yeah.
You
No,
know.
but but what Zeno is saying is that that I don't know all this person until you get to know them. I said that's why you have courtship. You don't go into a relationship
Even with courtship, you still
real
don't know
quick.
everything.
That's what I'm saying now. That courtship has limitations.
Exactly.
Limitations. Okay.
Yeah, it has limitations. There are things that you're going to discover at 3 year mark, at 5 year mark, for every babies you have, at 10 year mark, every milestone, every time she gets a promotion, every time she gets this big deal, and you don't know what to do with yourself, and it's double your salary. There are things that will inevitably happen, and how do you respond is what we're discussing. That's what you can do,
Hmm.
like discuss
Hmm.
ahead of time, like different scenarios of what you could do if, let's say, the worst case scenario, right?
Hmm.
And I'm not talking about cheating because everybody wants to talk about cheating. Like, no, we're talking
Hmm.
about things that has nothing to do with outright cheating, but will make you feel
Hmm.
some type of way, and you can grow apart,
Hmm.
just
Hmm.
like that. Because when women grow apart, and some men, they don't tell you for straight 2 years. You could be in a marriage
Hmm.
that's been dead for 2 years before you
Hmm.
realize, and she can appease your feelings if she doesn't feel safe to come to you to tell you.
Hmm.
She knows you well. She will appease your feelings for as long as it needs to be. Eventually, she will throw her hands in the air and say, and then you will hear, "I didn't see it coming," right? Yes, we
Yeah, that's
have a
what they
ton
say.
of those
Yeah.
stories. Yeah, we have a ton of those
Yeah.
stories.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
so I'm just saying, like, what you're doing probably works for you, but just in general, for anybody who might be listening, right? We want to keep an open mind, right? Just open mind doesn't mean you compromise on your moral values. It just means you are more prone to listening beyond what is obvious, right? Because
Hmm.
it's not obvious. It's not always obvious. Sadly, it's not always obvious. Or even better yet, it's not, because you will need that grace at certain point.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because you're not perfect, right? And
No, I'm not a perfect person. Yes.
I have to remind myself all the time that only God knows what my wife has to deal with. That because if
Hmm.
she has to tell me to become nagging, right? If every time she
Hmm.
has to tell me what she's dealing with when it comes to me, that becomes what we call nagging. But she
Hmm.
will probably give grace. I do my own side too, where I give her. So, but what Abby was speaking to with what you said, that
Hmm.
sound like
Hmm.
compromise is,
Hmm.
if you said you signed up for it, deal with it, right?
We deal with it. It's just
Baba.
yeah. But that's what I'm saying, because a lot of the dudes is complaining about their women and they saw the signs before ahead of time. And
No,
I'm
but
like, look.
what I like about what you say is that you actually gave some solutions already. Like, hit the gym, right?
Hmm.
Talk to your buddies,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Get other outlets outside of her, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes
You do that.
sometimes if it, like what just happened to Jimon and Sue, that's his name, right? Like so, like
Diamond Hansu.
the
Diamond
guy from
Hansu and that
Benin.
his girl. Yeah,
Yeah,
Diamond Hansu.
yeah, like call the police on her, man. I'm not asking you to deal with it for that. Call the police. If she's punching you in the face, you need to call the police.
But man on point. This me telling you this came with years of evolving. Because the person I was before,
He called me man on point.
Man on point, man on prestige,
Man on
man on point.
Man on point. Okay, I got a new name today.
MOP, yeah, you know, say I'm good with names, so trust me in giving good names. But you know, yeah, but this came as evolving, you know. I mean, coming as a matured man. You understand? It didn't come like today.
Do you have that same? The question to you, Bill. Do you have that same expectation of your lady? She signed up for it. Deal with it.
These are the issues, oh. These are the issues.
Women don't think like that. They think
They will not
different
tell
from
you
us.
after everything I've done for
Yes.
you. Oh God, did I tell you to take me as I am?
Yeah, take it as a yeah, but every man has to know that's what he's doing. But the
So now
woman
you
might
want
not
me
think
to
like that.
reciprocate
But do you expect do you hold a woman accountable to that? Like, hey, you signed up for me, just deal with me.
Yes, I will hold the woman accountable. Yes, I will hold her accountable too.
So the idea,
Because if
so
I'm
the
doing that, she has
I'll say this one last because I know you want to jet. Me too, I want to jet. Let me say this, right? If you hold her accountable to that idea, right, it can backfire. Because it can mean so many things. It might actually work for you, but it can mean that idea can mean so many things. Some people can weaponize that, right? They could say, hey, you signed up for this, deal with it. It can be a good thing, depends on how it lands. It depends on the kind of person you're with, right? And it can actually be something that is being weaponized, where you don't address our issues, our concerns, and you're just like, hey, like, don't try to change me right now. Like, that sounds like a good thing on the surface. Like, we can even hold her accountable and say, hey, why are you trying to change him? Like, Shebi, you know what you signed up for, right? But we never really get to the actual issue. Yeah. So that's something I would just
But
want
what
to
I
put
want
out
and
there.
what I need is two different things, though.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm making. Like, it could mean not just two. It can mean not two different things. It can mean like 2,000 things. So it needs to be in real life, whatever that means. We need to get down to specific. Like, if a person comes to me, like let's say one of my clients comes to me and she said, "Hey, she signed up for this. Why is she complaining?" I'm gonna be like, I understand. That makes sense. But can you tell me a little bit more on what you like? I need to get down into the details of what that actually means. Tell me the story, and then I will know. Most likely, it has nothing to do with that. It's probably not just a flexible guy. He's too stiff. He's lame, right? He's a square, right? In fact, if he's not careful, his wife is already sleeping with somebody else already.
Of course. I see that all the time, you know. So I understand what you mean. Yeah.
But he started. But all he said is the same thing you said that could be working for you. All he said is that, hey, you signed up for this, right? But hey, now they're dealing with the different drama entirely.
Things change later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
I got you. I don't know. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I got you. But what I want is different from what I need, right? Again. So I'm just saying this is what I want. Yeah, but it's not gonna work out like that. It's not as easy as what Abby and you are saying. It's not as easy as I'm saying it.
I just know that
so I
I'm
understand.
Gen Z. All these things I say, everyone.
You're not Gen Z anything, not like that. Not full Gen Z. You're not full Gen Z. You're Gen Z with traditional values.
Abby is Gen Z with the spirit of a Gen X.
It's either I like you or I don't. All these words I don't
no problem. You're traditional too, Abby. Mix it with the.
Abby is very traditional.
No, I am.
Yeah. Abby is not traditional. She's just
what
she
it
just has
seems like
morals.
to me, what I'm hearing is
Moral sounds traditional. She said you just have morals. I said morals is traditional. What do you mean?
Yeah,
because full Gen Z.
What I'm hearing, Bill, you know what I'm hearing from you? What I'm hearing
What?
is you know, the whole idea of she's a wife, like a good wife, a good mother to the children. I don't really have to love her. because she's
Oh
a
my
good
God.
wife. That's what I'm hearing. Sorry,
Jesus.
correct me if I'm wrong. No,
Oh my
I'm
God. You're
hearing.
going
Abby,
too
you want to
far.
carry us away? We don't know.
No, man of press. You remember I said that I feel like men know how to compartmentalize a lot when it comes to these things. Where this
Yes.
whole thing of man, and I'm not even saying that it's a bad thing. Where you're
Mm-hmm.
marrying a woman because you're ready, and because you looked at it, you can plan with this woman. She's calm, she gives you peace, but that's not necessarily the love of your life. That's not the love of your life. That's what I'm hearing from Bills. Where he's just like,
Abby, even you, if you go to a guy, sometimes that guy will know that you're not his first choice. Yeah, you're not gonna be his first choice.
but
You
that's
understand what I'm saying? But
as
So why
in
are you
life,
with
I
me if I'm not
pray
your
that
first
I
choice?
can have it. See, don't get me wrong. I've always said this: your head has to work while your heart is working. It's not working. I've always said this: your heart is not enough. Let's not be silly. I'm not going to say I was gonna marry.
Is the head the logical part?
The love of my life may not be ambitious. The love
Is
of my life may not have
the head the logical part?
No, see, MLP, this is what I've always thought, right?
Mhm.
An ideal situation would be for my head and my heart to align. That would be an ideal situation. However, do we always get ideal situations? No. So if that doesn't happen, my head is going to lead.
Your head will lead.
And I'm not see, listen, if you've listened to me on this channel, you will know that that's how I am. I'm very analytical. I mean, I'm an analyst, but I'm very analytical. If my ideal
engineer
situation
analyst.
for my head and my heart to align. But if both don't align, I'm going with my head. I'm going with my head. My
Okay,
head is
that makes sense. That makes sense. That's why we called you traditional.
my heart is more likely to fail me than my head will when it comes to a decision of this is a good man, he has morals, he's from a good family, he's going to be a good dad, he's a provider, he's a protector. My heart's just be 6 feet tall, that can handsome. Is that what I want to chop? No. That's what I'm saying, right? It's not going to work. So ideally, I would want both to align. If both don't align, I'm going with my head. Cool. However, that's not the goal. The goal is still for me to be in love with my partner. For
You
me
want to be in love.
For me to still find them attractive. From all of these things still the goal while they are still the good husband, the good man, everything else, right? But that's what I'm saying, that what it sounds like this conversation is and I feel like a lot of men, even like a lot of everyone that I've spoken to, they didn't even see
Why, Abby? Why are you on the stage 3 times?
No, wait. It's Uncle Ben is using my profile pictures with his different devices. So it's also a case, right? Of I feel like a lot of men actually get married because they're ready. The woman is a good woman, or not necessarily the woman that would have been their first choice if they had a choice.
No, but why do people say that?
Yo, no one's gonna.
That is wild.
But listen, Abby, you're a Gen Z with the spirit of a millennial. That's all I gotta tell you. Okay.
All right, that's the response.
So
right
just
there.
take it like that. Just take my word, because a lot of Gen Z girls, a lot of Gen Z women. Is not talking like you.
The streets are rough,
I'm just telling you that. The streets is rough. I'm telling you that. No Gen Z is talking like, they want, like they gotta be ambitious. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, they might be talking like that, but they're not getting those type of men. You feel me? So that's all I gotta tell you.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate you, bro.
Man on point.
Yes, sir. We talk soon.
Man on point. Take care.
Yes, sir.
All right, take care.
I just know that. Let me tell everybody.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Let me tell you why Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben says confused.
Uncle Ben has gone to Uncle Ben has gone to eat Eba.
No problem. Take care.
All right, boss.
I know. Bye, Bills. I know.
All right, good night. Bye.
Good night. I know Uncle Ben like the back.
Zeno. Bye.
Uncle Ben.
Bye.
Bye. Has gone to eat Eba.
Eba necessary.
I know.
I don't blame him.
Uncle Ben, tell me I'm lying.
He's busy eating the meat. He's eating the meat.
You want to hear my mouth? I do what they cross my lips. Leave me alone.
I'm quiet. I listen to you. Uncle Ben has been.
Uncle Ben, we are done.
That's why he's on the stage the second time. He's using the phone. Imagine.
He left his studio to go to.
All right, Uncle Ben. No, me, I have a long day tomorrow. I know I won't be able to join you guys during the week. It's kind of hard. But yeah, thanks for having me. This was a good session, Abby. This is always interesting.
Emma, please don't know where you are.
You said what?
It didn't know where you are. Everybody's talking, so we are going somewhere.
I'm on a client site in the middle of nowhere in South Carolina, so somehow the snow avoided here. My house is dealing with snow right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Jersey, New York, everybody's dealing with snow.
North
But
Carolina is closed down. Tennessee is shut down.
well, South Carolina is not. So
You're lucky.
I'm closer to Georgia. Yeah. So that's the thing. So I think to the last point that Abby made there, Abby, please do not get with people you're not in love with. Okay, it's 2026. You need both at least.
Man of press, you've not heard my story. I said if I marry someone I'm not in love with, there will be signs. You just be seeing me on Instagram every day.
Yeah, please don't do that.
We'll be shaking our bum on a yard somewhere.
Uncle,
Yeah.
I'm going to carry. We're going to go to Bora Bora.
Bora Bora sound like in love. Have you seen Ife? I like how Ife is flaunting it in front of everybody. Ife and
Please, let's move on.
I see. What it did. So that kind of love is what all of you deserve. Where it feels. I'm not talking about having to come to the public, but just where it feels effortless and you don't have to overthink. That's what I pray for everybody to have. It doesn't mean you don't get to think. Yeah, it's too much work getting into a journey of life with a person that doesn't make your heart tingling. I'm in a hotel room about to call my wife right now, and there are people that are always praying to go away from the house, or they're always sitting in the car parking in the parking lot when they get home because they don't want to go inside. There are too many couples like that. Please don't end up in that space, because that's not fun. Marriage is supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be endured. It's supposed to be enjoyed. It doesn't negate the fact that there will be trying times, but the fact that you're friends with that person is what helps. That's what helps in those trying times, because if you have a dry spell, the friendship is what helps. If you have a situation where she's just not feeling right, or you're not feeling right, or there's a failure at work, or you lost a deal or something like that, that friendship goes a long way. If your wife gets a big deal that's going to basically triple your salary, the friendship, you don't have to, that she's thinking about you. You just know that you know. And, in due time, by the way, it didn't just happen. You have been talking about it all along together. There's no surprise there. Nobody is hiding the house in Lekki. Nobody's using languages like make your own money. Anytime you're hearing women say make your own money, that's the spy on the mountain.
Go make the money, bring her, maybe we run on together.
Exactly. But so I would just say, people say, so is marriage is not a place for happiness. I don't know what they mean by that. That's the very weird thing to say to me, or to be advising people on.
Your children.
Yeah, I think usually what they're coming from is that people are leaving marriage because they claim they're not happy. Well, they're trying to tell you something. So maybe you should pay attention instead of trying to prove what is not, Marriage is, yes, it can be multiple things at the same time. Yes, it's duty, responsibility. You don't have to teach me and Uncle Beno to go and pick up our kids. That's duty, responsibility. That's default. We know this already. The part that we might struggle with occasionally throughout the course of the years, just a moment of funk. It's a little bit funky. It's a little thick. The tension is too thick, right? For whatever reason. That does happen. We're not going to turn around and tell the wife, like, this is not about happiness. It's not my job to make you happy. The happiness should come from you start preaching to the choir when the issue is actually deeper than that. So I just wanted to pick on that because you said that very briefly right there. It should align. The heart, the way you describe it should be an alignment.
That's the
idea. It should make sense in your head, because I don't want you to say you are in love with some kind of deadbeat because your heart is just working. I don't want you to say that either. It should be both. Don't go outside of your class. Never mind people that say classism. Don't go outside of your dimensions. Be careful if you're going outside of your religion. Be careful if you're going outside of your race. You want to be careful, because those things, they look beautiful on the surface or initially, but eventually those are the things that will be weaponized when there is inevitable crisis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, MOP.
You're welcome.
Don't worry, I'm going to please send me your invoice for Uncle Ben.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Are you okay?
Have a great week.
Uncle Ben, no. Take care. Uncle Ben, no, we'll go yeah. Later, I have to go.
No, Baba.
Boss.
Abby, are you okay? They should send me invoice. Una they talk
Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Ari?
Abby, una they judge the matter. I no do nothing. Now you say me they send invoice to me. Where do we? Which kind
of on your channel? Free advice. Uncle Ben, if you cut that part now, 1 million views.
I hear you. Zeno, where is Zeno?
Sir?
Zeno, you were calling me. I say, what did I do? What is my offense? Why is Zeno just calling me? Uncle Ben, where are you?
You're too quiet. You were having too much peace.
What do you want me to do? MOP and Bill and Abby, at a point, I don't even know what they are saying again. The whole thing is just firebrand. You know, you do this.
Well, you said what that started the conversation.
The conversation went the way I don't even understand. So I said, make I cook my way they look now. What do you want make I talk? I don't tell you, sir, I know they put my for Gen Z matter. I don't tell you. This one like Gen Z matter.
It wasn't Gen Z.
How is it not Gen Z this conversation?
Uncle Ben, we should actually cut that part. It was actually very good. It was a very good
Oh yeah, summarize it for me. No, if you think it's a very good one,
look at all those comments. You are very, very funny, sis. Sis, you're the one that was No, we're talking, you know, that I said that before you left, what I said is that we need to talk about the real reason why the Scots actually split up and talk about emasculation, the man not doing much, the man not building his career, and that's kind of how the conversation went.
And whose fault is it that the man is not building his career?
That's what we're talking about now. That if I ask the question, do you think that both people should hold each other accountable? So should it be like a push and pull situation where the woman is like, bro, let's go to the gym? It could be gym, it could be health, you know, it could be money, it could be career, that sort of thing. So that's what we're talking about. And then Bill had his own opinion. And then Bill now started to talk about how he feels like when you get married, when you sign up. That's his mindset. I've signed up for this. I'm there. Like he believes in loyalty. And I had pushback saying that you sound like you don't want to love your wife. You as long as it's convenient, she's a good woman, she's a good mother, it's okay. And I was like, oh no, not really. And then we now started talking about when your head and your heart aligns, that will be the best situation. Is that a good summary? I think it's a good summary. That's it, pretty much.
Yeah, it makes sense. But the way you guys are going, all I can deduce is that when it comes to this modern day dating and marriage, the vast majority of people who are seeking marriage, they don't know what they are looking for. They don't know what it takes to say, I want to be married.
Uncle Ben, really?
Yes, Zeno. If you allow me, I will explain it.
I'm waiting. Sorry, sir.
I will explain it by asking you and Abby one question now. I asked my guy Bill the same question yesterday. It's a very simple question, and then Bill got it. So you too, maybe you can get it. If I ask you now, Zeno.
Okay, but what's the reward? Listen, I can know if I put my heart into it. How much?
The reward of what?
The reward for this question that I have to get.
I will send you Guguru and Granite. So basically, one question I do ask people when it comes to marriage, if I really want to know where they are, if they are really prepared for marriage, the question I usually ask them is, what is your dream as a wife or as a husband? So if I ask you right now, Zeno, for instance, what kind of wife do you see yourself to be? What kind of home do you see yourself building with your partner?
Already filled.
Wow.
What would you say?
I will be recorded.
The what?
I'm asking if we're being recorded so that we're not gone.
Seriously, see, you know me.
Let me ask the question again. What kind of home do you see yourself building? Is that your question? What kind
it's
of?
a very simple question.
Yeah, I have an answer.
Now, anybody that I'm just saying it for the sake of those who might actually key into it and learn. Many people that they used to be single, our path cross, we talk together, they share their fears and their expectation about marriage and all of that with me. The question I always ask them is, if they are men, I will ask them, what kind of husband do you see yourself to be? What kind of home and family do you plan to raise? What kind of a woman are you looking for or searching for that you know you are going to build a home with? And then the last question I usually ask them is, how do you plan to treat your wife? And most time, they usually don't get it right. Then when I start explaining it to them, some of them in less than a year, they are married. So these are like, it's not a joke. I'm serious about it. So I'm asking you the same question now as a woman. What kind of a wife do you see yourself being in the future? What kind of a home do you want to have? When I say home, I mean the marriage itself. And it encompasses how you want to resolve issues, how you want to get things done, and then the man himself that you are going to marry. How do you want to treat that man? These are just like basic questions. These are basic questions I think a lot of people don't take their time to think about, because as soon as you can figure this shit out, you will see your husband, you will know this is your husband.
Can I give you my answer?
Yeah, go ahead and give me your answer.
So I believe, or at least the kind of home I want to have, or kind of wife I will be, is I want to be a godly wife, because I believe that my home and my marriage as a whole is a restoration of God's promise to me. So it has to be a marriage that God approves of. So I want to be a wife that is willing to be submissive, but to the right man. I want to be a mom to my children. I want to build my home. I want to build with my husband, in the sense of that we're both in the same direction and the same path, because God has put us together to have a divine goal. I feel like my marriage is going to be bigger than me. I feel like it's a greater commission for God, right? So we both have to come together and align under the authority of God to be who He has called us to be, and to touch the places that He has called us together to be, and the parents that He wants our children to have, so we can help raise them in a way that honors Him, but also helps them take over generations and do things for Him. So I will be submissive. I will be with a man that fears God. I will be with a man, and I will be with a man that gains his leadership skills and all of that from the Holy Spirit, that is led by the Holy Spirit. So I don't have to worry about what He's telling me to do, because I can see the fruit in him that he hears from God, because I fear God. And because I fear God and he fears God, I can trust him, because we're both, I believe that we'll both be human. So we'll obviously have fleshly desires, but because we surrender unto a divine authority, we can both drop our egos and realize that, okay, I don't really want to do this, and I know you don't want to do that, but I know God is calling you to go do it, so I'm going to follow your authority. So my marriage is going to be based off of what God calls us to be, where He says we are the bridegroom, right? So just the leadership of God is where my marriage is going to be, and that's who I want to be. That's the marriage I want. I want my children to be able to run to me and say things are happening and be able to help. I want my husband to come to me and say, hey, babe, I have a problem with this. Can we talk about this? Can we try to figure it out? And if I don't know, I want to be willing to go out and go help. I want to be able to cover him the same way I pray that he's able to cover me. And I don't have to fear that I don't have anybody, because I know I have him, and he doesn't have to worry about not having anybody in his corner, because he knows he has me. And my children don't have to worry, because they know mommy and daddy got them. So, yeah.
How many questions did you ask like this? Is it one or is it 5 questions?
All right, Zeno, if you have a pen or if your phone is with you, type this timestamp down. You started answering this question at exactly 4 hours, 18 minutes on this show. So come back and listen to everything you said again, okay? But to be honest, your answer came across like somebody who want to put the blame on God if things don't work out in the marriage. I'm just being honest with you. When I ask about the expectation, the kind of wife you want to be, and all of that, it's okay to say, I want to be a God-fearing wife. I want to be a wife who put God in the center of his family. It's okay. But most of the time, God is in your marriage, but God is not the one that is going to make the marriage work. What makes the marriage work is, who are you? How prepared are you? What is your understanding of marriage? What is your understanding of what life could looks like when two people with different background comes together? That's what matters mostly when it comes to marriage. And when you talk about, I want a God-fearing man, I've heard that a lot. And usually I do tell people, can you please put that aside?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't tell.
This is the reality of marriage. I won't lie to you. Yeah. You see, I got it. But there's a reason why I say, can you put, I want a God-fearing man aside? How many people married to a God-fearing man and their marriage is still a mess? Somebody can be after God, prayerful, prayer warrior, kabajin, and still treat his wife as if the wife is a non-entity. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
Uncle Ben, that's not a man that actually fears God. I'm so sorry.
Okay. How do you know a man that fears God from the moment you and the man started?
They're fruits, Uncle Ben. There are
What is
certain
the
characteristics.
What are the
If again,
characteristics?
an example that Abby always gives: if I go to a restaurant with you and you're yelling at the waiter, you're not kind.
It
That's the
does,
fruit of the spirit.
see, Abby, Zeno, I know we've spent too much time on this. Maybe I can do a segment of Mash Me this week, and then we can dive into some of these issues. The so-called God-fearing men, they are usually the one that hide their character the most at the beginning of the marriage.
I kind of understand what Uncle Ben is saying.
Are you feeling me, Abby?
The reason I understand you is because it's more from a point of view of balance across the board. I think that's what Uncle Ben is trying to say. Balance across the board, where there has to be room for growth, right? So where I'm at spiritually now might not be a good place for like a man that wants to be a youth pastor, but he can see other fruits in me and see that this girl has the potential to be better at the word when there's partnership involved. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. So I think that that's what it is, where it's just a balance across the board, rather than focus on, because I know what Zeno is talking about as well, because I think there was a period in my life where I thought a God-fearing man will be led by the Holy Spirit to treat you right, to do this, to do that. But there's so much more as well, where I still want a man that is well-rounded, a man, because it takes a lot more than just knowing the word of God. You also need to be switched on. You also need to be emotionally intelligent, right? And while God can give you the grace to maintain these character traits, you kind of have to work at them and be within yourself. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. That's why you still see a man of God that has anger issues. You see a man of God that has, that still has a wandering eye, even if he has not even acted on that yet, because there's still an aspect of your own, should I say, personal journey in a sense. And that's where balance comes in. I think it's balanced across the board.
Yeah, just because of our time, this is what I do tell both men and women who are looking and searching for a husband and wife. I usually tell them, take some time off, just stand in front of your mirror and look at yourself and tell yourself exactly what kind of a wife you want to be and what kind of a husband you want to be, and start working towards being that person. If you are looking at it and you have not
know what you want to be, Uncle Ben,
then that's
what if you don't know what is required of us being a good wife or a good husband?
no
What if you don't know?
no let me say this. The concept of a good wife, a good husband is overrated right now.
Okay.
It's overrated. Oh, I want a good wife. It's overrated. What matters to you the most? Happiness? Or you don't want to be happy?
Of course.
I would rather tell a single man or woman who is searching that look for somebody who makes you happy. If you find somebody who makes you happy, the person that makes you happy will hardly, really makes you cry. So sometimes when we are searching for this so-called partner, we usually look for the wrong thing, the wrong attributes and all of that. We miss the main point. So when I tell people that look at yourself and say, this is the type of husband I want to be, this is the type of wife I want to be. Now, if while you are trying to, because what that simply means is that you are molding yourself. You are molding yourself. You don't have a husband yet, you don't have a wife yet, but you are saying, this is who I want to be. So therefore, you are already molding yourself to be that person. Now, when your person finds you, you have already know the kind of work you put into yourself. If that person won't fit in, you will know instantly that this person, it can't fit into what I'm looking for as a wife or as a husband. But a lot of people usually left it open, believing that when I find him or her, it will now determine who I will be. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, Abby and Zeno. That's where many people stays. Oh, when I marry, oh, my husband, we're gonna have fun, he's going to enjoy me. I'm gonna treat him right. When I'm married, meaning when he comes, how he move, determine. No, that's not how it works. You see how I used to tell men that as a man, if you really want to have a good home, a good marriage, you should first of all know that marriage is all about sacrifice for you as a man. So when you are preparing yourself to say, I'm getting ready to get married, you are preparing for sacrifice. You are preparing yourself as a man to say, you know what? Oh, when I get married, I'm going to take care of my wife. When I get married, my children. Oh, when I get married, I don't even want my wife to stress. I will handle it.
God,
I don't know if you get what I'm saying now.
Yes, so
as a man, when you make up your mind like that, oh, when I get married, my wife go happy. Oh, I will treat her. I will make sure she will see me and feel like, oh God, where has this man be? Now, as a man, you are already preparing yourself that, now, as soon as any man that have that mindset that I'm going to treat this woman specially, she's going to see that I'm truly a man that is worthy to have. That mindset is what we come to play the moment you see a girl that, even from the talking stage, the way you treat her from there, she will already start seeing the difference. The same goes for women. But a man who feels like, oh, I'm looking for a wife, she got to be this tall, she got to be this high, she got to dress this way, she got to match that way, she got to move this way, she got to move that way. That is not a man who is ready for marriage. That is a man who is conditioning a woman from his own mind. He's already conditioning what the woman should be, how he should act. So now, the moment he came across a woman, he's beginning to see, how does she move? How does she do this? That is not how you walk into marriage. That kind of arrangement, no, they last. That's why I laugh every time people just say, I have this spec is like this, that. You're not ready. The main person that you have to focus on is you first and how you treat people. Because take for instance now, there are people that, there are some people that they can come across somebody and within 10 minutes, they will already start chatting like friends. And it doesn't matter where they go, whether they travel to Canada, they go to London, they are in USO. It's the same thing. The moment they come across anybody, within 10 minutes, they're already chatting, playing, laughing. It's inbuilt. That's the same thing with marriage. A man who has not already made up his mind that I'm going to provide, I'm going to protect, and I'm going to make sure I showed whoever is my wife that I'm ready to lead. If that man is waiting until he meet that woman, before he won't begin to say, oh yes, I think the same man should provide, let me provide. That man is not ready. So the same thing goes for women. Look at yourself right now and start thinking, what kind of wife do I want to be? And then you will instantly discover that even from talking stage, from the first hello, you will start moving like a wife. That's why it's easier for a man to talk to a girl and instantly the man just know that, I don't think I want to let this lady go. I will chase her. Because many of the ladies, they have already positioned themselves. They have known that this is who I want to be. Not this give and take. You move this, all this condition. If you move this way, I move that. No. You, be the person you want to be. As soon as you offer yourself, everything you've already worked on to improve on yourself, as soon as you offer it, and the man can't see it, even you're going to say, this is not the guy for me. Because what you will offer, it will baffle him from the get-go. He will just know that, no, this guy is different from all the girls that I've been with. That's how men decide that this is who I'm going to marry, or we are not compatible. Not this, do you bring this on? Do you bring that on? So that's why I always ask people the question, what kind of a husband do you want to be? I sometimes, when I have conversation with men and women, if it is a man I'm talking to, as soon as I ask them what kind of a husband you want to be, sometimes they won't get it. Then we start to break it down. Then I will start asking, all right, in the case of making decision in so area, how do you think it will go? The moment you start talking, I already know if you understand what it takes to be a man or not. If we bring a conflict into it, I say, okay, let's say, for instance, you come home, you were late, and your wife tells you, babe, where have you been now? It's been almost 1 hour. You're supposed to have been home since after 1 hour. What are you going to do in that situation? Your answer will tell me if you are truly ready to be a man. Because a man who is truly ready for marriage should know that if anything is taking you to deviate from your regular pattern, you don't even need to get home 1 hour late. Your wife don't need to ask you a question, because the moment your pattern is deviating, you are already calling the wife. Because as a man, you have to report to her. And if some people hear me say this, that I see these things. You see this one, Amumu, how you going to report to woman? No, but that's not how it works. Because you will be man. If your wife should go to a walk or go to somewhere, she's supposed to be somewhere and it's already 1 hour late. In this day and time that we have phone, and she did not know that the moment, whether she thought, whether a journey that should take like 30 minutes, there is traffic, the journey is already taking like 1 hour. If she doesn't know that, oh man, let me text Hubio, hey hubby, oh, we're on the road, but unfortunately a trailer just fell. Now we can't even get there on time. Pam. It's very simple. That's why sometimes I tell people that if you want your marriage to work, self-reporting is part of it. Nobody need to ask you anything. Only you just report yourself. Just because you don't want your person to be in doubt, then you will ask you questions, then you are in your mood. Sometimes when I ask men, this simple example where I give you now, say, if you come back home late 1 hour, what do you expect? If your wife asks you, hey, honey, you're supposed to be home an hour ago, what happened? You came late. Sometimes when I ask them, they'll just say, well, I'll just tell her something happened along the way. And the moment you are sounding like that, you are not ready for marriage. So the same thing applies to women too. That's why I always ask people, what kind of a wife or a husband do you want to be? If you can figure out the kind of wife or husband you want to be, and you can actually imagine some scenario where there's going to be disagreement and how you're going to walk around that disagreement, you will already be in a better frame of mind. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying a lot of shit will not happen in the marriage, but whatever makes you to think and come up with the fact that this is the type of wife or husband I'm going to be, at the same time, you will know that when you are getting married to someone else, in the early stage, you people will be having clashes. There is nothing like you. If you not like, make you stay 3 years in courtship. As soon as the two people say, yes, I do, Now begin live together under one roof. Katakata go begin boss small. So whoever prepared for that marriage will be the one to be able to manage it. I don't know if I'm making sense to you guys, but I know this is not like the regular conversation that people usually have when they're talking about settling down for marriage. You will hear things like, oh, you go to marriage class, they will teach you this, they will teach you that. A lot of people that have fantastic marriage today, many of them don't even attend marital class. It's just a matter of being, yes, now. It's just a matter of being a better version of you. It's just a matter of you understanding that when two people comes together, you are one. There is no competition. Many people go into marriage today with competitive mindset. And that's why sometimes I tell brothers here that
it's scary.
You get how you go prepare yourself. You don't have to demand respect from your wife. You don't have to yell at her. You get how you go home. Your wife self go no say, now full package, now she get. When you talk, she'll be serious with it. And you get how woman go prepare herself, come. Even the husband when he married himself go no say, I don't think my wife is somebody I should move like this with. At the end of the day, if you have a happy home, it means the wife is happy, the husband is happy, they both manage each other's feelings and emotions. That's it. So I think we may have this conversation more another day, but I listened to everything you guys were saying. I just feel like nowadays, when it comes to millennial and Gen Zs, everything is transactional. Everything is, what do you bring? I move like this. You move like that. You guys, if you have that mindset, you are not ready for marriage.
So true. It's so true. But yeah, Uncle Ben, thank you, because I feel like I've looked in the mirror and thought about the kind of woman I want to be. Why is it, Uncle Ben? Why are you laughing?
No, when you say you looked at the mirror, it just sounds funny.
No, I've actually looked in the mirror so many times. I thought the kind of woman I want to be across the board. But I've never actually thought about it from the point of view of what kind of wife I want to be. Because I think my mindset has always been, I'm ready. Like, I will be ready. I will be ready. Do you understand? Because, I feel like I have the basic, qualities at least, right? But you know what's crazy is that I have a devotional and I have a list of the kind of husband that I want. So how can you have a list of the husband that you want, but you don't have a list of the kind of wife you want to be to the husband that you want?
Thank you,
Are you
my dear.
seeing? It just makes so I really, I've actually, because I talk about what, because if you even see like my devotionals, my list, there's so much about the woman that I am, the woman that I want to continue to be, the woman I want to even improve on. Across the board, but nothing specific to marriage, because my mindset is this woman is great for marriage anyway. But why is it not? Why don't I have something that would also support the husband I'm praying for outside of like career and anyway?
So
great points.
So people should just think about it. The best way to prepare for marriage is to first of all determine what kind of a wife, what kind of a husband you want to be. As soon as you figure that thing out, you begin to work on yourself. You never even see the wife, or you never even see the husband, but you already started working on yourself. By the time you come across somebody, after you have worked on yourself, from the get-go, now that person go down and say, I'm not losing this one. Lie. Because that person can see what you brought to the table, the maturity, everything is there. Once you work yourself to a point whereby you have that husband or wife mindset, how you talk, how you see issues, how you see relationship, how you see people become different, then it becomes way easier to spot scam, to see fraud in people. Even if they are pretending, you will know. Because when you are giving, there will be receiving too. And when you are giving, you will know intentionally that what I'm giving this man is supposed to replicate it. Any man that is not ready for marriage cannot replicate it. I'll give you one simple example now. Sure, you feel me? You met a guy. You met a guy asking you out. He sounds nice. First of all, that guy met some of your criteria, some of your spec. Great job, look neat, handsome. Everything is okay. You went out, maybe first date or something, which is fine, and then he called you, and he could just call and say, "Hey, Abby, how are you doing? I'm just trying to check up on you. Are you feeling better today? Are you okay? How is everything?" And you reply, "Oh, I'm fine. Thank you for checking up on me. I really appreciate this. In fact, I've been waiting to speak to somebody. Self, I don't know. Do you saw the news? What happened in Minnesota? There's this guy that was unalive by ICE, and I'm just surprised what happened. Now, the guy might not know anything happened or whatever, but a man who is already prepared for marriage, a man who has prepared himself as a husband, the moment he heard you said that, his brain, he already knew that you want to have a conversation. Now, what you are using to start the conversation is not something he knew about. His next move will be, "Oh, Abby, honestly, I don't even check the news. Tell me about it. What really happened?" I don't know if you get what I'm saying now.
Yeah.
But once you started like that, the man can figure that you just want to start a conversation. And you just, "Oh, actually, I don't know about that. And oh, wow. Maybe I'll Google it. I'll check the news." Anyway, I just wanted to see if you are free at the weekend, if we can go out. Are you getting what I'm saying now, Abby? Because a man who has really learned how to be a husband knows that, number one, women want attention. Women want to talk. Once you are asking a woman out and all of that, every conversation should not revolve about how Natu fit take end of for bed. No. Because remember, companionship is one of the great things that people are searching for in relationship. I will not be so.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
when your woman start a conversation, even when you have no idea what she's talking about, you pay interest, you pay attention. Just tell her, "Tell me about it." And if she's talking about, you carry your phone, you Google, you see, you say, "Oh wow, this is really terrible." You know, now you as a woman, what does that tells you? It tells you that it's like this guy is interested in what I'm interested in. And then even the fact that he allow you to explain it to himself is something. We live in a life now that a lot of people are living very, very lonely. You can go away and work. Okay, for instance, you now, Abby, you are outside your comfort zone now where you they work. You don't know anybody where you did now. And who is the person you want to talk to? Not the person where they get interest on you. So these are the examples, just more example of what I'm saying. A man who is prepared to be a husband will already work on himself to understand what women admire in marriage. You don't already know. They don't need to teach him again. You feel me? A man who is prepared to be a husband knows that even when you guys are on talking stage, he knew he has to check up on you in first thing, maybe in the morning. He knew during the day he need to keep tab on you too. Not be saying they bug you. Just a simple, "Hey, good morning, Abby. I figure you must still be sleeping. I just wanted to say good morning, hello, and things like that. I'll catch up with you later." Just simple text. You know, in the afternoon, one of that text, you might not even reply. You may not even reply the text or something, but he still has to drop it. Even again, he drop it. Guess what's going to happen? If he keep that up for 2 weeks, if you not send that message in the morning or afternoon or evening again, you, the woman, you will notice. Even though you are not interested in him or something, but at least you will know that, oh, I think this person is trying. These are common examples. That's why I said for a man, once you figure out what kind of husband you want to be, you will quickly understand that being a husband is all about sacrifice. It's all about giving. It's all about doing things. It's all about selflessness. It's all about making sure your woman is good. And on the other side, if that woman is a marriage material, after some time, she will begin to replicate. You people will know that something different is ongoing. It's not just about, let me see how she dressed today. Oh, yeah, how she speak. Oh, how can we meet? If I can just get the first kiss. No, that's not how people that are seriously looking for wife moves. That's just some of the example I'm giving. And if you're a woman, you have to find time to ask yourself, what kind of a wife do I want to be? Because if you are really there, that you are ready to be a wife, you will start moving like a wife, not as a girlfriend. That's the difference. And serious men knows when they see a woman who is moving as a wife material than a woman who is just moving as a girlfriend. And when I say moving as a wife material, I'm not saying go to his house to cook or anything. It just means that there is this air of maturity that comes with what you are doing. Your mindset will change. Your conversation will change. It's just like that. But nowadays, all I'm hearing is things that really don't make sense when it comes to marriage. It can walk to the point that both of them can walk down the aisle and say, we tied the knot to. Then as soon as they start living together, everything will blow. That's just it. But we have
Uncle
this.
Ben, as Gen Z, I agree with you, and I'm actually a bit scared because I just know that I have a different approach, and the things that I'm seeing and I'm hearing, God will help us. There's too many plans, and everything is just very rigid, you know.
It's rigid because the boys that are out here now, the so-called men that are out here now claiming they are looking for wife, they haven't worked on themselves to be a husband. That's why it seems like they are rigid. A husband is not somebody who is rigid. A husband is a flexible man. You don't understand what I mean. A husband is a flexible man.
I understand you.
Yeah, because as a husband, you should know that women want to be pampered. Women want to have a say. Women want things to be done certain way. Women will literally stress you out. So if you are truly a husband, Abby, you are laughing. I'm telling you, these are just some of the secrets that make a lot of people marriage work that people don't know. You already know women want to stress you out. So why do you now want to enter this same back and forth battle? For what? Being a husband is a life of sacrifice. Then, as soon as your wife realizes that, as a man, herself, your children are the priority to your husband. As soon as your wife realizes that, as a husband, you being happy and laughing is a big deal to him. The woman too go begin reciprocate. And one thing I love about women, for any man who have really done the work, one of the things I appreciate about women is that when it reaches the time when they want to replicate, they go even over-replicate self. Even you say, fear go you. As soon as they have done their research, they figure you out that, oh, I think my husband's life is all about me and my children. I think for my husband, I'm like number one. The way my husband, they move. I've even seen some women that some things might happen and they will say, I don't want to tell my husband. You know why? Because they know how worried their husband will be about them. So, and that's when the woman starts to reciprocate. So I'm just saying this generally, that it's not enough to say, I'm looking for a husband, I'm looking for a wife. Have you worked on yourself? Have you been able to at least remove some of those mindset where you carry before about what is going on out there, especially now that there are too many toxic, negative stories out there? Have you been able to detoxify yourself and say, you know what? Bad marriage is there out there, but me, I will end up with a bad marriage. And when we talk of bad marriage, now one or two people now then go together create a bad marriage. Not be Tonto Dikeh and Churchill matter we talk here today. So when they both started, so you saw the video MOP sent to me where they were both dancing, praying, and anything. Share both of them at that point. You know, say both of them in 2 years' time they go crazy. That Churchill will be sleeping with the guy he called his sister. So these are the issues. If you now look deeply now, as at the time they got married, I not to follow them, but when I saw this guy called Churchill that time, he's just like all these many guys out here now, nothing serious about marriage. Even when I saw the wedding, and I feel like the way they were happy the guy that time, and I'm like, these people really think this is what marriage is all about? This hype. Churchy, I see Toto. And I'm like, well, God, I surrender them to you. What happened next? I think one of my sisters pointed it out in this on this show in the chat today. Say, how can a man be sleeping with a woman under his wife's nose? These are the issues. If Churchy has been a man who have took time to say, what kind of a husband do I want to be? He would have known that Tonto Dikeh is a very difficult character. I'm sorry. He would have known that himself, he shouldn't go into marriage and start looking at other girls and say, let me just do it one time. My wife will not know. That's why sometimes when I talk about this cheating, a man who does not cheat is not his wife that make him not to cheat. He's a man who knew what it means to be a husband. That's a man who knows that cheating will ruin almost everything. Once I step out and cheat, my marriage will never be the same again. It's just something that has to do with principle, self-control. Because you know that this woman that I want to get married to, I wouldn't feel better if this woman step out and cheat on me. So why should I do it to it? So those are the things that I think a lot of people are not thinking about before they say, I step into marriage. I tell people all the time, nowadays we have ladies who are making good money, great jobs. If you want to marry them as a man, if you're going to marry a lady now and you are already calculating that, oh, yeah, I'm making 100,000 a year. My wife, Abby making 150 a year. Oh, I think we're going to make a great husband and wife, both of us, like, we can buy this. I can drop this amount of money. Abby can drop that. You are not a man already. Don't even go and enter the marriage. Because if you are a man that really understands what being a married man is all about, you will first of all ignore that money your wife is making. You will ignore it completely. You will start thinking about your wife, your home, how you want to be a man based on your own dime, which is your 100K. Now, here is the catch. The catch is, if that lady you want to marry is somebody who have already took her time to think about what kind of a wife she wants to be, she would have already knew that there is nothing like my money is my money. She would have already known that, oh, I'm going into this marriage with my husband and I have this money. Oh, whatever is happening, I'm going to contribute my quota. I'm going to make sure I help my husband. I'm going to make sure I step in. If two people now come together, a woman make 150, you make 100K, and you are being the husband with your 100K. That's when you will see the advantage of whatever she brought in. That's how you will see that two couples, they come together before you know, boom, they have become massive success story, because both of them come into that marriage with the mindset of who am I as a husband, who am I as a wife. But all this, let me see, I make 150, I think my husband should be making 250. You are not ready to be a wife. You are not ready, because you are thinking more of what the man is bringing. Oh, you are already thinking, yeah, if I have my 150, my husband made 250, he's the man now. He will take care of everything. Like in my own 150 now, as a girl, I got to look good. So I can spend like 30 on myself. I got 120 to save. If I'm in this marriage, if I save 120 every month, I save 120 for like 2 years, I will have this also amount of money. I can start my line of, what do they call this thing? My fashion line. I can start my thing. What that woman is doing indirectly is she's planning her life without the husband in the picture. Because a woman who is already grown, who has seen herself as a wife, we know that how do we grow together as a couple is more important than how she grows as an individual and how her husband grows as an individual. I don't know if I'm still making sense to you, but I will leave it here. It's not going to even make sense to anybody when they hear this, because I'm not talking about the usual 5-step to do this, 10-step to do that. I don't believe in it.
A lot of sense, Uncle Ben.
Thank you, Abby. Zeno.
Uncle Ben, I just want to say, I just want to say that everything that you said, I literally have a list of the person that I want to be, that I pray, or the wife that I want to be, and I pray with almost every morning. So all of the things that you
That's
said, I already do most of it. I think where what you don't understand, I guess what you didn't understand when you said that it sounds like I'm trying to blame God. I'm not trying to blame God. I just know who I am, and I know that sometimes my strong head can get in the way. So I've just surrendered my will to God, and I just know that He's not going to steer me wrong. So that's
you don't.
where I'm coming from in that sense. Not that I'm trying to blame God if something doesn't work or
No,
whatnot.
no, no, no.
But
It's not you directly. Why I said it sounds like you want to blame God is because I have seen so many women that say, "Oh, I want a man who is after God's heart. I want a man who is," and then at the end of the day, the man they end up with, usually those kind of men, they will find them at churches. They will see some of them where the man will be going to churches, all kind of service. The man will be praying fire and brimstone. But guess you what? A man who is highly religious is usually the type of man that will be controlling his wife. You know why? Because he will say, we are having a Christian marriage. The husband is the head of the home. The wife had to submit to the husband. When I talk, you listen. He go, they quote Bible for you up and down. I have seen a lot of them like that. That's why I just feel like after Katakata done boss, the day the wife go come say, no, I no be mumu, I'm not do. You go come become and say, God, and I pray. Have you not heard story of people that say, when I saw my husband was church worker, but it doesn't work. What you
Uncle
just
Ben, I get you. I think that's where the difference is. I understand where you're coming from, but where I am coming from, the examples that I have seen are totally different. I've seen I've seen what you're saying, but I
Yeah.
also have mentors in my life that are the opposite. So that's where I guess our visions have. I get you, but our visions are different. The lens we're looking through is a little different in that sense.
I
But I
agree.
understand where you're coming from.
I
But also,
agree.
I don't want a religious man, and I never said I wanted a religious man. Also, I said I want a man that knows God. That's very different from people that go to church every 10
Yeah.
days or whatnot. That's totally different.
Yeah. Well, it's fine. If you have already done your homework, don't worry. Don't worry. Just me, I know just want to make people just think that they can make that decision all by themselves. Like, when it comes to marriage, God is the one that will alter the footstep of your man or your wife that you people will jam. So, but the world we live now, a lot of people want to be able to call the shot themselves. They want to be able to say, yes, this is the one I want. Go, 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 go. God don't works like that. God loves you. You pray for husband, you pray for wife. God knows the perfect person that will literally make you happy. So, ladies, don't worry. Your husband is already coming. Just keep on walking, keep an open heart. Just know, say your own marriage, it go sweet, it go work. That's what I guarantee you. I tell men all the time. Yeah, I tell fellow men all the time. If you concentrate your energy into making your wife laugh the more, you make it a point that every day your wife must laugh. You will not open door for you people to have disagreement that will escalate to nonsense at times. And if the wife too work on, my husband must smile. In this our house, laughter must dominate. Life will be way easier. But once it come, I just don't know how people do it, that husband and wife go begin competition for house. Sometimes some sisters will tell some story how they are at home. The husband will come, the husband will stay one side. They don't even talk, and I'll be like, Jesus. For my brain, I go to think, can I function in that kind of a house? Two of you. The people that your presence alone should gladden your heart, say una just see each other first. And you'll be home, not talking to her, she's not talking to me. It does happen at times, but it shouldn't go beyond 1 or 2 days highest. But if you concentrate on making each other laugh, even when you disagree, you will still find something to laugh about. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Abby.
Thank you, Uncle Ben. Bye.
The two of
Good night.
us, now make this show long. Bill to go pay. Bill to make the show long. I'll see you guys later. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Happy. Oh my God.
You are watching UB Stories. Like, subscribe, and leave your thoughts in the comment.